Waking up after a long slumber, I found myself transmigrated into the body of a scumbag who specialized in tormenting his own sister. I realized that the original owner of this body spent every waking moment either gambling his life away or ruthlessly beating his adopted younger sister. Looking at the girl, her fragile body covered in scars and bruises, less than greater than. I decided that I would bear the weight of this villainous reputation. Less than greater than. This person. I will save her, no matter what. Less than greater than. Before I could even gather my wits, less than greater than. The eerie sound of a knife being sharpened echoed in my ears. I grew up in an orphanage since I was a child, just a lonely laborer living a life of drudgery. There was absolutely no one else supposed to be in my home. That sound. It really was someone sharpening a blade. I tried to struggle, but my body and my thoughts were as sluggish as rusted gears. Then the scraping sound abruptly ceased, followed immediately by the sound of running water. Gritting my teeth, I forced my heavy eyelids open with all my might. A sudden, harsh light pierced my pupils, bringing an instant, sharp sting. A few seconds later, my vision finally came into focus, yet the sight before me left me utterly bewildered. This was definitely not my rented room. I was lying in an unfamiliar living room, dilapidated and cramped, with empty beer cans scattered everywhere across the floor. Everything was decaying. Next to the sofa, a few flies buzzed around a half-eaten bowl of spoiled porridge, circling it in a chaotic swarm. I massaged my throbbing temples with force, suppressing the agony that felt like a hot iron piercing my skull, and struggled to crawl up from the ground. As I took my first step, my toe kicked an empty liquor bottle, sending it rolling across the broken wooden floor. Finally, it bumped into a pair of old plastic slippers with frayed edges. Following the gaze up from the thin, pale ankles bit by bit, I suddenly met the eyes of a young girl. She was wearing a worn white dress riddled with holes and stains. Her messy hair veiled more than half of her face, but the eyes peering through possessed not a single spark of human vitality. A second later, I watched in horror as her hand, hanging limply by her side, clutched a kitchen knife that had just been sharpened to a lethal edge. Under the dim, yellow light, the blade reflected a chilling gleam that made my blood run cold. In that split second of mortal danger, a massive explosion seemed to go off in my head, as countless memories that didn't belong swept into my mind as violently as a torrential flood. I groaned and collapsed against the back of a chair. Never in a million years did I expect that I would actually transmigrate into another body. The owner of this body was also named Mu-ji. He had just turned 22 this year. But compared to my past life as a gentle office worker, the current me was an irredeemable piece of trash. A true villain. At 15, his parents died in a car accident, and without any guidance, the original owner fell into total depravity. Not only did he spend his days carousing with thugs, he even cornered the class beauty in the girl's restroom to assault her, which led to his immediate expulsion from school. From that day forward, he lived a life of idleness, refusing to work a single day. His daily routine consisted of only 3 things: gambling, drinking, and brutally beating his younger sister. Yes, the girl holding the kitchen knife standing before me right now was my only younger sister. This girl's name was Ya Qingyan. She was my sister in name, though we shared not a single drop of blood. When she was 9, her mother left behind a large sum of money and placed her in my family's care, before vanishing from the face of the earth forever. The original Mu-ji had hated her from the start, feeling she stole the affection his parents should have given only to him, so he tormented and abused her every single day. However, after their parents died in that car crash, this household spiraled completely out of control. The original Mu-ji didn't just call her a jinx, he even blamed her entirely for their parents' deaths, finding new ways to torture her with each passing day. Before, their parents could still protect her, and though life was hard, there was a glimmer of hope. But once they were gone, she fell straight from the world of the living into a living hell. In this house over the past few years, she wasn't even treated as a human being. Not only did she have to handle all the cooking and cleaning, but she also became a punching bag for his rage. He beat her when he lost gambling, beat her when he was drunk, and beat her just because he was unhappy. And because she was beautiful, the original owner harbored even more disgusting intentions, sneaking to her bedroom door several times in the middle of the night only to be driven back by her wielding a pair of scissors. As I pieced together these fragments of memory, less than greater than, I couldn't help but curse inwardly. Less than greater than. Calling him a scumbag, less than greater than, was far too kind an assessment. Less than greater than. Staring at the knife in her hands, less than greater than. A lump formed in my throat. Less than greater than. She had always endured in silence, hardly daring to breathe loudly in this house. Yet here she was, holding a weapon. My mind raced frantically. What would the original Mu-ji do in this situation? Would he yell at her for staring, or would he simply start beating her without a single word? No, I am not that man. Just she spoke. You're awake? Her voice was clear but chilling, devoid of any warmth. I looked into her melancholy eye and tried to remain calm. Yes, I'm awake, my voice is raspy as sandpaper. To say I wasn't afraid of someone holding a knife would be a lie, so I struggled to keep my breathing steady. Yet her body began to tremble slightly as she muttered under her breath, "Why? How can this be happening?" She was disappointed. Before I could process, my stomach suddenly lurched violently, and the stench of alcohol surged up my throat. My expression twisted, and I bolted toward the bathroom. She was standing right in my way, and I barked out 2 words, "Move out." She froze in place, so I shouldered her aside, shoving her out of the way. I kicked the scattered liquor bottles aside, and the next second I was hunched over the toilet, vomiting uncontrollably. Behind me, there was a sudden clatter as the kitchen knife hit the floor. She looked down at the cold steel on the ground, her fingertips icy. Why is he still alive after all that? I had clearly prepared everything, even researched how to dispose of the body, so why did he have to wake up? She was breaking down inside. Now that I'm awake, she won't have another chance. Even with a knife, she is no match for me. Exhausted from vomiting, I finally managed to regain some strength. My stomach was empty, but my mind felt significantly clearer. I turned on the tap to rinse my mouth and looked up into the mirror, only to freeze in disbelief the next second. The reflection in the mirror, it looked exactly like my physical form from my past life. Even the tiny mole at the corner of my right eye was in the exact same spot. However, this body was more robust, with more defined muscular lines. Not at all as frail as I was in my previous existence. It made sense, I suppose, considering this man spent his life fighting. What a terrible start, I sighed to myself. Remembering Yak Xingyan was still outside, I looked away from the mirror and stepped out of the bathroom. She was still standing there, frozen, her eyes hollow, like a puppet that had its soul ripped away. I looked at the gleaming knife on the floor, asked with a frown, "What are you doing with that knife?" She was in a daze, calculating how best to dismember me and dump the pieces in a nearby pig farm. Pigs are scavengers. They could devour every scrap of flesh in a single night, leaving only bone. Besides, I have no relatives left in this city, so no one would care if I went missing. That pig farm is an illegal operation, so even if they found bones, they wouldn't dare call the police. At that moment, my voice pulled her back to reality. "Hey, what are you daydreaming about?" She snapped out of it with a jolt and answered tremulously. I was peeling fruit. I glanced skeptically toward the kitchen, but didn't see any fruit at all. Panic immediately seized her, and she bowed her head low. I misspoke. I was slicing potatoes and noticed the knife was dull, so I sharpened it. I was going to press her further, but my stomach began to churn with hunger, burning with a fierce, searing pain. Forget it, I thought, stepping toward the dining table, less than greater than. Only to accidentally kick an empty liquor bottle. Less than greater than. What a nuisance, I muttered irritably. Less than greater than. At my words, Ya Qingyan flinched violently. Less than greater than, as if a switch had been flipped. She instantly straightened her back, tense with fear, and apologized profusely. "I'm sorry, I'll clean it up right now." Her earlier composure had vanished, replaced by absolute terror. She scrambled to find a tattered cardboard box, and knelt down to pick up the scattered bottles, her long hair dragging across the floor with every movement. While cleaning, she accidentally pinned her own hair down, tearing out a large clump. She let out a faint whimper, but immediately bit her lip, not daring to make another sound. I looked at her hunched back as she crawled on the ground, and my heart constricted. I tried to soften my voice as much as I could. "Leave it. I'll do it." To my surprise, she moved even faster than before. Her heart was filled with fear and pain. She thought this was just the prelude to some cruel, twisted game. I knelt down to grab her arm and make her stop, but she let out a sharp, short scream. Like a terrified bird, she violently threw off my hand, the box, and frantically scrambled backward until she had curled herself to the narrow corner between the refrigerator and the wall. She huddled there, clutching the hem of her faded shirt, less than greater than, her entire body shaking. "I'm sorry, less than greater than. I'll really clean it all up, less than greater than. Please don't hit me, less than greater than. I'll finish cleaning right away, less than greater than." Begging for mercy had become her Pavlovian response because the old Moo Gee sometimes found her pleas amusing. Taunting her would occasionally save her from a few physical blows. Moo Gee's fists were heavy and painful. Escaping even one was a small victory for her. I stood there paralyzed, watching her try to make herself as small as possible, like a wounded kitten. Hiding in the shadows, trembling with fright, my nose stung with unshed tears. In my past life, I was an orphan, no family, no one to love me. A difficult life indeed, but at least I was never tortured like this. But this girl before me, her life was worse than that of the most withdrawn child in the orphanage. The horror and profound emptiness in her eyes even showed signs of an imminent psychological collapse. For a long time, I couldn't utter a single word. In the shadows, Ya Qingyan closed her eyes tight, letting silent tears stream down her face, while her heart screamed in agony. Why won't this scumbag just die? Why must I be kept in this hell? I slowly stood up, stepped back a few paces, and sat down at the dining table, hoping the distance would make her feel a little safer. Yet Ya Qingyan intentionally exposed her back to me. She thought that injuries there would be hard to treat, but if her hands were injured, it would interfere with her work, making things even worse. When the expected blow didn't fall, she stopped crying in confusion, finding my behavior today utterly bizarre. But not being beaten was a good thing regardless, so she timidly finished gathering the bottles, pushed the cardboard box into the corner, and huddled back into the shadows by the fridge, still as a statue. Seeing that she had calmed down slightly, finally spoke. "Stand up." As soon as those words left my mouth, Ya Qingyan's trembling intensified. She remembered that Mugi would sometimes act gentle out of nowhere, but as soon as she complied, that scumbag would immediately turn on her, sneering. "You actually dared. Couldn't you tell I was being sarcastic?" Then would come a brutal lashing. He seemed to savor dangling hope before her, only to crush it like a game. The cost of choosing wrong was too high. She had made too many mistakes before, so without hesitation she stayed entrenched in her corner. Seeing her reaction, I suddenly understood the problem. I slammed my hand onto the table, raising my voice and adopting the original owner's trademark aggression. Less than greater than. "I told you to stand up. Are you deaf?" Less than greater than. Sure enough, Ya Qingyan scrambled to her feet. Less than greater than. Her hair still veiling most of her face. I sighed internally. It seemed this was the only way to get through to her. My gaze fell upon the bowl of porridge, a foul-smelling half-bowl of white gruel sitting before me. The gnawing hunger drove me to pick it up. The girl stood silent in the darkness, watching me through the strands of her hair. Seeing me lift the bowl, she anxiously intertwined her fingers. I was starving to death, and as I looked at the white porridge, I didn't care even if flies had crawled over it. Back in the orphanage, I'd eaten rotten apples from the trash. This was nothing. I picked up the chopsticks. Ya Qingyan stood off to the side like a servant, her hands hanging at her side, which made me feel incredibly uneasy. Trying to mimic the original owner's tone, less than greater than, I barked out, "It's late. Less than greater than. Go to bed. Less than greater than." Before I could even finish, less than greater than, Ya Qingyan collapsed onto the floor with a thud. Less than greater than. She was shaking like a leaf in a gale, her voice trembling. "Hit me, please. Just hit me. I beg you, hit me." My mind short-circuited. What kind of reaction was that? What is going on? When I didn't move, she began to cry with utter despair, pleading hopelessly. "What you're doing is illegal. Please, just hit me. Just hit me." Being beaten had somehow become her only lifeline in this moment. My throat tightened, and I struggled even to swallow my own saliva. "Original Muga, what kind of sins did you commit to drive a living soul to such a state? You truly deserve to die." However, my swallowing was misinterpreted by her. She scrambled away on all fours, trying to put more distance between us. I slammed the table again. I had to use the method most consistent with my character's persona to break the deadlock. "Get back to your room. Don't stand there being an eyesore. You're interrupting my meal. Do you want me to give you a real reason to cry?" The command worked. Ya Qingyan's stiff shoulders immediately relaxed. Keeping her head down, she scrambled off the floor and fled to her room. I looked around the empty living room, a wave of overwhelming guilt washing over me. I had just breathed a sigh of relief, aware that on the other side of the door, Ya Qingyan was watching me intently through a crack. She had just personally tried to send me to my grave. Fearing the dose wasn't enough, she had mixed all sorts of things into that porridge. Rat poison, sleeping pills, even cockroach killer. The porridge was as thick as paste, and its color was unnatural. Luckily, Muga had been drinking beforehand, so in his stupor, he hadn't noticed. She had even checked. He was definitely not breathing back then. So how was I back to life? Could it have been just a temporary coma? The resilience of this scumbag was truly terrifying. Just then, I once again picked up that lethal bowl of porridge, and Ya Qingyan's heart leaped into her throat. I hadn't died after eating half of it earlier. Would the remaining half do the trick? But if I discovered she had poisoned it, wouldn't her life become worse than death? Terror overrode everything else. She suddenly burst through her door, and just as the porridge was about to touch my lips, she snatched the bowl away, and along with a half plate of shredded potatoes, dumped it all into the trash. "What are you doing?" I was stunned. My empty stomach let out a roar of protest, causing Ya Qingyan to retreat immediately into her corner by the fridge. She curled up into a ball, trembling. She wanted to ask herself, too, why had she lost the courage to poison me to death? Was it because of my behavior just now that gave her a glimmer of hope she shouldn't have? But in the next second, a fly suddenly dropped from the air onto the table, twitched a few times, and then went still. Then more flies began to fall, landing with soft thuds. I stared at the dead fly, then back at the kitchen knife on the floor. A terrifying thought struck me. Was the original Muji poisoned to death by this girl? My heart skipped a beat, then I dismissed it. In my memories, she was as timid as a mouse. Where would she find the nerve? Perhaps the original owner drank himself to death. That seemed much more likely. I instinctively reached for a beer bottle nearby, intending to take a long swig, but that action alone made Ya Qingyan, who was hiding in the corner, start trembling violently again. Mu Ji was far more terrifying when drunk. She had actually thought for a moment that I had changed. How ridiculous of her. I saw her reaction and abruptly suppressed the craving in my body, tossing the beer bottle straight into the trash. I've had too much tonight. My head will be pounding tomorrow morning if I keep going. I'm done drinking, I said. Ya Qingyan's eyelashes fluttered. Alcohol was Mugi's lifeblood. He had never thrown a bottle away. This was truly unlike him. While she was still in a daze, I suddenly spoke up. Did you cook that shredded potato dish earlier? What did you season it with? It was true. Not only had she failed to kill me, but she'd been caught. Ya Qingyan's blood felt like it was turning to ice. Tense, she whispered her reply, vinegar, dried chili, and a bit of salt. That's it. Nothing else. I stared at her. Is that really all you put in? After 2 seconds of silence, I suddenly laughed. You dummy. Don't you know you should add some soy sauce and sugar for flavor? What kind of cooking is that? Even a dog would jump up and cook a full meal for you if it tasted that. The tension in her nerves snapped, finally giving way to relief. Ya Qingyan almost collapsed, leaning heavily against the wall. She babbled her apologies. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll definitely remember next time. I waved her off impatiently. All right, fine. It didn't taste good anyway. Since it's gone, it's gone. At least I won't feel nauseous looking at it. Then I ordered, go to your room and sleep. You won't be getting a beating tonight. Ya Qingyan stood there, stunned. Her shock was even greater than her fear. She stared at me through her hair. The figure before her was both familiar and entirely foreign. I really had changed. She blurted out, almost as if possessed, "Who are you really?" I took a deep breath and began cleaning up the mess, unaware that behind me a cold gaze was peering through the crack of the door, pinned firmly onto my back. I expertly wiped the gleaming kitchen knife clean. It was a survival instinct it honed in my previous life. Even the pile of empty bottle corner were neatly stacked. After all, in this empty, wretched house, this pile of scrap was my only asset. Following that, I collapsed onto the creaking wooden bed, exhausted. The room was tiny and stifling, like a boiler. There was no air conditioning, not even a simple electric fan. I pushed open the window and looked at the distant, sparkling lights. Less than greater than. Considering installing iron bars for security. Less than greater than. But then I thought better of it. Less than greater than. Even a mouse would shun this destitute house, so who would even bother breaking in? Muji had once held a massive compensation sum from his parents' death, plus a generous dowry meant for Ya Qingyan. He should have been living a worry-free middle-class life. And the original owner was a gambler rotten to the core. He hadn't just burned millions at the gambling tables. He hadn't left a single cent to start a new life. Just then, my stomach's rumbling cut through my thoughts. I rushed into the kitchen and searched frantically, only to find that in the cupboard, there was nothing but a single potato that had already started to sprout. Could the porridge Ya Qingyan gave me earlier have been made with poison like this too? I didn't have time to overthink it. I hurriedly pulled out my phone to check my balance. The next second, I'm completely stunned. My WeChat balance is negative 3,000 yuan, less than greater than. And my Alipay balance is negative 3,000 as well, less than greater than. That's exactly 6,000 yuan in debt, plus another 20,000 yuan in gambling debts. Just in this single day, that bastard blew through 6,000 yuan. Looking at this blinding gambling history, I feel like this start is so bad I just want to swear. Then a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. Since I didn't cause this mess, maybe I should just run away and be done with it. But on second thought, you need energy to run away. Rubbing my growling stomach, I decided to find something to eat first. But both WeChat and Alipay were emptied by that scumbag a long time ago. Even the credit limit is maxed out. I placed my only hope on Ya Qingyan's tightly closed door. After all, this sister, who was forced to drop out by the original owner, had to hand over all her part-time restaurant wages to him every day. I hesitated for a long time, but eventually hunger triumphed over my conscience. I walked up to the door, mimicked the original owner's hateful tone, and knocked. "Are you asleep?" Inside the room, Ya Qingyan was staring blankly at some pills in her drawer. That was the meager amount she had saved by skimping on food every day and risking her life through beatings to keep. The sudden knock on the door made her tremble, and she hurriedly let her hair down. She wasn't asleep. She knew pretending would be useless. That monster would just keep knocking until she finally opened the door. A second later, Ya Qingyan grabbed the scissors from under her pillow and gripped them tightly. The scissors, once meant as a wedding blessing, had now become her only weapon. Just then, my cold voice echoed from outside the door. "Give me some money." Hearing the demand for money, Yan's frayed nerves suddenly relaxed, but it was followed by a wave of endless disappointment. She put the scissors down and pulled a stack of crumpled small bills from the drawer. Then she only opened the door a crack, trembling as she handed the money over. Looking down, her thin, pale arm looked strikingly frail under the light. The bills were crumpled, but every corner had been carefully smoothed out, with a single 1 yuan coin placed neatly on top. Seeing that I wasn't taking it, Yan thought I was dissatisfied with the amount and panicked. "This is really all the money I have." I remained silent, and Ya Qingyan's teeth began to chatter, hurriedly explaining, "The restaurant is closed for me tomorrow. I'll go collect scrap metal. I'll go out early to earn some more. But today, this is all there is." Hearing her teeth chat, a scene from the orphanage, where I was bullied, suddenly flashed in my mind. That rainy night, that older kid had forced me to hand over my only piece of bread just like this. I had huddled in the corner, trembling and utterly alone. The scene from that rainy night is so much like what's happening right now. I suddenly realized my intention to run away was starting to waver. "Here's the money." Ya Qingyan's voice trembled, sounding as if she was on the verge of tears. I silently took the money and turned to leave. I only heard the sound of her bedroom door slam shut in a hurry. Back in my room, I pocketed my key and counted the money as I headed out. It was 81 yuan in total. I didn't touch the beat-up motorcycle covered in decals at the end of the alley. Instead, I chose to walk. The supermarket wasn't far, and I didn't need to be like before, revving engines with a bunch of thugs amidst residents' curses, just to find some cheap thrill. After a 10-minute walk, I stepped into a small supermarket. It was 8 p.m., and the vegetable section was empty. I only bought the cheapest dried noodles, 10 yuan worth of rice, a jar of Lao Gan Ma chili sauce, a piece of pork fat, a few eggs, and a pack of sausages. At that moment, from a small TV in the supermarket, an excited female anchor's voice rang out. Fang Media has released another hit short film, with views already exceeding 100 million. I glanced at the finely made-up face on the screen, then tapped on the counter. Lao Jiang, check out. The owner, Lao Jiang, scanned for payment, his eyes showing unconcealed contempt. But I didn't care, carefully checking the amount on the receipt. After confirming there were no mistakes, I carefully tucked away the remaining 26 yuan. Carrying the bag of groceries home, I put the key in the lock and pushed the door open, only to find a light on at the entrance. I froze for a moment. I clearly remember turning off the lights when I left. In 2 lifetimes, this is the first time someone has left a light on for me. This light didn't just illuminate the darkness, it carried a burning warmth that shone directly into the depths of my heart. I walked into the living room, and my steps faltered once again. On the table sat a glass of warm water, steam fogging up the glass, a single droplet slowly rolling down the side. I stared blankly at that water trail, feeling as though my heart had been struck by something heavy. I had intended to drink beer, but I had already thrown that beer away. Ya Qingyan must have noticed, and that's why she poured this water for me. In my past life, my greatest wish was to have a family, to have relatives. Everything this body had so easily, less than greater than. He had discarded like trash, less than greater than. The original owner was truly a scumbag, less than greater than. Treating such a good sister like that, less than greater than. I tried to suppress the rising emotions in my chest, less than greater than, as I picked up the glass. But just before drinking, I brought it to my nose to sniff it. After all, colorless and odorless poison is almost non-existent. The warm water flowed down my throat, bringing a strange sense of comfort. But I immediately became vigilant again. Staying here could be life-threatening, so I absolutely couldn't go soft. I decided to treat this as a farewell meal. I took the ingredients into the kitchen, used the freshly sharpened knife to cut the pork fat, and rendered it into lard. Then I minced the lean meat, frying it with the lard and Lao Gan Ma chili sauce. After scooping out the meat sauce, I started boiling the noodles. In no time, 2 steaming bowls of lard-mixed noodles were ready, with sausages and fried eggs on top, smelling delicious. I devoured 1 bowl, finally feeling a bit of warmth in my empty stomach. Then I carried the other to Ya Qingyan's room. I took a deep breath, switched to the original owner's impatient tone, and knocked. "Come eat." Ya Qingyan's terrified voice came from inside as she cautiously opened the door a crack. A fragrant bowl of noodles sat at the door, topped with a fried egg and a sausage. She asked in disbelief, Is this for me?" I returned to the dining table, eating while muttering curses. Nonsense. If you starve and get sick, who's going to earn money for me? I'm in a good mood today, so I'm granting you this. Make sure you bring home plenty of money tomorrow. I secretly planned that while she was out collecting scrap tomorrow, I would take the chance to slip away. But just as that thought occurred to me, I turned my head back and my heart sank. Ya Qingyan was crouching on the floor, taking tiny bites of the noodles, her movements almost tentative. She used the tips of her chopsticks to pierce the egg, letting the golden yolk run out, before mixing it with the noodles and taking a bite. To her, that egg seemed like the most exquisite delicacy in the world. I suddenly remembered a late night in my past life, when I was starving and a shop owner had given me a bowl of noodles with an egg just like this. At that time, my appearance was so similar to Ya Qingyan right now. The noodles on my chopsticks hovered in mid-air, not entering my mouth for a long time. My resolve to run away completely crumbled. I ate the noodles emotionlessly, finding no flavor in my mouth at all. Just then, Ya Qingyin's shoulders trembled slightly. It seemed she was crying. I irritably turned my head away, thinking to myself, damn it, it's just a bowl of noodles. What is there to cry about? I hate it when people cry. I forced myself to calm down, not forgetting that just a few hours ago, she might have killed me. That razor-sharp knife, maybe it was meant for dismemberment. At that thought, my hands shook violently, and the noodles slipped from my chopsticks into the bowl, splashing the broth everywhere. I have to run. If I don't, I'll end up dead in this dump sooner or later. I shoved a huge mouthful of noodles into my mouth, chewing mechanically. The steam from the bowl made my eyes blur a little. But here was everything I had longed for. This body is a debt I owe in this parallel world. I have to pay it back. I can't run away. I told myself, Muga, you lived all alone until you were 22. What are you afraid of now? Are you scared now? You want to dodge your responsibility, don't you? I felt incredibly conflicted. Should I run or should I stay? My logic screamed for me to leave immediately, but my mind kept replaying that lamp, that glass of water, and that thin figure trembling while eating noodles. After finishing the dishes, I saw Ya Qingyin still crouching by the door, sipping the broth. I could only use a coarse tone to hide the turmoil in my heart. Give me the bowl. Wash it yourself once you're done. With a bang, I slammed the bedroom door shut. Outside the door, Ya Qingyin murmured, has he changed? How could he have ever cooked noodles for me before? Inside the room, I leaned against the door and pulled out a coin. Since this life was a stroke of luck, then I might as well use the original owner's way and gamble on it one last time. I decided to leave my fate to heaven. Heads I stay, tails I leave. I flicked it hard with my thumb, and the coin spun through the air. Slap. I slapped my right hand down on the back of my left, my heart thumping like a drum. I carefully peeked into my palm, and through the gap the light reflected off the national emblem. I froze for 2 seconds, and suddenly burst into laughter. Many people think the number side is heads, but it's actually the emblem side that's heads. I told myself, since it's heaven's will, then I'll stay. This is my debt, and I'll pay it back bit by bit. Lying on the stiff wooden bed, I began to sort through the mess. First, the rent is due in 7 days. The timing is tight. Time is very pressing. Second, I need to earn enough for Ya Qingyan's tuition next term to get her back into school. She shouldn't be buried in this mud. Finally, I have to improve her life, but everything must be handled carefully. I can't let her notice the change in me. With those plans in mind, I fell into a deep sleep. The sleep was surprisingly peaceful. Waking up the next day, I stared at the unfamiliar ceiling, remembering that I had transmigrated. While washing up, I noticed my toothbrush was new, while Ya Qingyan's bristles were completely worn out. My heart felt a sharp pang of pain again. Ya Qingyan brought over a bowl of plain porridge, timidly explaining, I'm sorry. I gave you all the money yesterday, so there's no money left for meat buns. I immediately went back on guard. She was testing the original owner's temper. The original owner required meat buns with his porridge. If there was only plain porridge like that, he would definitely resort to violence. To avoid exposure, I suddenly reached out and grabbed my sister's old collar, raising my fist high, my face instantly showing the original owner's signature brutality. Ya Qingyan let out a terrified scream, hurriedly raising her arms to cover her face, ready to endure the familiar pain. My fist trembled in midair, but I simply couldn't bring myself to strike her. After a 2-second struggle, I let go of her collar and roughly pushed her back. With my other hand, I pulled 5 yuan from my pocket and threw it onto the table. You want me to hurt you, so you can go out and play the victim, right? Stop acting. Go buy the buns. I don't have time to be embarrassed. Ya Qingyan stumbled back a step, looking at me in shock, then back at the money on the table. She hesitated for a moment and quickly grabbed the money and ran out with her head down. A short while later, Ya Qingyan brought back 2 char siu buns. I was already at the table sipping porridge, and I picked one up and took a huge bite. The savory aroma of fat immediately filled the room. However, Ya Qingyan only dared to hold her bowl and stand by the table taking small sips of porridge. I frowned and tossed the untouched bun still in his plastic bag at her. I drank too much last night, so I have no appetite. This bun is for you. Don't give me that miserable look. She picked up the bun and quietly retreated to the dark corner by the fridge, softly whispering, Thank you. I hadn't noticed this time her voice was gentle and pleasant without even a hint of a stutter. After finishing the porridge, I pushed the empty bowl away and stood up, heading straight out. I couldn't be like before, finding bad friends to gamble and drink with, then coming home late to demand money and hit people. I walked for a long time until I finally found a shopping mall with walls covered in recruitment notices. I noted down the names of the stores and went to each one to ask for work. The result was a cold rejection at every turn. No industry experience. What kind of job are you looking for here? Sorry, your image doesn't fit. We're not hiring. Get going. Don't disrupt my business. By noon, a feeling of failure and hunger hit me at the same time. I shamelessly walked into a KFC and quickly grabbed some leftover fries before the staff could clear them away. Even though they were ice cold, the high calorie filled my stomach. This was a survival skill. From my days in the orphanage, I never thought I'd have to use it again today. Sitting on a mall bench, I slowly chewed the tasteless fries, my mind a mess of anxiety. The rent felt like an invisible noose slowly tightening. I had just over 10 yuan in my pocket, but I didn't want to spend because I didn't know if the girl at home had anything to eat. While lost in thought, someone suddenly called out from behind, "Muge!" I turned my head to see a guy with multicolored hair walking toward me. Mengzi, I gave a slight chin as a greeting. His name was Song Siyuan, another street thug just like me. Song Siyuan plopped down next to me and offered a cigarette. "Muge, what are you doing here?" I pushed his hand away. "Forget it. Smoking isn't allowed in the mall. I'm looking for a job." Song Siyuan looked at me like I was an alien. The cigarette in his mouth nearly fell out. "You're looking for a job?" He pretended to look up at the sky, his face full of disbelief. "The sun didn't rise in the west today, did it?" I chuckled. "How could you even see the sun from inside a mall?" He stared at me for a few seconds, then slapped his thigh as if realizing, I get it. "Muge, you lost everything again, didn't you? Short on cash again?" "How many times have I told you? You lose 9 out of 10 games. It's best not to touch it." I put my arm around him. "I know, Mengzi is right. I'll listen to you from now on. No more gambling." Sooner or later, I'd end up burning my whole life away on that. "What?" Song Siyuan froze as if paralyzed, his mouth hanging open for several seconds, unaware that his cigarette had dropped to the floor. A second later, he snapped out of it, staring at me, letting out a cry of shock from his throat. "What the hell?" I scowled, tried to speak a little more civilized, but Song Siyuan jumped up instantly, looking me up and down as if searching for something strange on my face. "Muge, you haven't been possessed by something, have you?" My heart skipped a beat, but I immediately put on the original owner's typical disgust, glancing at his colorful hair. "Possessed my foot, am completely broke, and am buried in debt. Without money, what am I supposed to gamble with? Maybe I should sell you to Uncle Hao. We could cut out one of your kidneys. It would probably fund me for a few days. Wait until I win back my stake, and I'll find someone to put the kidney back." Song Siyuan immediately pulled back. "Muge, I'm not some machine part you can just swap in and out. Machine parts actually provide value. All you do is waste oxygen. You're worth less than a component." My scolding left him speechless, but his face was still full of disbelief. I changed the subject. "The people don't use terms like body possession anymore." Song Siyuan asked offhandedly. "Then what do they call it?" I said mysteriously, "In passing my cultivation and precious experience to you. The price is that your memories will gradually disappear." Song Siyuan was stunned by my words, then laughed and cursed. "Isn't that just possession anyway?" He quickly changed his tone. "But Muge, if you're really short on cash, less than greater than, just go find that girl. Sun Yu. Less than greater than, just a little bit of what slips through her fingers. Less than greater than, would be enough for you to live it up for a while." I said irritably, "Mengzi, can you use your brain for a second? You think I'd dare take that money? Sun Yu's father is Sun Hao, the very same Uncle Hao who's a lone shark. The original owner, knowing how to fight and fearing nothing, often helped him with dirty debt collection jobs and was highly valued by him. Sun Yu clung to the original owner every day, which made Sun Hao so angry his eyes nearly popped. I analyzed coldly. First, Sun Yu is grounded by Uncle Hao. Am I supposed to climb over walls to find her? Second, taking money from Sun Yu is like reaching directly into Uncle Hao's pocket. Besides, Uncle Hao warned me to stay away from her. Do you want me to experience his methods? Song Siyuan immediately shuddered. Never mind then. He picked up the cigarette from the ground, looking gloomy. I'm almost out of cigarettes, too. Uncle Hao's people haven't given any jobs to do for several days now. The thought of being a debt collector for Sun Hao and the sister at home who might have killed me made me feel like I was in a tangled mess. Original owner, you really deserve to die. I forced myself not to dwell on it any further and said to Song Siyuan, "Mengzi, why don't you come with me to find some work?" Song Siyuan immediately shuddered again. "Find a job? I'm never going to work a job in my life." Song Siyuan waved his hands, spouting his twisted philosophy. "Working is just waiting for retirement. Just thinking about it is terrifying. How could anyone endure that?" I was genuinely shocked. "Mengzi, you see through the world so deeply. I really underestimated you." Unexpectedly, he chuckled. "I saw some video online where people said that. But Muji, there's someone in that alley hiring flyer distributor. You could go check it out." After speaking, he pulled out his last 50 yuan and headed straight to the internet cafe to play games. I decided to hand out flyers first. Earning some lunch money is better than sitting idle. I walked out of the mall and indeed found a recruitment stall in the back alley. The sign read, "Hiring flyer distributors. 120 yuan a day, 50 yuan for half a day, daily payment." I walked up and the man with a cigarette in his mouth glanced at me and without a word, shoved a thick stack of flyers into my hand. "Hand them all out in this area and then come back for your pay. Don't be lazy and dump them. I have people watching." But when I took the flyers and looked down, the corner of my mouth began to twitch. It turned out to be flyers for ancestral medicinal wine, specifically for men's private health issues. The wording was incredibly graphic, the images wildly exaggerated, and the whole thing was full of vulgarities. At this point, I completely understood why they were willing to hire someone like me. People with any sense of dignity wouldn't have the courage for this. I'll earn 50 yuan first, get today's meal money, then worry about the rest. I took the stack of flyers and began handing them out under the scorching July sun. As a result, passers-by either ignored me and walked away or looked at me with eyes full of contempt. My sweat poured down like rain. The tiger head t-shirt on my chest was completely soaked. I had no choice but to stop at a fast food joint to ask for a cup of water. Seeing my fierce appearance, the counter staff hurriedly filled a Coke cup with water and handed it to me. By the time the sun began to set, my head was starting to spin. I finally finished handing out the flyer and walked back to the alley entrance exhausted. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man cleaning up his stall pulled out 50 yuan and handed it to me without hesitation. "You handed them out pretty well. Didn't just dump them somewhere. Coming back tomorrow? I'll save a spot for you." "It's 120 yuan for the whole day," I repeatedly thanked him. "Thank you, boss." It was getting dark and I walked home clutching the 50 yuan I had struggled to earn. But right at that moment, a burning craving surged within my body, suddenly snapping awake. It felt like countless tiny ants were crawling frantically through my veins. My alcohol addiction was kicking in. My finger began to tremble involuntarily. My throat went dry instantly. A frantic thought screamed in my head. Even the cheapest bottle of beer would do, just one bottle. But as soon as the thought appeared, I gritted my teeth and pinched my thigh as hard as I could. I used the pain to fight back against that physiological craving. This is only the second day. I absolutely cannot let these desires defeat me. I spat on the ground and punched my own chest. My footsteps faltered as I stumbled toward the house, each step feeling like I was escaping an invisible swamp. I finally climbed the stairs and reached the iron door with peeling paint. My hands were shaking so violently that I couldn't even get the key into the lock. The faint clinking of metal seemed to mock my pathetic state. Just as I was becoming so agitated I was about to lose control, there was a click. Door opened and Ya Qingyan was standing at the entrance. She had just finished bathing. What stunned me was the warm yellow light spilling from the room, along with a glass of hot water on the dining table, a large bowl of plain porridge, a plate of boiled pork head meat, and 2 steamed buns. I froze at the porch, and the burning alcohol addiction in my body, as if hitting a warm wall, gradually faded away. In this moment, I suddenly realized I only had a place to stay, not a home. Now behind this door there was light, there was food, and there was a younger sister. This was the glimmer of light that in both my lives, less than greater than, I could only ever touch in my dreams. Less than greater than. Seeing me daze, Ya Qingyan, less than greater than, warily backed away. Less than greater than. "Wait," I called out to her. Her body trembled. Is something wrong?" I walked over to the table and sat down, picked up the chopsticks and pointed to the chair opposite me, using the unquestionable tone of the original owner to command, "Sit." She hesitated, but ultimately shook her head. I don't dare. I didn't force her. Slurped a large mouthful of porridge and looked up at her. "Have you eaten tonight?" "I have." "Eaten what?" I pressed. She replied, "Plain porridge." I paused mid-swallow, then impatiently tapped the table. "Buy 1 more bun tomorrow night. 2 aren't enough. They have to be meat buns, understand?" "Yes." I nodded in satisfaction and casually asked, "How much did you make collecting scrap today?" Ya Qingyan immediately pulled a small stack from her pocket, crumpled chain paper bills carefully smoothed out, neatly organized by denomination. She handed it over with both hands, her thin wrists showing bone. But I didn't take it. I just watched her being so incredibly cautious, and in my heart, a bitter ache of pity surged. She's only 16 years old. She should be a pampered little princess. Instead, she has to take care of me, even rummaging through filthy trash for scrap, just to exchange it for these few crumpled yuan, and then tremblingly hand it over to me, out of fear of getting beaten. Seeing me dazed, her hands remained extended, not daring to pull back. I sighed inwardly, but waved my hand dismissively. 40. That's an unlucky number. Keep it for yourself so your bad luck doesn't rub off on me. Ya Qingyan suddenly looked up, glancing at me quickly, a flicker of emotion passing through the depths of her eyes. I immediately frowned, feigning disdain, as if I truly just hated that number. Only then did she slowly pull her hands back, carefully putting the money back into her pocket. Worked all day and only got that much? I cleared my throat, my voice remaining as stiff as before. Don't go out digging through trash cans tomorrow. Ya Qingyan looked at me in confusion. Don't go anymore? I suddenly raised my voice. I'm a well-known figure on this street. You picking up trash outside is making me lose face. Then I started making up a story about meeting Song Siyuan today. That brat said he saw you out there, picking up trash, and he mocked me for half the day.
As expected, Ya Qingyan bowed her head apologetically. I'm sorry, I made you lose face. If you know that, then don't go. I snorted coldly. Stay home for me tomorrow, and make sure you clean the house properly. So messy that flies are about to nest here. Unexpectedly, she stayed silent for a few seconds, fidgeting with her shirt, and whispered, But our rent is about to expire. The landlord said he'll evict us if we can't pay. 1,000 plus yuan is nothing. I scoffed, putting on a reckless air. Who are you looking down on? I have my own ways. Honestly, I was worried sick inside. If I only relied on handing out flyers, it would take over 10 days without eating or drinking to save enough. After eating, I put down my chopsticks and went back to my room, leaning my back against the door, exhaling in relief. Acting is really exhausting. I have to be very careful. If she ever finds out I'm not him, just one phone call, she could have me sent to a mental hospital, and this second life I've picked up would be over. At the same time, Ya Qingyan went back to her room, also finding it hard to believe. This was already the second day she hadn't been beaten, he hadn't demanded money, nor had he drunk any alcohol. A sudden thought flashed through her mind. Could he have actually died back then? Is the person who woke up now someone else? On my end, I was still brooding over money matters, yet I fell fast asleep the moment my head hit the pillow. Waking up the next morning, I walked out of the bedroom and saw Ya Qingyan at the door. She was preparing to go out. I immediately frowned, my voice showing clear dissatisfaction. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you not to go picking up trash? Ya Qingyan explained hurriedly. No, it's not that. I'm just going out to buy buns. Only then did I relax my face, and while yawning loudly, I said, then buy me a carton of milk while you're at it. Having said that, I shuffled my slippers toward the bath. However, Ya Qingyan stood stunned in place. Hadn't he said before that milk was only for children and women? Although full of doubt, she still nodded in agreement. Yes, I'll be right back. The breakfast shop owner, Wei Feng, picked up a carton of milk, her voice dripping with contempt. That bastard is getting more pretentious by the day, acting all high and mighty drinking milk in the morning. I'm telling you, Xiao Nam, you're just too kind-hearted. If he ever bullies you again, just tell me. She handed the bag to the girl, then asked caringly, He hasn't beaten you lately, has he? Child, you must protect yourself a bit. Record him secretly, and I'll help you report him. Ya Qingyan shook her head. Auntie Bui, I'm okay. He's changed a lot. A leopard can't change its spots. Auntie Bui immediately grew anxious. There's a guy in my neighborhood, beats his wife, then kneels down to kowtow and apologize. And what happened in the end? He was good for 3 days, then beat her so hard she was hospitalized, with 3 broken ribs. That kind of person is rotten to the core. You absolutely must not lower your guard. Auntie Bui's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing the flicker of hope that had just begun to spark in Ya Qingyan's heart. She didn't dare think further. What if he was still the same person? Back at the house, I saw her return and asked, It was just buying buns. Why did it take so long? Ya Qingyan lied. It was crowded, so I had to wait in line. Pointed to the table. Let's eat. Porridge and 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks were already on the table, even the leftover pork head meat from last night. Seeing her daze, I sat down and slurped my porridge. What do you have to be standing to eat? Ya Qingyan hesitated for a moment, thinking of Auntie Bu's warning, and ultimately didn't dare move. She picked up her bowl, habitually retreating into the shadows next to the refrigerator. I didn't bother with her anymore, took the bag, opened the milk, and poked the straw in. But just as I brought it to my lips, my movement suddenly stopped. I frowned and clicked my tongue in disgust. The next second, I suddenly looked up, staring toward Ya Qingyan with an unfriendly tone. This menu milk smells fishy. I've never drunk this in my life. Don't you know that? Ya Qingyan stopped eating immediately. Her body stiffened, the blood in her body seemingly turning cold. As expected, it was happening. He was looking for an excuse, and next would be smashing things and throwing punches. What Auntie Bu said was absolutely right. Fear like cold seawater immediately submerged her, and Ya Qingyan couldn't stop trembling, her fingers gripping the rim of the bowl tightly. She even sensed that in the next second, that milk carton would be hurled straight at her face. However, I just grew impatient and pushed the milk carton toward the edge of the table, where she was sitting, my tone aggressive. Taste it yourself and see if it's fishy. It's terrible. It's a reward for you. Take it quickly. Don't leave it here to annoy me. Ya Qingyan was completely dazed. She stared at that milk carton, then back at me as I was focused on slurping my porridge. Didn't you want to hit me? Did he just give it to me because he thought it was bad? She carefully reached out, taking the milk carton that still held a bit of warmth from my hand, and took a tiny sip. The milk's aroma spread through her mouth, bringing with it a subtle sweetness. This was a luxury flavor she hadn't tasted in a long time.
Was it really because you thought it was bad? A bolder hypothesis uncontrollably surfaced in her mind. Could he be using this method to let her drink the milk? But she immediately extinguished that thought. Ya Qingyan, oh Ya Qingyan, don't be so sentimental and delude yourself. After finishing the meal, I pointed to the plate of meat on the table. Throw this away. Buy some new ones tonight. I don't want to be eating leftovers every day. As soon as I spoke, I hurried out, the iron door slamming shut. Ya Qingyan stood waiting for a long time, and only after making sure I wouldn't return did she dare go to the table, finish the milk, and quietly ate all the remaining pork head meat. Her stomach was full, but her mind was in a turmoil. As for me, I had walked for a full half hour, arriving at the place where I handed out flyers yesterday and sat on the curb to wait. There was no other way. I felt that Ya Qingyan's wariness had increased again. Whenever I was home, she didn't dare sit at the table, so I had to give her some private space. Finally, the middle-aged man arrived on his bicycle, and seeing that I had been waiting early, he was slightly surprised. He glanced at my slippers and loafers and flicked a cigarette over. "Ha! You're early, kid." I took the cigarette and tucked it behind my ear. "Thanks, uncle. I'll work first, then smoke once I'm done. I want to finish early to get home in time for dinner." When I said the words "get home," even my own heart felt a strange stir. The man laughed meaningfully. "Got someone cooking for you at home?" I wouldn't have guessed. I understood his implication and could only manage a wry smile. "Yes, I do." Then the man handed me a stack of flyers. Same rules as before, clear this area out. The sunlight was extremely harsh. The t-shirt on my back never had a chance to dry. Luckily, with yesterday's experience, my speed was much faster today. At dusk, I dragged my feverish body back to the alley entrance, and the man counted out 120 yuan and gave it to me. I took the money and asked, "Meet someone tomorrow too, uncle." To my surprise, the man shook his head and blew a ring of smoke. The boss said the results haven't been good these past 2 days. His shop isn't handing them out anymore. I was immediately disappointed. Unemployed already? But then I thought, in this day and age, using this method for advertising, it's only natural that the results are poor. I said my turn to leave. "Wait!" The man suddenly called me back and I turned around. His gaze rested on my straight back. "Do you really want to find a job?" My eyes lit up and I nodded vigorously. He asked again, "Can you endure hardship?" I continued to nod. Only then did the man give me a phone number. "Call this number tomorrow morning. Just say Old 2 referred you. Whether it works out or not is up to you." I immediately saved the number, thanked him, thrust my hands into my pocket, and walked home clutching the 120 yuan I'd just earned. This amount was barely anything. Rent day was fast approaching, and it was worrying me to death. I took a few turns in the maze-like alley and found a shop, with a sign where only 2 words were lit. Expressnet. As soon as I pushed the door open, the smell of sweat, instant news, and foot odor hit me square in the face. The machines here were ancient, and the keyboards were greasy with oil, but it had one advantage. It was cheap. Less than. Only 3 yuan per hour. Less than. Sure enough, after just a few steps, less than. I saw a head. Less than. With so many colors, it looked like a light spectrum. Less than. Song Si-yuan was sitting there with his mouth agape. Less than. Watching a streamer dance and sending comments. I walked over and slapped that rainbow head hard. "Stop topping up. Save your money for food." Song Si-yuan was about to explode in anger, but seeing it was me, he immediately softened. "Brother Mu, why are you here?" I replied irritably. "I'm afraid you will die in this internet cafe and ruin the owner's business." He pouted. "Brother Mu, your mouth is as toxic as ever." I took the sweat-soaked cigarette from my ear and threw it away, then pulled out 20 yuan and handed it to him. "Go out later and get something decent to eat. Don't actually go and die here." Song Si-yuan took the money blankly, staring dazed at my retreating back, even forgetting to play his game. Song played in his headphones. Even a cyclone has a path home. His father died early, and his mother worked in a textile mill, raising him alone until he was 15, until she developed lung cancer and threw herself from a building. She thought she could leave her son 200,000 yuan in insurance money, but she didn't know that the accident insurance policy had long since expired. 15, Song Si-yuan held his mother's body and became an orphan ignored by everyone. From then on, no one cared, whether he was well-fed or not. Now he slowly squeezed the 20 yuan bill, pressing it tightly against his chest. As for me, after leaving the internet cafe, I dragged my weary body home. Walking past a sidewalk stall, I suddenly stopped, remembering Ya Qingyan's worn-out, ragged slippers. Even the heel part was torn off. She surely must have scavenged them from some trash pile. I gripped the last 100 yuan bill in my pocket and sat down, picking out a pair of pink slippers and 2 toothbrushes. The old stall owner's eyes were drowsy as he listened to a radio blaring a shrill sound. That's 20 yuan total. The radio was playing a news broadcast. I paid and walked home with a plastic bag.
Unexpectedly passing a convenience store, less than greater than. I caught sight of various bottles of alcohol on the shelves. Less than greater than. The craving in my body immediately surged. Less than greater than. My throat went dry. Less than greater than. And my fingers clenched uncontrollably. I closed my eyes tightly, cursing inwardly. You're dirt poor. Why are you even thinking about drinking? Only then did I force myself to look away and return to the building, that gray apartment complex. But just as I reached the second floor, I stopped right in front of my door, leaning against the cold wall and panting. Cold sweat trickled down my forehead, and the alcohol addiction made my hands shake incessantly. The sound sensor light flickered out, leaving only the sound of suppressed, ragged breathing in the dark. I don't know how long passed before the addiction finally began to subside. I rubbed my face hard with my hand and inserted the key into the lock. With a click, the door opened, and immediately, the warm yellow light and the aroma of food rushed over me, like entering a different world. To my surprise, everything in the house had been refreshed. The stains on the furniture were gone, the floor and windows were scrubbed clean, even the dingy curtains had been washed, and the spice jars in the kitchen even neatly arranged in order. Ya Qingyan had finished cooking the porridge, and had bought some beef cheek meat and 3 buns. My hands were still shaking slightly, as I handed her the plastic bag. You've been behaving quite well lately. She fell silent for a few seconds, reaching out to take the very light bag and opened it with her head bowed. Inside were pink plastic slippers featuring snow-white, crude slippers, obviously from a sidewalk stall, and next to them lay 2 toothbrushes. She stared at that pink color for a long time, her long hair falling down to hide her expression. Then her fingers slowly tightened, clutching the bag handles in her palm. She whispered, "Thank you." I sat down to eat my porridge, pointing to the chair opposite me. "Sit down. Less than greater than. I have something to tell you." Less than greater than. She hesitated a moment before tiptoeing over, less than greater than, only daring a perch on the edge of the chair. Less than greater than. Right then, less than greater than. I said while slurping porridge, "I've thought it over. You have to go back to school. Don't go out waitressing anymore tomorrow. Use your time to study properly. Only with an education can you earn more money later." Ya Qingyan shuddered slightly. The words "go to school" for her felt as distant as a story from a previous life. To her surprise, I pointed at her and laughed loudly. Less than greater than. Wait until you graduate from university. Less than greater than. You'll have to bring back 1 million yuan before you're allowed to leave. Less than greater than. If you can't earn it, then as a sister. Less than greater than. I'll stick to you for the rest of my life. Less than greater than. As soon as those words left my mouth, a deadly silence fell over the room. A long time later, Qingyan finally regained her composure, fidgeting with her shirt as she whispered, "Yes, I understand." I finished 2 meat buns, left the third one on the table, put down my chopsticks, and went straight to my room. I irritably scratched my head. I knew I shouldn't have changed so quickly, but I really couldn't help myself. I've tasted hardship myself, so I know exactly how painful it feels, and her situation was much worse than mine. I could only comfort myself. But luckily, she didn't seem to suspect anything. She probably hadn't seen through this shell yet. I was still brooding over the money, yet I fell into a deep sleep the moment I hit the pillow. However, what I didn't know was that while I was fast asleep, Ya Qingyan in the next room was suffering from insomnia. She lay tossing and turning on the wooden bed, and images from over 4 months ago flashed through her mind. Less than greater than. The day she had walked home with her school bag. Less than greater than. More than 4 months ago. Less than greater than. Back then, she was still a diligent student. But the moment she pushed open the door and entered the house, hell had immediately descended. A drunken Mugi was sitting at the table, empty liquor bottles scattered across the floor, the stench of alcohol suffocating. In that moment, her heart felt like it had plummeted into an abyss. With just one look, she knew he had lost all of his money again, because his terrifying silence was a sure sign of the seething fury and irritation within. And it was just as expected, a dull, dry thud echoed. Mugi slammed the wine bottle on the ground and lunged at her with a roar. She gripped her backpack straps tightly, just about to move out of the way, but in the next second, a piercing slap rang out. A slap landed squarely on her face without warning. The force was so strong, it sent her staggering to the side. In an instant, her mouth was filled with a metallic, rusty taste of blood. Mugi pointed at her face, spewing out vile curses. "It's all because of a cursed jinx like you. Ever since you brought your pathetic self into this house, everything I do turns into a disaster." He grew more furious as he spoke, and before we could finish his sentence, a heavy punch slammed into her stomach. The excruciating pain made her pull up like a small shrimp,
feeling as if her internal organs were shattered by that blow. But Muji's insults didn't stop there. You jinxed my parents to death. Now I can't even win a single round of gambling. He became more agitated as he cursed, suddenly delivering a vicious kick to her calf, then screamed out in a frenzy. Even the money from selling the house is all gone today. It's all thanks to you. Heart-wrenching pains surged. She collapsed to the ground, her body powerless, less than greater than. Only able to curl up and inhale less than greater than. Sharp gulps of cold air to suppress the pain. Less than greater than. Yet Muji still roared, forcing her to stand up. She clung to the wall, tremblingly regaining her footing. Right at that moment, Muji suddenly asked, "Why did you bother crawling back here today?" She sobbed and replied in a tiny voice, "The school has a holiday." Unexpectedly, Muji burst into a scornful laugh, his face full of contempt. "What's the use of going to school? Can it produce any money?" He suddenly barked out, completely extinguishing her last spark of hope. "Don't go to school anymore starting tomorrow. This house is out of money. How much longer do you plan on being a parasite?" Ya Qingyan snapped her head, her eyes filled with terror and desperation. But I want to go to school, because that was her only path to escape this living hell. But her plea only met with a more violent outburst from Muji. "You want to go to school, in your dreams." He savagely squeezed her slender neck, each finger tightening ruthlessly. A sense of suffocation immediately surrounded her. Her vision began to darken. She could only desperately kick and punch against that arm as hard as steel. In her ear was the devil's whisper. "If you don't agree, I'll go to your school and cause a scene. Let's see if you can still study then." She didn't doubt it for a second. If she didn't submit, this madman would surely choke her to death. So with her last bit of strength, she blinked frantically as a sign of surrender. Only then did Muji let out a cold snort and release his grip. She immediately collapsed onto the floor like a pile of mud, gasping for every precious breath of air. Since that fateful day, she was robbed of her right to go to school, pushed into a dark abyss with no way out. Yet she never imagined in 1,000 years that the very man who pushed her into hell years ago, a few months later, would actually say to her personally, "You should go back to school." That night she returned to her room and took out an old family photo. In the photo, her foster parents were beaming. Only he stood aside with a face full of annoyance. Hot tears fell steadily onto the picture. She silently apologized to her deceased foster parents. "I promised you both would look after him, but I really can't take it anymore." At that very moment, a crazy thought took root in her heart. She had to kill this scumbag of a brother. But as dawn approached, she dreamed of a completely different version of him. In the dream, he brought her a steaming bowl of noodles with a fried egg on top of her snow-white slippers, and even gently said, "You should go to school." Until the sound of a car horn outside the window woke her. She startled and opened her eyes. Less than greater than. A question lingering in her mind. Less than greater than. Can a person really change that fast? Less than greater than. The answer came immediately. Impossible. Less than greater than. Living together for 9 years, she knew exactly what kind of person he was. Hot-tempered, arrogant, and cruel. Even a stray cat on the side of the road he could trample under his feet, then laugh gleefully at its miserable cries. How could someone like that change? So this person definitely wasn't him. The alarm rang and I stepped out of the bedroom. Seeing Ya Qingyan had already prepared breakfast, I sat down at the dining table. Seeing her standing there like an eyesore, barked, "Sit down and eat." Then I tapped on the table, starting my act. "Do you remember what I told you?" She lowered her head and whispered, "I remember. I have to study hard so I can bring back 1,000,000 yuan for you later." "Good." I nodded with satisfaction, then continued to order. "From today on, don't go to that diner to wait tables anymore. Stay home and focus on your studies." Unexpectedly, she murmured, "I still have to go out for a bit to talk to the diner owner first." I didn't realize it was a test at all and nodded, "Yeah, come back to study right after. I'll check your work tonight. If you can't do it, don't blame this fist for being merciless." Seeing her shrink back in fear, I felt immensely proud of myself, because I not only found the perfect excuse to make her go to school, but also didn't let her have a shred of doubt. I thought to myself, with this acting skill, if I entered showbiz, I'd surely bag a few major awards. After eating, I stepped out, pulled out a business card, and called the number old Sue had recommended. The person on the other end gave an address. It seemed a bit far, but without a word, I hopped on my motorcycle and sped there. When I arrived, it was the entrance of an old apartment building where a few people were busy surrounding a set of filming equipment. I parked my bike and stepped forward. Muji, recommended here by old Sue. The young man in charge immediately walked over. Su Wenxian. He was a content creator, pointed at the building, and got straight to the point. Our program this time is called Challenge the Stair Climbing God. What's today's challenge? Su Wenxian explained clearly. It was to follow a man named Brother Chang, carrying all the construction materials to the 10th floor for him. Every single bit of it. I wondered, why not use a hoist? It turned out the construction was urgent and couldn't wait for a permit, so hiring manual labor was more economical and efficient. I nodded to show I understood. Then, Su Wenxian offered an attractive payment. As long as I completed the entire route, I would receive a 1,000 yuan reward. However, the assistant Xiao Chen warned, this really isn't for ordinary people. You can quit at any time. Su Wenxian added, hey bud, we'll be live streaming later. It's not that we're looking down on you, but looking at you, this kind of hardship, not everyone can swallow it. Just glancing over the building once, I nodded decisively. I'm in urgent need of money. Let's do it. As soon as I finished, a truck pulled up. A man stepped down from the cab. His physique was as robust as an ancient Greek sculpture. That was Brother Chang. But when he saw my appearance, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He came closer, felt my biceps and shoulders, and declared bluntly, Kid, your muscles are a bit soft, less than greater than. I'm afraid you'll run out of breath after 2 or 3 trips. Less than great. He emphasized, my program has done 5 episodes. Less than great. And no one has successfully completed the challenge yet. Don't waste your effort, only to end up with nothing. I warmed up my body a little, flashing a defiant smile. I tasted all kinds of hardship. Let's start, Brother Chang. Seeing that he couldn't persuade me, Brother Chang could only hoist 2 bags of cement from the truck, getting ready to work. But I suddenly blurted out, wait. Brother Chang breathed a sigh of relief. Even Su Wenxian ran over to pat my shoulder. It's okay, you can quit whenever you want. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Who knew I would say? Who said I'm quitting? I looked around. You guys are filming and my face will be shown, right? I want to ask if there is a mask. I want to cover my face a bit. This sentence left everyone stunned. Assistant Xiao Chen rummaged in his bag and pulled out a mask for me. After putting it on, only my sharp, cold eyes and messy hair were visible. I said firmly, all right, let's begin. The next second, the cameraman turned on his phone and the live stream began. Comments immediately appeared on the screen. Wow, today's challenger looks so scrawny. I bet he'll be on his knees begging after the first trip. The comments on the live stream began to mock me crazily. If you lose, live stream doing a handstand while washing your hair. With a mask on, no one even knows who you are. Are you afraid of losing face? Ha ha. But right then, Brother Chang easily hoisted 2 bags of cement onto his shoulders, weighing about 100 kilograms. When it was my turn, I had to rely on the truck drivers to laboriously get 1 bag onto my back. After climbing only 2 floors, sweat was already drenching my shirt, and my breathing began to grow heavy. I stared intently at the steps beneath my feet, trying to keep up with Brother Chang's pace. But after finishing the first trip, I was already gasping for air. Yet on the second trip, Brother Chang continued to carry 2 bags of cement. I gritted my teeth, intending to carry more as well, but Su Wenxian immediately stopped me. The challenger only needs to carry 1 bag. When I finished the second trip and came down, my calves had started to tremble. On the third trip, sweat soaked my entire body. The wet mask clung tightly to my face, and every breath brought a heavy resistance. The fourth trip ended, and the last of the cement was finally carried up. Brother Chang looked at my miserable state, his voice softening slightly. You're quite something. You look like those bums on the street. Didn't expect you to last 4 trips. The live stream room also exploded immediately. This guy actually carried 4 trips. Who was it that said he'd collapse on the first one? Step out. I peeled off the mask, quickly drank a bottle of Agastache elixir, and sighed. What can I say? If I don't earn money, less than greater than. I won't even have a place to stay. Less than greater than. After resting for a while, less than greater than. The afternoon's hauling work began. Less than greater than. I felt like these legs no longer belonged to me. Less than greater than. They were as stiff as 2 pieces of wood, my entire skeleton groaning under the overload. For lunch, I devoured 5 bowls of rice, but my hands were shaking so much I couldn't even pick up food. In the afternoon, we had to carry foam bricks. Su Wenxian announced the rules. Each trip is 50 kilograms. However many trips Brother Chang climbs, you climb too. These things were very bulky and very difficult to grip. I gritted my teeth and followed Brother Chang for 2 more trips, but by the 3rd trip, my face was pale and my steps were faltering. As I went up, my whole body started to sway as if about to fall. Su Wenxian saw I had reached my limit. Afraid something would happen, he urged. Just forget it. Let's stop here for today. But I suddenly glared at him, my eyes flashing with an extreme stubbornness, roaring 3 words, I can do it. This chance to earn 1,000 yuan a day, I absolutely could not miss, as long as I got enough for this month's rent. Ya Qingyan and I wouldn't have to live on the streets. Su Wenxian said, consider yourself half successful. I'll give you 500. But I shook my head decisively. He was anxious. Look at you, you can't even walk straight. There's at least 3 trips left. You can't handle it. But in my mind, the image of Ya Qingyan appeared. Her pitiful look as she crouched by the door eating noodles. I gritted my teeth and screamed, I can do it. I can definitely do it. I was like a raging beast carrying the tied-up bricks, painfully crawling up each step.
My shoes were soaked with sweat, each step leaving a damp mark on the ground. My whole body was shaking violently, my gasping breath echoing through the hallway like an old bellows.
The mask was stuck to my face, less than greater than. Each inhale as painful as a form of torture. Less than greater than. I clung tightly to the railing, less than greater than. Wheezing to the cameraman, please take off the mask for me, I can't breathe anymore. The livestream room exploded instantly. The camera lens zoomed in. Let's see what this guy really looks like. He's truly risking his life. This is way beyond the script, right? The next second, the lens captured my face for the first time. A face drenched in sweat, pale and expressionless. The look on it was fierce and distorted with pain. Even Su Wenxian was terrified, watched and advised again. Buddy, if it's really not working, just stop. I'll count it as 80% completion. I suddenly turned my head, my eyes full of raw ferocity. I said, I can do it. The comments on the live stream went quiet for a second, then erupted violently. That look gave me goosebumps. What a ruthless guy to himself. I turned away, hands gripping the iron railing, the veins on the back of my hands bulging. My ears began to ring. The 50-kilogram stack of foam bricks on my shoulder now felt like a ton. Less than greater than. Nearly crushing me. Less than greater than. For a moment, less than greater than. I felt like I was back in the sweltering summer of my previous life. Less than greater than. Standing on an outdoor stage, the sun so harsh it made me dizzy, but the thunderous applause from below woke my willpower. Grit your teeth. Overcoming this will end the loneliness of the past life. Less than greater than. I can't fall before the mess left by this body's owner. Less than greater than. This 50 kilograms weight. Less than greater than. Certainly can't knock me down. I rallied my spirit. Less than greater than. Trying to climb a few more steps. Under the camera lens, I opened my mouth wide to breathe, hung out, gasping like an old wolf dying in the middle of winter. A distorted face, both furious and savage, both tragic and agonizing, guilt, regret, countless emotions intertwined. Shu Wenxian and the entire audience Had never seen on a human face. Less than greater than, such intense and complex emotions. Less than greater than, I swallowed hard. Less than greater than, roaring fiercely. I don't believe it. Less than greater than. If Brother Chang can do it, so can I. Today I must complete this challenge. As soon as I finished, my vision started to blur, and countless dancing spots of light appeared before my eyes. I could only use my arms to cling to the railing, unconsciously moving one heavy step at a time. Suddenly, less than greater than, I felt the bricks on my shoulder lighten, less than greater than, and turned my head to look. Less than greater than. It turned out Xiao Chen was secretly helping me support it, and the cameraman A. Jia understood and moved the lens elsewhere. I don't know how much time passed, but just as I thought I couldn't lift my leg anymore, the last stack of bricks reached the 10th floor. A large, powerful hand immediately supported me. Shu Wenxian gave me an energy drink and gave a thumbs up. Buddy, you're amazing. You're the first one in. I programmed to complete this challenge. That sound seemed to echo from a distant place. I bent over, asking in a raspy voice, is it over? Brother Chang and Xiao Chen both smiled and nodded. It's over. You succeeded. I suddenly looked up at the sky and laughed out loud. I told you, I could definitely do it. Right on the live stream room, comments appeared again. Holy cow. Buddy, you don't look good at all. Can someone really find this look attractive? He's also just a human after all. He's wearing a mask of pain. Xiao Chen brought the microphone to my mouth. An audience member on the stream wants to ask you, why did you risk your life like that? I slowly straightened my back, flashing a weak smile. I don't really know, maybe because there's a little kitten at home I need to feed. Xiao Chen was stunned. A little kitten? What's that kitten like? In my mind, Ya Qingyan's face appeared, and I replied softly, a very pitiful kitten, very skinny, but also very cute. As soon as I finished, Shu Wenxian transferred 1,500 yuan to me via WeChat. I quickly said, buddy, you transferred too much. Shu Wenxian shook his head. It's not too much. 1,000 yuan is the reward, and the other 500 yuan is support from the friends on the livestream for you. They gave it as an extra. At this moment, I stood before the lens and bowed deep. Although it was just a simple bow, it made my whole body tremble, and it took a lot of effort to do. The livestream ended, and Brother Chang walked over, handing me a bottle of medicinal oil. Use this to massage tonight, otherwise you won't be able to crawl out of bed tomorrow. I spoke sincerely. I know you had to wait for me for a long time this afternoon. I bothered you and made you stay late. Right then, Shu Wenxian told Xiao Chen to take my motorcycle, to take me home. It's dangerous for you to drive yourself in this state. I didn't insist anymore as my limbs really were falling apart and my head was dizzy. The cameraman, AG, joked, Mugu, bows and apologizes, quite different from your usual image. I only gave a bitter smile. In my heart, after paying the rent, I definitely have to go get a haircut. I plan to get a haircut after paying the rent and then buy a set of new clothes. Oh right, I also have to buy for Ya Qingyan a few decent sets of clothes. I couldn't help but sigh. I really need to earn money quickly. Otherwise, I won't even have money for gasoline for the motorcycle to deliver goods to fill up the motorcycle. Returning to the stairs, I refused Zhao Chen's kindness of wanting to take me up to my room. I'm a very vigilant person, not wanting anyone to know where I actually live. But just as Zhao Chen was about to turn away, a very heated argument suddenly broke out on the second floor. I was startled with alarm. That sound was clearly Ya Qingyan's. Her voice was too unique. I recognized it immediately. The next second, from my exhausted body, I squeezed out the last bit of strength and staggered straight upstairs. As soon as I reached the second floor, I saw the landlord in a tank top with hands on hips, aggressively scolding the frail Ya Qingyan. I rent out rooms to make money, not for charity. If you don't have money, get your ass out of here early. Don't get in the way of my business. The landlord's thick finger was almost poking Ya Qingyan's forehead. His mouth spewed out extremely vulgar and filthy words. Ya Qingyan could only clutch her shirt tightly, less than greater than. Her whole body shaking with fear, less than greater than. Not daring to say a single word back, less than greater than. My head thundered with a loud bang, less than greater than, and hot blood immediately rushed to my brain, less than greater than. I lunged forward, grabbed Ya Qingyan's wrist, pulled her behind my back decisively, then roared at the landlord. Watch your mouth and speak cleanly. You old geezer. The landlord was stunned. Who are you calling an old geezer? I gave a cold sneer. Are you deaf or is there something wrong with your brain? I insulted you to your face and you still don't get it. Xiao Chen, who followed behind, couldn't help but burst out laughing. The landlord felt he had lost face and was about to explode, but suddenly met my eyes. It was a gaze that was fierce and bone-chilling, like a silent stray dog that rarely barks on the street, making him shiver with a cold chill. He had thought I was just someone who bullied family but was cowardly outside, which is why he dared to come to the door to bully my sister. But my appearance now made him feel a bit afraid. His intimidating aura immediately dropped by 30%, but his mouth was still stubborn. Fie, Muji, you little brat. I'll wait 2 more days. If I don't see the money, then you can go sleep on the street together. No need to wait. I interrupted him and took out my phone, immediately transferring 1,200 yuan, not a single cent short for the rent. Then I took a step forward, using a threatening tone to warn him. From now on, I will pay the rent on time, but if you ever dare to take advantage of when I'm not home to come over here and bully my sister, then don't blame me if these fists are merciless. The landlord received the money, and only then did he mutter some curses and leave. Ya Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief and softly asked me, Appa, where did this money come from? I pointed towards Xiao Chen. I borrowed it from a friend. Ya Qingyan hurriedly said to Xiao Chen, Thank you so much. Xiao Chen gave me a meaningful smile, then whispered, Muji. It seems your little kitten has grown up quite a bit. I gave a forced, awkward laugh. Ya Qingyan mustered up her courage and spoke. Maybe, would you like to stay and have dinner with us? Xiao Chen hurriedly waved his hand. No, I can't. I have to go back to work overtime. Muga, get some good rest. Because I was so exhausted, I didn't even notice that today. Ya Qingyan was talking much more than usual. I lazily waved goodbye to Xiao Chen and turned to tell her, it's done. Let's go inside and eat. Ya Qingyan nodded, but a feeling she had never felt before surged within her heart. I dragged my worn-out body and plopped down at the table, feeling as though every bone in my body had been disassembled and put back together. Actually, I usually like eating noodles in the evening, but ironically, the original owner of this body only likes sipping porridge, so only a single bowl of plain white porridge was on the table. I just wanted to eat quickly and be done with it, but the moment I picked up the bowl, my arms were trembling like leaves in the wind, to the point I couldn't even hold the bowl steady. The next second, the bowl slipped with a loud clang, hot porridge splashing all over the table. I thought Ya Qingyan would be frightened, but unexpectedly, she stood up immediately. Let me get you another bowl, Oppa. It'll wipe the table in a bit. I was suddenly stunned, because her voice no longer held that cowering, cautious tone from before, but was instead a bit more natural. I nodded, watching her walk quickly into the kitchen. But the moment she turned away, I couldn't hold on any longer. My eyelids felt like lead, my head tilted back, and I simply collapsed on the chair and fell fast asleep. I didn't even have time to see Ya Qingyan returning with a fresh bowl of porridge, seeing someone with a deathly pale face, hair matted with sweat, even his shirt encrusted with a layer of dried salt. She just stood there silently holding the bowl of porridge. Then, looking at my sleeping face, a smile suddenly appeared on her lips that no one could truly fathom. It seemed she was curious about what kind of person I used to be and how I ended up here. By the time I woke up, I found myself lying on the bed in the bedroom. The corner of a blanket was neatly tucked over my navel. If they say only one leaf remained in the world, then that leaf would surely be found on the navel of a person from Susha. But I was a little puzzled.
I clearly fell asleep on the chair yesterday, so how did I get to bed? There were only Ya Qingyan and I in the house. If I didn't crawl up here myself, did Ya Qingyan support me and bring me in? I scratched my head, thinking to myself, could that girl really be that kind? Suddenly it hit me. She must be afraid I'll hit her when I wake up.
So she's trying to get on my good side like this. I turned over to get out of bed, and my entire body ached as if I'd been run over by a tractor. The bottle of medicinal wine Brother Chang gave me was still in my pocket, but I was in too much pain to even apply it. So I slowly dragged myself out of the room, only to find the living room dead silent. White porridge and steamed buns were already set on the dining table, but Ya Qingyan was nowhere to be found. Did she run into the landlady again? My heart tightened. After all, she's not very good with words. If she gets bullied, what will happen? I shouted as loud as I could. Ya Qingyan, are you home? No one answered in the house. Looking down, only the snow-white slippers were left at the entrance, while her cloth shoes were gone. This girl actually dared to sneak out behind my back. Just as I was about to sit down at the table, there was a sound outside the door. Ya Qingyan walked in carrying a plastic bag. I immediately darkened my expression, pretending to be fierce as I glared at her. Where did you go? She was so scared she trembled, lowering her head and whispering. I went to buy groceries. Then, as if gathering all her courage, she added softly, Appa, you were tired yesterday, so don't go out today. I'll cook a stir-fry for you at noon. I stood frozen in place. How could her tone carry such an indescribable gentleness? Is she provoking me? I immediately widened my eyes, trying to hide the strange feeling in my heart. Do you dare to lecture me now? Ya Qingyan shrank back into the plastic bag, looking frail and innocent. No, I didn't. I gave a cold laugh, my tone becoming even more arrogant. I see you haven't been beaten for a few days, so your guts have grown bigger. But after observing her for a while, I saw that besides being afraid, there was nothing unusual about her. It seems I was just being paranoid. I cleared my throat, my gaze sharp. Do you remember my requirement? Ya Qingyan nodded obediently. Yes, I must study hard. I raised my fist with satisfaction. Since I'm home, I'll personally check your studies later. If you haven't memorized it, do you see this fist as big as a sandbag? She was so frightened that she clutched the hem of her shirt like a terrified quail. I didn't bother with her anymore and went back to finish the breakfast on the table. My whole body ached so much I couldn't lift the bowl, so I had to place the bowl on the table, bending down to slurp it up like a puppy. Wherever I couldn't reach, I'd stick my tongue out to lick it, until I realized Ya Qingyan was still standing there watching me. Immediately flared up. Aren't you going to scurry into your room to study? Are you waiting for an invitation? She hurriedly said yes, tucking her neck and running off to the bedroom. I saw Ya Qingyan's shoulders shaking as she closed the door, and a hint of regret suddenly rose in my heart. Did I speak too harshly just now, making that poor girl cry? Little did I know that behind the door she wasn't crying at all, but was instead almost bursting into laughter, because the way I was sprawled on the table licking the bowl, like a little golden retriever just now, was truly beyond hilarious. She stared into the mirror, her face gradually brightening, noticing that even her previous wounds had already begun to scab over. It seemed that life really was about to get better. At the same time, I was hiding in the bathroom, grimacing from the heat of that powerful medicinal wine. This burning sensation truly felt like it was going to kill me, but as the medicine soaked into my skin, the soreness throughout my body finally began to fade. I changed my clothes and sprawled out on the sofa, waving my hand and shouting, Have you memorized it? Bring it here for me to check. Ya Qingyan obediently walked out with her book, her voice as clear as morning dew on bamboo leaves. But as she read the line about drifting together like duckweed, being a guest in a foreign land, my heart suddenly tightened. That feeling of helpless loneliness within this transmigrated timeline really pierced right through my heart. I secretly cursed the former owner of this body. He really was a piece of trash. With such a pleasant voice, he used to force her to use it only for crying. If I could hear it every day instead, just listening to her read would be a treat. Just then, she suddenly looked up and stared at me, her gaze full of scrutiny. Appa, what does the word who mean? I gave a cold snort. Who means a swan goose? Who is just a lonely wild swan? You don't even know that. Haven't you even learned simple idioms yet? I didn't even realize it, but Ya Qingyan's eyes suddenly lit up with astonishment. I should have known that former trashy thug could barely recognize a few words, let alone answer so fluently. In that moment, I had exposed a fatal flaw, but I still acted as if nothing had happened, urging her to continue reading. Soon after, the lesson ended, and the silence was so deep that even the cicadas seemed to stop buzzing. I looked at her frail, petite figure, secretly calculating something in my mind. While she looked at me, an astonishing theory had already begun to form in her head. I cleared my throat, suppressing my awkwardness as I turned away, muttering dryly, You memorized it well. Beneath her long, cascading hair, barely perceptible smile appeared on her lips. My heart suddenly stirred, feeling that I should give her some kind of reward. You only bought vegetables this morning, less than greater than. You did well today, less than greater than. So it will make a delicious dish for you at lunch. Less than greater than. I raised an eyebrow and asked tentatively, how about braised pork? Ya Qingyin's eyes sparkled, her voice carrying just the right amount of hesitation. But, we're out of money. I didn't tell you to pay for it. I waved my hand, suppressing the body-wide ache as I slowly stood up to go out. Suddenly, she called out, Oppa, wait. I turned my head back and she whispered, I'm so tired from studying. Can I go with you? My heart skipped a beat. The refusal rose to my throat, but I swallowed it back down, unable to voice it. All right. Facing those pitiful eyes, I finally couldn't bear to say no. Let's go. I muttered 2 dry words. Inside, she was overjoyed, thinking, hee, I've got your number now. As long as I act pitiful, Oppa can never refuse me. The moment she stepped out of the door, she still felt like it was all a dream. She could actually go out with him openly and even go grocery shopping together. Those miserable days from before were finally over. Her devilish brother had been replaced by a soul from the future. Her future was gradually becoming brighter. But a second later, intense self-doubt overwhelmed her. She was just a lonely wild swan that no one wanted. Did she really deserve this sudden kindness? She lost herself in these wandering thoughts, silently bowing her head and following behind me, heading toward the bustling market. The market was noisy and lively, chaotic and crowded. She was all too familiar with this place. Every day she had to count every penny just to save whatever she could. But just then a fashionable girl spoke in a coquettish voice to the guy beside her. Oppa, I feel like eating fish. Can we buy this one? The guy smiled dotingly. Of course. Let's get this grass carp then. Ya Qingyan's eyes suddenly dimmed as she lowered her head and walked on. The two reached the pork stall, and the greasy, fat owner recognized her immediately. Oh hey, it's been a long time since I've seen you buying meat, little girl. Ya Qingyan gave an awkward smile, and the owner's eyes shifted to me, full of suspicion. Have you found yourself a boyfriend? This girl used to come all alone. He already knew very well that she had a deadbeat gambler for a brother. Seeing someone with her now, the owner guessed she must have found some tough guy to deal with her brother. He felt a bit regretful. She's such a good girl. Why would she choose someone like this as a boyfriend? Ya Qingyan's face turned bright red as she hurriedly waved her hands. No, that's not it at all. The fat owner didn't listen, giving his hand, nothing to be shy about. That scumbag brother of yours. It's about time someone taught him a lesson. This guy might look a bit strange, but he stands straight, doesn't look like the dishonest type. He's built well too, perfect for dealing with your brother. The veins on my forehead throbbed. I couldn't hold back anymore. Pointed at a piece of pork belly, telling the owner expressionlessly, give me this piece. The fat owner chuckled as he cut the meat, his mouth never stopping. All right, I'll cut a little extra for you. That girl's brother is a nasty one, you should eat more, so you don't lose when you fight him. I finally exploded, coldly interrupting. I am her brother, the very scumbag you were just talking about. The fat owner's hand holding the knife didn't even tremble for a second. He rolled his eyes and instantly changed his attitude, smiling even more brightly. See, what did I tell you? Seeing is believing. The fat owner's face flipped faster than a pancake as he grinned. I knew right away this young man looked promising. Hearing these words, my face felt hot with embarrassment. While Ya Qingyan stood by my side, her shoulders starting to tremble slightly. She was actually trying to suppress her laughter. I didn't bother with the owner's sudden shift. I had only planned to buy pork belly at first. But looking at the fresh food on the stall, and then glancing skinny as a leaf Ya Qingyan beside me, I immediately went into a shopping frenzy. There wasn't much left after paying the rent anyway, so I might as well have a good meal. If the money runs out, I'll just find more tomorrow. Just like that, more and more bags piled into my hands. Less than greater than. Almost enough to strain my arms. Less than greater than. On the way back, less than greater than. Ya Qingyan's soft voice rang out, less than greater than. Let me help you carry those, Oppa. Less than greater than. I suppressed my aches. Less than greater than. Giving her a glare. Who are you looking down on? Less than greater than. I don't need your help. She was about to insist when I suddenly pulled her back sharply. She stumbled, not yet understanding what was happening, only to find me shielding her with my arm. A second later, a delivery guy on an e-bike whizzed by right next to us without even bothering to look back. My hands still trembling, I let her go, hurriedly checking. Are you hurt? Ya Qingyan was stunned, and in her eyes as she looked at me, a surge of indescribable warmth suddenly arose. I snorted coldly, watching the bike disappear in the distance, cursing loudly. It's lucky he ran off so fast, less than greater than. Otherwise, I definitely would have taught him a lesson. Less than greater than. She even spoke up to defend him. Less than greater than. Saying he must have been in a hurry. Less than greater than. I was furious, the road was so wide. Less than greater than.
Yet he chose to dive right in like that. It was clearly deliberate negligence. Ya Qingyan lowered her head and stayed silent. Waves of emotion were crashing in her heart. That strange feeling of warmth mixed with a bit of heartache was quietly spreading through her entire heart. I actually got angry on her behalf, and I even went all out to protect her. This was a far cry from the scumbag she knew before. If it were in the past, she would only have been scolded or even beaten. She quietly followed behind me, stepping lightly on my shadow. In that moment, the shadows of the two seemed to be tightly entwined. Near the stairs, I really couldn't take it anymore. Unable to hold back a couple of small coughs, I handed her the lightest bag. Go up and wash the vegetables first. I need to make a phone call. It wasn't until the door slammed shut that I finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Immediately after, I let my true state show, my legs spread out, walking sideways, like a large crab crawling slowly, shuffling up the stairs step by step. I had no choice. My legs, smeared with medicinal wine, were in agonizing pain, less than greater than, especially when I had to lift them. Less than greater than. I thought no one was around. Less than greater than. So I crawled sideways and shuffled back, looking beyond ridiculous. But I had no idea Ya Qingyan was hiding behind the door crack, witnessing the entire spectacle. I pushed the door open and walked in, finding the door slightly ajar, thinking to myself, is she really that thoughtful? Fearing it'd be hard for me to open the door with all these bags, so she left it open. If all these bags, less than greater than, so she left it open for me. Less than greater than. I nodded slightly. Less than greater than, thinking she actually knew how to care for someone. Less than greater than. Upon entering the kitchen, I snatched the vegetables from her hand, pushing her out. With your poor skills, go somewhere else and read your books. When I started, I gave it my all, applying all my skills from back in the day. Sweet and sour ribs, crispy fried pork, steamed fish, garlic shrimp. My movements were swift and precise. My knife skills in pan tossing were so skillful, they looked like something out of a movie. Ya Qingyan stood nearby, looking on in utter amazement. With such a huge contrast, didn't I realize I was exposing my flaws? However, I remained completely unaware, feeling smug as I thought, I'm only using 60% of my power. This is more than enough to fool her. Ya Qingyan's cooking skills were truly terrible. The food she prepared could even rival the old lady from the orphanage years ago. That old lady was very kind indeed, but she was a real nutrition fanatic, never using a single grain of salt when cooking, always saying it was to prevent high blood pressure. And in the orphanage, the oldest kid was only 16. It really was way too early for health regimens. It was for that very reason that in my past life, I devoted myself to studying cooking. Right now, while busy in the kitchen, I was also racking my brain to hide my slip-ups. I just picked up a few tricks recently. Cooking this bunch of stuff took no small amount of effort. I slammed the table, deliberately acting like a menacing demon. Even if it's not good, you have to eat it all. Less than greater than. Otherwise, you're showing me no respect. Less than greater than. I habitually raise my fist. Less than greater than. You know what the consequences of disrespecting me are, right? Less than greater than. Ya Qingyan shrank back in fear. Less than greater than. Bowing her head and murmuring her obedience. In my heart, I was smug, thinking my acting skills were perfect. But little did I know she was glancing at the tuft of hair sticking up on my head, secretly laughing at my naive acting, wondering how much longer I could keep it up. If Oppa wants to put on a play, then I'll just have to play along with him. Ever since her foster parents passed away, this was the first time she'd eaten so many meat dishes. The sweet and sour ribs were so tender they fell off the bone. The crispy fried pork had the perfect balance of sweet and sour, and the steamed fish was incomparably fresh. Watching her gobble it down like a whirlwind, to the point her small belly became slightly rounded, I was actually secretly adjusting the amount of food. Seeing her eating so happily, I actively slowed my own eating. By the time the dishes on the table were licked clean, Ya Qingyan contentedly ran off to wash the dishes. I sprawled out on the sofa, my mind already drifting toward the future. Ya Qingyan was about to enter the 11th grade, and the tuition for one semester was over 3,000 yuan. This amount for me right now was truly a massive burden. This body had only graduated from middle school, and in a city full of talent like Donghai, finding a stable job was harder than climbing to heaven. Working as a delivery driver was too competitive, and manual labor wouldn't last forever. I weighed my options carefully and decided to try my luck at the food street tomorrow. With my solid cooking skills, even if I had to start as a kitchen assistant, there would surely be an opportunity to change my life. With a plan in mind, only then did I feel exhaustion wash over me as I lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The summer cicada buzzed incessantly, while in the next room, Ya Qingyan, having eaten so much, also felt drowsiness immediately take hold. While dreaming, she felt as if she'd returned to when she was 8, the most carefree time of her life. Mother sat at the head of the bed, her eyes curved in a smile less than greater than, her kind smile like a refreshing clear stream. Less than greater than. Mom, is a name just a symbol? Less than greater than. Gu Qingying smiled and stroked her head. less than greater than, her voice gentle. Less than greater than. But Ya Qingyin didn't know then, less than greater than, that the meaning hidden behind each name
Was far weightier than just a simple symbol. It turns out a name isn't just a title, but also carries all the expectations and lifelong blessings of one's parents. Ya Qingyin lay curled on the bed in the rented house, calling the words her mother once tenderly told her. Learn to use your ears, to listen to all the beautiful things in the world. Now rubbing her small, full belly, she thought that perhaps this was the happiness her mother spoke of. Yet tears still flowed, soaking her pillow. I slept straight through, losing track of everything, and when I woke up, it was already 4 p.m. To my surprise, the house was empty, without a soul in sight. My heart skipped a beat. Could this girl have disobeyed again and run off to collect scrap metal? I anxiously shouted, Ya Qingyin, are you home? A moment later, the bathroom door opened. She timidly stepped out, clutching a math textbook. Her face was etched with a deep, paralyzing fear. Seeing that she wasn't rummaging through the trash, the crushing weight upon my heart finally lifted. With a stern expression, I told her she must focus on her studies. Early the next morning, driven by the need for that 3,000 yuan tuition, I hopped on my motorcycle and headed straight for the food street, a place teeming with all walks of life. At the most famous snail noodle shop around here, people were forming an endless line in front of the door, their business so prosperous it would make anyone envious. I went from one eatery to another asking for work, but I was met with nothing but cold rejections. They simply weren't short on staff. Just as I was beginning to lose hope, I stumbled upon a small shop that was in utter chaos. Inside, the customers were shouting and demanding their food. The proprietress, dressed in a graceful green silk dress, was drenched in sweat, running around trying to appease the guests, looking as though she was at her breaking point. My eyes flickered with resolve and I strode right inside. Nuna, are you hiring a chef or a kitchen assistant? The lady, overwhelmed with work, glanced back to size me up. Do you have experience? I don't harbor useless idlers here. I puffed out my chest, answering confidently. I've been a chef for 3 years. I guarantee I can start immediately. In truth, I knew exactly what I was doing. The skills I honed during my work-study days in my previous life were my ultimate trump card to rewrite my destiny now. Whether I could land this job or not depended entirely on the performance I was about to give. When I said I've been a chef for 3 years, less than greater than, it wasn't actually a lie. Less than greater than. The anxiety in the lady's eyes suddenly vanished, replaced by hope. Less than greater than. Swaying her hips, she led me straight to the back kitchen. Who would have thought that the moment I stepped in, the fat chef Lao Wu would greet me with a sneer. This kid looks exactly like a common thug. Boss, you're not just messing around, are you? I didn't waste any words, speaking only in the language of the trade. Master Wu, this braised fish is taking too long. How about I show you my fish-fragrant shredded pork instead? Lao Wu's hands hesitated for a beat, feeling a surge of secret astonishment. Though fish-fragrant pork is a common dish, it's the ultimate test of one's ability to balance the 5 flavors. It turned out this kid was actually a pro. Right after that, Lao Wu pointed to an old iron wok that had been cast aside for a month. Without flinching, I lifted the wok and placed it over a high flame. Instantly, the fire flared up violently, heating the wok until red to burn off the residue. Seasoning, stir-frying, deglazing, every single movement was as smooth as flowing water and drifting clouds. Not a single motion was wasted. Lao Wu stared in absolute disbelief. He immediately declared, "Boss, this is the one." The boss felt a wave of relief wash over her, beaming with a wide smile. "Work hard. I'll make sure your salary is more than fair." Then, in that kitchen sweltering like a hellish furnace, I poured my soul into working for 3 straight hours. By 2 p.m., I finally collapsed onto the steps outside the door. My clothes were so soaked I could have wrung them out. Lao Wu casually offered me a cigarette, but I waved it away instantly. I refused him seriously. I have a kitten at home. She has the most beautiful voice, and I'm afraid the smoke might ruin it. Lao Wu looked at me with a face full of shock, probably thinking I had a screw loose. He took a long drag of his cigarette, laughing as he teased, "A guy like you, willing to be a slave to a cat." I could only scratch my head and give a gentle smile. My heart was filled with longing. She is the girl with a voice more serene than anything in this world, my precious little sister. I had just showcased my incredible culinary skills in the kitchen. Unexpectedly, Lao Wu took 2 deep puffs of his cigarette and with a darkened expression, advised me to leave quickly. He said bluntly that this place wasn't right for me. I refused with a half-joking tone. After all, my pockets were empty. I didn't even have the money to take the chef's certification exam. Seeing my unwavering resolve, Lao Wu started to say something but held back. In the end, he could only let out a long, meaningful sigh. Shortly after, I went to the boss who was doing calculations at the front desk, deliberately avoiding eye contact with the obvious scar on her chest to ask about my compensation. I couldn't believe that in a city like Donghai, even as the head chef, my monthly salary would only be a mere 5,000 yuan.
But just to make ends meet, not only did I not complain about the low pay, I actually offered a sincere apology. Just then, the girl at the front desk, Song Ting, handed me a bottle of Coke with a smile to congratulate me, and even took the initiative to ask for my WeChat. The boss face darkened instantly as she stood shouting at us to get back to work immediately. Song Ting shrunk back in fear, playfully sticking out her tongue. In that moment, I made a silent vow to save up money as quickly as possible, to buy my little girl a mobile phone, so that if she ever feels wronged or in trouble, she won't be unable to make a single call for help. It wasn't until 11:30 p.m. that I made my way home through the dark night. Opening the door, I found Ya Qingyan curled up and fast asleep on the sofa. Hearing the noise, she jerked awake,
her eyes filled with an undeniable, haunting fear. Just with my footsteps, she asked tremblingly, "Oppa, did you go gambling again?" I gave a small smirk, answering bluntly, "I went to do some honest work." Ya Qingyan froze in place, the panic in her eyes instantly replaced by pure astonishment. Then, I handed her the bottle of Coke I hadn't the heart to drink, placing it in her hands while pretending to complain it was too sweet. Ya Qingyan received it gingerly, watching my back as I walked into my room. A quiet smile finally bloomed on her lips, accompanied by the soft hiss of the bubbles. That long-lost sweetness began to seep, drop by drop, into the depths of her heart. In my previous life, every time I came home, I was too exhausted to even speak. But now, even though my body was aching all over, my soul felt a sense of fulfillment I had never known. The night breeze blew through the window, gently ruffling her long hair. When I came out with clean clothes, Ya Qingyan had already returned to her room and closed the door. I stood before Ya Qingyan's door, overwhelmed by a truly strange sensation. In my past life, coming home meant being utterly drained, unable to take another step, unable to utter another word. Yet now, though I am exhausted, I feel so incredibly whole, and my body is surging with newfound motivation. I leaned silently against the wall, pondered for a moment, then shook my head and headed to the bathroom. Because of the person she always had to be on guard against, Ya Qingyan's sleep was never peaceful. It was always very late before she could drift off. She heard me in the next room, settling in for the night. I flopped onto the hard wooden bed with a loud thud. Ouch! I let out a soft cry from the other room. Ya Qingyan gave a small smile, thinking that the bed I used to sleep on couldn't have been this hard. At least it would have had a mattress. The soundproofing in this room was terrible. Soft snoring soon drifted in from next door. Ya Qingyan turned over, clutching her blanket tight, whispering, "Mom, please come visit me in my dreams. It's been so long since you last came to see me." The next day's sunlight spilled brightly across the breakfast table. I watched Ya Qingyan diligently studying vocabulary, her slender silhouette bathed in golden rays, so beautiful it made my heart ache. Before leaving, I purposely spoke louder, telling her over and over to eat on time, and absolutely not to wander off anywhere. Ya Qingyan nodded obediently on the surface, yet as soon as I revved the engine and disappeared into the crowd, she hid behind the curtain, silently watching me, softly praying for my safe return. After that, I braved the scorching early sun to arrive at the restaurant early. Lao Wu stared intently at my shoes. They were easy targets for hot oil splatters. He frowned, advising me to quickly change my appearance to look more professional. I could only give a self-deprecating laugh, confessing that my pockets were cleaner than my face right now. Where would I get the extra cash for equipment? But unexpectedly, after Lao Wu was silent for a moment, he made a suggestion that went against all professional rules. He told me to work for just 3 days and then go straight to the boss to demand my pay. I stood there completely bewildered because in this city of Donghai, wages are never paid outside of a monthly schedule. Lao Wu looked me in the eye and warned, "Just do as I say, less than greater than. I definitely won't steer you wrong. Less than greater than. But when you ask for the money, don't you dare mention me. Less than greater than." Though filled with doubt, I nodded in agreement. Less than greater than. Secretly, I calculated, less than greater than. That once I got my pay, I must less than greater than buy this old man a few packs of high-quality cigarettes. In response, Lao Wu only gave a profound smile, a smile that radiated a strangeness I couldn't quite grasp. Just then, the seductive boss, Cheese Yume, leisurely walked into the shop. A thin, pink silk dress clung tightly to her figure, highlighting her incredibly fiery curves. Even Lao Wu's gaze couldn't help but steal a glance over there. I lowered my voice, teasing, "Master Wu, I didn't know you liked this type." Lao Wu's face turned red as he feigned anger, scolding, "You youngsters don't know the charm of a mature woman. What the hell do you know, you brat?" But much to my surprise, Cheese Yume walked straight toward me. She watched the incredible rhythm of the knife in my hand, probing, "Have you had professional culinary training?" In my mind, there instantly appeared the image of my talented but ill-fated mentor from my past life. My hands didn't stop moving for a second. I've studied under a master. Chizuyume's eyes lit up, and she immediately requests some high-end dishes that could be sold at a premium. After thinking for a moment, I blurted out a name: tofu skin beef rolls with shrimp balls. Chizuyume was stunned when she heard the dish's name. When I quoted a price of 100 yuan per serving, her eyes widened in shock. Our most expensive dish is only 80 yuan. You're not joking, are you? I didn't back down, but instead calmly analyzed that the market price in hotels is at least 200 yuan, less than. Even clearly calculating that the cost ratio is only about 35%, less than. Lao Wu stood nearby with a grim face, less than, constantly using the increased workload as an excuse to pour cold water on the idea. Chizuyume looked at my confident face, hesitating. Little Mu, can you actually do this? My lips curled. A man can never say he can't. Just leave it to me. So the boss made the call, giving me a one-day trial. She even promised that if the results were good, there would be a bonus this month. In that moment, I noticed that when Lao Wu heard the word bonus, his brow furrowed in a sudden, unpleasant way. Next, the lunch rush became unimaginably crowded. Not only was the shop packed instantly, but a line longer than ever before formed outside. I thought today's revenue was a sure thing, because Chizuyume's thin pink dress was so seductive that customers just wanted to steal a few more glances at that deep cleavage and frantically ordered my signature tofu skin rolls. However, a major crisis suddenly erupted at that very moment. Lao Wu, for some unknown reason, began to slack off, working listlessly. Ignoring the long queue outside, he remained leisurely and slow, and then the server caused another massive problem. They brought out the plain white rice before any of the dishes. In the restaurant business, serving plain rice alone is a blatant insult, equivalent to kicking them out. Sure enough, a burly, aggressive man immediately flipped the table, and his shouting instantly echoed through the entire shop. Lao Wu intended to grab a kitchen knife and act tough, but as soon as he saw the murderous look in the other's eyes, less than greater than, he cowardly shrunk back and slipped into the back kitchen. Less than greater than. At the critical moment, it still fell on me. Less than greater than. I decisively abandoned the complex signature dish using both woks simultaneously, turning the heat up to the maximum. My skillful tossing of the woks, almost like a dance, left Chizuyume staring in awe. This technique was truly like a god of cookery descending. Unexpectedly, just as the dish was served, a blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out from outside. That dark-faced man named King actually dared, right in the middle of the crowd, to smack Chizuyume's bottom. He gave a cold laugh and forced my boss into a chair, commanding her to drink with him. His lackeys nearby even kicked over chairs, their eyes filled with malice, standing ready to trash the shop if they weren't obeyed. The customers nearby wanted to step in to help, but were held back by their friends. Don't touch them, those are Sun Hao's men. Sun Hao, the one who took advantage of the Bai family's downfall, to aggressively seize territories, a real ruthless thug. In an instant, the entire restaurant fell into a silence so profound, you could hear a pin drop. No one dared to step up and invite disaster. Seeing Chizuyume push into a corner, set down the wok, intending to rush out. Master Wu grabbed me firmly, hissing in a low voice. Don't go throw your life away. Do you even know who's out there? I coldly shook off his hand. The boss hired me. Song Ting treated me to a Coke. I have to act. As for who was outside, I couldn't care less. I strode out with my head held high, casually carrying a beer bottle. Chingy's lackey squinted at me, looking at my worn-out, tattered clothes with a face full of contempt. Where did this wet behind the ears brat come from? My expression remained blank as my right hand suddenly stiffened like a blade, and I delivered a powerful chop to the bottle cap. With a sharp crack, the cap went flying. This move instantly commanded the room, and even Chingy had to take a second look. Yet I didn't stop there, thrusting the entire bottle into my mouth. With a sudden burst of power from my wrist, a violent whirlpool of beer instantly surged inside the bottle. I dared to perform a tornado chug right in front of them. In just a few seconds, not a single drop remained in the bottle. Next, I grabbed a second bottle, my entire body radiating a murderous aura that chilled the bone. Chingy's eyes shifted slightly as he stared intently at the calluses on my hands. This old fox heart suddenly skipped a beat, less than greater than. Convinced that I wasn't just some street brawler, less than greater than, but a desperate man with nothing to lose. He took a sip of his drink, tacitly acknowledging my display of defiance. Nevertheless, I stood tall with my back straight, my gaze eerily calm. The aura emanating from my very core made these seasoned gangsters, who had spent years in the underworld, feel a shiver run down their spines. It took me 10 seconds to finish the third bottle, and just as I was about to reach for a fourth, a lackey stopped me. That's enough, kid. There's no future in being a chef. Why not come work for our boss Hao instead? Shut up, Chinga barked a command, frightening the lackey so much he immediately shrunk back. I was secretly surprised as well.
Could the boss Hao he mentioned be the same Sun Hao who once wanted me to be his debt collector? Before I could process it, Qingge actually paid the full bill and swaggered out with his men.
The crisis was finally over. In the days that followed, business boomed incredibly. Not only did Lao Wu work his heart out, but the dishes I made with my own hand were in such high demand, customers were fighting over them. Revenue instantly doubled. Unfortunately, due to the non-stop work, the 40-degree heat caused Lao Wu to suffer from heat stroke. I could only grit my teeth and carry the burden, doing the work of 2 people, all by myself. For 10 hours, I was so busy my feet barely touched the ground and my shirt was soon drenched in sweat. I didn't even have time for a bathroom break. Somehow, I held on until 10 p.m. when Lao Wu told me to go quickly to Cheese Yume to settle my wages for the past 3 days. At this time, Cheese Yume was leaning over the counter doing calculations, her dress highlighting her seductive curves. I stepped forward, trying to speak politely. Sismay, could you give me an advance on my wages for the last 3 days? Instead, Cheese Yume turned around, with a strange smile playing on her face. Wages? What wages? I stood there frozen, still thinking she was just joking. I emphasized that I had worked for 3 full days, only for her to let out a mock laugh, her gaze suddenly becoming cold and distant. I never signed any contract with you. You were the one who insisted on helping out in the kitchen, so why on earth should I pay you? A cold chill shot from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. At that moment, it finally dawned on me that this seemingly flirtatious woman intended to swindle me out of my hard-earned labor. I had worked myself to the bone for 3 straight days, only for the boss to go back on her word the second it was time to pay. Where's the contract? Where's the proof? Without papers, why should I give you a single cent? Yume laughed so hard her entire body shook, less than greater than. Even having the audacity to tell me less than greater than. That the last 3 days were actually her giving me lessons. I immediately understood what was going on. No wonder Lao Wu had been avoiding my gaze earlier. It turned out this woman had intended from the very beginning to exploit my labor for absolutely nothing. Thinking of the 3 bottles of beer I chugged to save her, and the revenue that skyrocketed over the past 2 days, the fire of rage in my chest could no longer be suppressed. I pointed straight at her nose and started scolding her. Yume's fake face instantly contorted with anger. Then the cousin working as a server, wanting to suck up to her, threw down his rag and lunged to slap me. I could have easily avoided that slap, but I deliberately took the hit. You're the one who struck first, and I'm just acting in self-defense. I smirked, a fierce expression making him tremble. Before he could react, I launched a counterattack, an incredibly powerful uppercut to his stomach, knocking him down until he curled up like a shrimp on the floor. Shizume frantically rushed to push me, but I casually delivered a stinging slap to her face, leaving her ears ringing. Incredibly, she still dared to glare at me, so I followed up with another slap, sending her staggering backward. Seeing another server charge at me with a broom, I took on both of them without flinching. My years of street fighting experience let me strike both quickly and accurately. I pinned Yume's cousin down, delivering a barrage of punches to his vital points, beating him until he wailed for his parents and begged for help. The boss who was so smug just moments ago was now sitting on the floor, less than greater than. Her entire body trembling with fear, less than greater than. Just as everything reached its peak of chaos, the sudden wailing siren of a police car approached from the distance. In the interrogation room, the officer looked at Yume, who actually had the nerve to point right at me, insisting that I was the one who started the fight, claiming that all 3 of them were assaulted by me alone. I gave a cold laugh internally, but on the outside I feigned distress and nodded repeatedly, deliberately saying I felt dizzy, lightheaded, and nauseous. That slap almost gave me a concussion. I even asked them who knew what would have happened if it'd been hit again. The officer watched the 2 of us perform our act and immediately ordered the surveillance footage to be pulled. I knew I had already won because I had spent years on the street and was well-versed in these tactics. Sure enough, the camera footage was rock-solid evidence. The male server was clearly the one who slapped me first, and Yume was also directly pushing me. They were undeniably the ones who started the violence. I immediately became extremely confident, continuing to moan and clutch where I'd been hit, complaining of nausea. I even demanded a medical evaluation for my injuries, suspecting I had a concussion, and requested to file criminal charges. My face was pale, my expression haggard. My acting skills were at their absolute peak. The officer gave me a meaningful look, then turned and told them to settle it among ST themselves. Yume lost her nerve as soon as she heard that. She had originally intended to cheat me out of 3 days' wages, but now she was the one who had initiated the assault, less than greater than. She was completely in the wrong. Less than greater than. She reluctantly uttered, "Fine. Less than greater than. I don't want any more trouble with you. Less than greater than. I'll give you 500 yuan. 500 yuan. Less than greater than." I spread my 5 fingers and waved them in her face, less than greater than, giving a cold laugh. 5,000. Less than greater than.
You're a real shark, aren't you? Shishume exploded in anger. I feigned another urge to vomit, then collapsed weakly onto the floor. I need to go to the clinic. I'm sure I have a concussion. She never could have imagined that during a fight I was as fierce as a wolf, yet when it came to acting, I was no different from a top-tier movie star. Just as her hands were shaking with rage, less than greater than, her phone suddenly rang. Less than greater than. She answered it. Less than greater than. And on the other end was Lao Wu's panicked voice. Boss. Less than greater than. This is bad. Less than greater than. Someone smeared rotten durian all over the front of the shop. The stench is absolutely lethal. Shishume immediately glared at me with pure malice, roaring. Was this your doing? I put on an innocent face, weakly countering. The heavens are watching and society has laws. Do you have proof? Officer, I want to sue her for defamation. Meanwhile, on the other end, Lao Wu was still desperately shouting that if more waste was dumped tomorrow, their business would be completely finished. Shishume was so angry she nearly coughed up blood, finally begrudgingly transferring 3,500 yuan to me. In her heart, she must have been green with regret. The first time she tried to cheat someone, she had suffered such a painful fall. Having received the money, I was immediately revitalized, profusely apologizing to the officers, even feigning a sincere promise in the future, no matter what happened, I would absolutely not be so impulsive again before leaving the station. I hailed a taxi and rode off swaggeringly, as if none of that had ever even happened. However, what I didn't know at all was that some things had only just begun. I stepped out of the police station and promptly made a call to Song Siwon. It's done. Mengzi, everything's taken care of. Pull the men back. Then I scanned a QR code for a public bike. I strolled back to the alley behind the restaurant to retrieve my motorcycle. I sat on the seat and conveniently transferred 500 yuan to Song Siwon as a reward for his help won to Song Siwon, as a reward for his hard work today. I knew deep down, if that boss was heartless, then she shouldn't blame me for being ruthless. When civilized methods don't work, I'll resort to the tricks of a rogue. Even without Song Siwon's help, I could have gotten the money back by being stubborn for a few days. But I insisted on finding him, actually looking for a subtle way to give him some food money. I was just afraid this kid would starve himself to death. Unexpectedly, Song Siwon immediately called back via video, showing a very joyful face on the screen. His bald head leaned close to the lens and shouted "Big Brother" at me, completely ignoring the looks as if he were a fool from the people sitting and browsing the internet nearby. I scolded him irritably. You've already slipped into the internet cafe. Go get a meal since you have the money. Be decent. Don't always think about buying random things. Stop watching those trashy movies. Song Siwon chuckled. I got it, Brother Moo. Empower leveling here. Getting to play and making money at the same time. After hanging up, I started the motorcycle and headed straight home. It was 2 a.m. when I got back. I thought Yak Shingen was already fast asleep, so I deliberately stepped lightly, tiptoeing up to the second floor. The moment I pushed the door open, the expected darkness did not appear. Warm yellow light filled the space. In the living room, Yak Shingen, wearing an old dress, was quietly sitting on the sofa reading a book. I suddenly froze, instinctively blurting out, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" "Because you hadn't come home yet." She closed the book, her voice as light as a breeze. Immediately after, I felt her gaze sweep across my face. In that moment, a strange sense of guilt rose in my heart. After all, it was 1 against 3 tonight. My face must be bruised and battered right now, looking utterly pathetic. All sorts of thoughts couldn't help but pop into my head. Would she think? I'm still the same scumbag who only knows how to fight. Is she feeling afraid? A deathly silence fell over the living room. A surge of groundless irritation suddenly rose within me. It's so strange. Why should I care about her opinion? I just need to support her until she finishes university. Pay off all the debts that bastard left behind, and from then on we go our separate ways, no longer having anything to do with each other. I saw her nervously clutching the hem of her shirt again. I let out a self-deprecating smile, turned around and walked straight toward the bedroom, thinking she's so afraid of me, she probably won't even dare to invite me to her wedding in the future. That! Her voice rang out from behind again. At this point, I was both tired and hungry, so I snapped without even turning my head. Did you go out and fight with people again? Did you don't hit you? There was silence for 3 whole seconds behind me. Then I heard her weak defense. I didn't mean that. I interrupted irritably. Just what? Listen carefully. I don't care what you think. Once you finish university and earn 1,000,000 yuan to pay me back, then let's never see each other again in this life. Having said that, I continued walking. But right then, Ya Qingyan suddenly mustered all her courage and rushed over, grabbing the hem of my shirt. I turned my head abruptly. What now? I'm in a very bad mood today. Don't loiter in front of me. I pretended to raise my fist. Is your skin itching because you haven't been beaten in a few days? She instinctively shrank her neck, her whole body trembling, but her fingers clutching my shirt resolutely refused to let go. She kept her head down, her voice as tiny as a mosquito's hum.
Just wanted to ask if you've had dinner yet. In that very moment, all my shells and defenses completely crumbled. My mouth hung open, unable to utter a single word. Only one thought remained in my heart. Muga, you really deserve to die. Just my stomach very inconsiderately let out a loud rumble. From the time I ate at 10:30 a.m. until now, I hadn't even had a chance to drink a sip of water. Ya Qingyan said softly, "You must be exhausted. Sit down on the sofa and rest for a bit. Let me go into the kitchen and cook a bowl of noodles for you." I stood rooted into the spot like a statue, staring blankly as she walked into the kitchen, hearing the flickering sound of the gas stove. When I slowly dragged myself to the sofa to sit down, my heart suddenly jumped. Wait! Ya Qingyan's attitude toward me has truly changed completely. Looking at her busy figure in the kitchen, my mind was filled with memories of bestial behaviors from months ago. Those were memories left behind by the original owner. Late one night a few months ago, I was dead drunk, using alcohol as an excuse to frantically smash Ya Qingyan's door, my mouth constantly spewing malicious threats. For every minute it takes me to get in, I'll punch you one more time. How long do you think this rotten door can stop me? With a creaking sound, the door opened, and I grabbed her like a little chick, calling her a jinx, a useless waste of food, and even having foul and disgusting thoughts. The original owner approached her with a cold laugh. Since you'll be a bargain for someone else sooner or later, you might as well serve me first. Even though she was clutching a pair of scissors in her hand, I wasn't the least bit afraid, raising my hand to deliver a thunderous slap, beating her until her face was swollen and blood was streaming down. Even more heartlessly, I pulled out the power plug, using that cold electric cord to lash her thin body over and over again. Her tragic screams echoed throughout the building until the neighbors knocked on the door, warning they'd call the police. Only then did I casually toss aside a clump of hair I had just ripped from her head, cursing as I went back to my room to sleep. And that night, she just curled up on the cold floor, like a fish about to dry up and die, her whole body twitching with every choked sob. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but curse inwardly. Muga, you really weren't human before. Logically speaking, how could such deep-seated hatred vanish so easily? Yet here she was, not only not running away, but staying up late waiting for me to come home, and even wanting to cook noodles for me. The sound of boiling water echoed in the kitchen. I stared at the white steam rising from the pot, my heart rate suddenly accelerating. Did she realize something? Realize that I was no longer that demon. Though slightly anxious this time, I had no intention of running away. In this strange and cold world, less than greater than, I actually began to crave this bit of warmth. Less than greater than, it's piping hot. This is like drinking poison to quench thirst. Less than greater than, knowing full well it's a deadly toxin, but because Im's so thirsty, I still can't help but want to drink it all. I quickly found an excuse to comfort myself. What on earth am I thinking? How could she even imagine something like transmigration? It must be because she knows this trashy brother has changed his ways, so she wants to try to ease the relationship. Right then, a steaming bowl of noodles was brought before me. In the clear broth was plump, soft-boiled, sunny-side-up egg, garnished with some green onions and cilantro. The rich aroma hit me right in the nose. I picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. It tasted surprisingly good. Then Ya Qingyan went back into the kitchen to get a glass and casually opened the refrigerator. What was inside was the bottle of Coca-Cola I had bought. She poured the half-empty bottle into a glass and brought it to me. Although the fizz had long since vanished, but the subtle sweetness sliding down my throat soaked deep into my heart. I quickly finished the noodles, intending to stand up and take over the dishwashing. Unexpectedly, Ya Qingyan had already quickly cleared the dishes away. Looking at her busy figure, I felt a strange sense of warmth in my heart. This girl is so sensible, it's heartbreaking. It truly gave me an illusion of family. After showering and lying in bed, less than greater than, I thought today would end peacefully like this. Less than greater than. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door suddenly sounded. My heart skipped a beat. Isn't this progression a bit too fast? To avoid being exposed, I deliberately yanked the door open, putting on a ferocious face and growling. What is it? I'm about to sleep. If it's nothing important and you dare disturb me, watch out or it'll beat you to death. I saw her so frightened her whole body was shaking, her fists clenched tight, her eyes filled with bone-deep fear. But even being that scared, she refused to leave. It took her a few seconds to regain her composure before slowly opening her trembling hand. I was stunned. In her palm was a crumpled blue Band-Aid. Her hand is scratched. Don't let it get wet in the summer. It's easy to get an infection. Her voice was soft and warm. In that moment, my throat felt like it was blocked by something. I looked down at the back of my hand. It was a small wound from a scrape during the fight, something even I hadn't bothered to care about. Because whether in my past life or this one, less than greater than, I had been injured countless times, less than greater than. But no one had ever truly worried about me. Less than greater than. I even thought that if I died in some corner one day, no one would even care. Cũng chẳng có ai thèm lo ngàng tới. My business is none of your concern. I snatched the band-aid away, my fingertips accidentally touching her warm palm, causing me to avert my eyes in a panic immediately, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. I leaned my back against the door, looking at the cheap band-aid in my hand, my heart filled with regret. Damn it. Was my acting just now a bit too fierce? What if I scared the girl too much? For a moment, I even wanted to rush out and lay all my cards on the table, saying that I wasn't that beastly person. But there was something I didn't know. Ya Qingyan outside the door wasn't scared away at all. She also quietly leaned her head against the door, her lips curling into a faint smile, whispering in her heart. He's such a tsundere. Getting so nervous over just a band-aid, his acting skills are truly terrible. Then she slowly brushed her long hair behind her neck, revealing an exquisite and peerless face. In those eyes sparkling with laughter, there wasn't a trace of fear left. Instead, it held a hint of charm as if she understood everything. Who would have thought that the thin, timid girl of everyday life, adorned by those captivating eyes, would grow up to be a stunning beauty capable of overthrowing all living beings? The warm yellow light bulb in the living room sizzled, less than greater than. A moth recklessly lunged into it, less than greater than, making crisp, snapping sounds, less than greater than. The neighbors outside, were still arguing incessantly about their children's education, and dogs were barking one after another. But at this point, I was exhausted, collapsed on the bed, snoring like thunder. Ya Qingyan stared at the tightly closed bedroom door, feeling the warmth still lingering in her palm. Less than greater than. A bit of sweetness suddenly rising in her heart. Mom. Less than greater than. I'll have a beautiful dream tonight. Less than greater than. Won't I? She hugged her glass and whispered softly. Less than greater than. In this moment, she felt her current life was no different from heaven. Early the next morning, Ya Qingyan woke up very early, standing before the mirror putting her long hair into a bun. That was the beauty inherited from her mother, Gu Qingren. So beautiful, it would take one's breath away. Once even causing countless women to curse her in jealousy. But as soon as she heard movement from my room, she immediately let her hair down, hiding that beautiful face that could cause calamity for the world. I rubbed my eyes and walked out of the room, the prominent blue band-aid on my hand, making Ya Qingyan lower her head and chuckle. I deliberately kept a stern face as I sat down, my tone still stiff, but with several degrees less than the usual ferocity. Bring that book over here when you're done studying. I want to check your progress. Ya Qingyan obediently brought the book over, her clear voice echoing throughout the house. The patterned lute for no reason has 50 strings. Each string and each fret brings back a youthful year. Master Zhuang was confused by his morning dream of a butterfly, less than greater than. Emperor Wang's spring heart was entrusted to the cuckoo, less than greater than. Hearing these lines, my whole body shuddered. Zhuangzhou's butterfly dream. Was it Zhuangzhou becoming a butterfly, or was a soul from another world like me dreaming of Muji's life? The sense of being torn as reality and illusion intertwined immediately made my scalp go numb. I shook my head vigorously, trying to dispel that absurd thought. But seeing her lips move slightly, listening to that voice as round as jade, I unconsciously became enchanted. It's so beautiful. I really wanted her to keep reading like that forever. Just as that thought flickered in my heart, I immediately cursed myself. Muge, you really are a pervert. I coughed twice to clear the embarrassment, my eyes glancing at the textbook in her hand, my eyebrows suddenly furrowing. You're only in 10th grade. Where did this 11th grade book come from? Ya Qingyan answered in a small voice, explaining that the school teaches very fast, and the entire curriculum must be completed by the end of 11th grade. Just be completed by the end of 11th grade. My heart tightened, calculating it. This girl hadn't gone to school for 4 months straight. It's summer break now. Other kids are buried in extra classes. But what about her knowledge gaps? Who would believe that I bought enough meat and vegetables for 3 days, less than greater than, only for this one girl to finish it all by herself? Less than greater than. Looking at the empty refrigerator, less than greater than. I was stunned for a moment. At this time, Ya Qingyan was hanging her head low, her fingers frantically clutching the tattered hem of her shirt, less than greater than, only wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. Less than greater than. It's over, I've been caught being a glutton. Less than greater than. It's so embarrassing. Hearing the grievance in her heart, I suddenly snapped out of it. Far from being angry, I felt extremely pained. This poor girl had been malnourished for a long time, and she's at the age of growing. How hungry must she have been to eat this much? I looked down and calculated the 3,000 yuan I just received, deciding to withdraw 1,000 yuan first, not just to buy meat for her nourishment, but also to get her some decent clothes. And while I'm at it, buy a cheap phone. No matter how hard it is, I can't let the child suffer. No matter how poor we are, education can't be neglected. Even if I have to start delivering goods or doing backbreaking work tomorrow, less than greater than.
I must let this girl live like a normal person. Less than greater. Hurry up and pack your things. Less than greater than. We're going to the market to buy food later. You're coming to help me carry things. I tried to sound cold, but in truth, I already had a plan. Ya Qingjian obediently complied, her small figure bustling around the house, making me suddenly feel the responsibility of a father. When she walked out of the room, my eyebrows furrowed again. In this scorching summer heat, she was still wearing that same old grayish outfit. Not only was the style outdated, but it looked no different from a pile of rags picked up from somewhere. The midday sun was extremely fierce, the sound of cicadas making one's heart feel even more restless. But looking at her timid appearance, I had only one thought, less than greater than. Today I must take her to change her life, less than greater than. Who would have thought that the girl who was always disheveled, less than greater than. Looking as timid as a punching bag, less than greater than. The moment she tied her hair up would be as radiant as a young lady stepped out of a storybook. Initially, I was just annoyed that she kept hiding herself, making trying on clothes inconvenient, so I blurted out, "As a girl, you're always so disheveled. How does that look?" As a result, when she obediently stepped out of the room, my whole body froze. The face that had been hidden behind strands of hair for many years, the elegant forehead, the high straight nose, a beauty so pure yet extremely alluring that one wouldn't dare look directly into her eyes. Unexpectedly, immediately after, she pulled 5 coins out of her pocket, carefully spreading them in her palm. "I'm sorry, I hid some money before. It's only 5 yuan, but it's enough to buy some more green vegetables." Hearing that, my heart felt a sharp pang of pain. This isn't just 5 coins. This is clearly this poor girl's entire fortune. I let out a cold snort and snatched those coins. An extra 5 yuan can indeed buy a lot more vegetables. However, the direction I led her was not the vegetable market at all, but the old street lined with fashion boutiques. The midday sun was scorching, making the asphalt road look like it was about to smoke. Na Qingyin struggled through the intense heat, following behind me in a daze. As we passed by a women's clothing store, I suddenly grabbed her wrist and without a word, yanked her into the shop. The cool air from the air conditioner hit our faces immediately, instantly dispelling the stifling heat of the summer day. The shop owner behind the counter was busy watching short videos on her phone, crying her eyes out, and quickly wiped away her tears when she saw customers coming in. At this point, Ya Qingyin was completely frozen in place, her eyes filled with unbelievable astonishment. Even in her dreams, she couldn't have imagined that I braved the sun to lead her so far just to buy new clothes for her. The owner was still chatty, introduced to several hot sweet-style outfits. But the moment the fitting room door opened, she suddenly froze, lost for words. Ya Qing. Nam changed into a simple white t-shirt and jeans, radiating a purity like a gardenia after a rain. Even the shop owner was dazed, finding no words to praise her. Seeing this, I spoke up for her. "Don't you think it's this outfit absolute luck to be worn by her?" The shop owner slapped her thigh and praised me for being an expert. Immediately after, urged her to try on that black dress, even as she was secretly checking price tags inside, trying to pick the cheapest one, less than greater than. It couldn't escape my keen eyes. Less than greater than. While she was trying on clothes, less than greater than. I didn't forget to chat a bit with the owner, saying there are 2 gluttons at home competing for food, which is why my younger sister is starved to this point of thinness. Surprisingly, this act of playing the poor and struggling card was effective. The owner was moved and immediately promised to give me a member's price. When Ya Qingjian donned the long black dress and stepped out once more, my heart was momentarily shaken. Her tall figure of over 1.6 meters, along with the graceful curves of a young woman, was truly an unbelievable set of top-tier genes. How much more radiant would she be if raised in a wealthy family? I didn't hesitate to close the deal. New models, old models, packed them all up for me. In total, it cost just over 100 yuan. Just as we left the store, Ya Qingyan was still attached to those tattered rags shed scrounge, hesitating to change back into her old clothes. I tossed those rags straight into the trash can. Out with the old, in with the new. From now on, wear this. Seeing her clutching the new clothes tightly, I didn't rest for a second, leading her straight to the next stop. Looking at my own disheveled hair in the mirror, I truly couldn't stand it for another second. Entering the shop, I threw down 15 yuan with only one request. Buzz cut, close to the scalp. The barber advised it would look bad, but I insisted and clumps of hair fell scattered on the floor. This tough-looking buzz cut made me exude a ferocious aura, like someone who had just finished a prison sentence. Right after, I led Ya Qingyan into a phone store and bought a Redmi for over 600 yuan on the spot, ignoring her "I don't need it" protests, and personally installed a secondary SIM card for her. I told her this was called decency. Seeing the spark in her eyes when the screen lit up, my heart finally felt a bit lighter. To her whispered thank you, I strode forward, joking that this was just an investment, so she better remember to pay me back 1,000,000 yuan later. Unexpectedly, amid the cicadas chirping throughout the long summer day, she seriously replied, "I will." Then I left her waiting by the roadside,
while I took the 5 coin and ran to the Mixue ice cream and tea shop across the street to queue. Who knew that just as I was about to enter the shop, I saw her standing there, waiting for Marit to queue? Who knew that just as I finished buying 2 ice creams, I'd see a blind idiot loitering around, teasing and pestering her? His flirtatious manner, the blood in my head boiled to the peak. Seeing Ya Qingyan so scared she was clutching her chest, I rushed over, shoved an ice cream into her hand, and with my free hand, grabbed that hoodlum's collar and let out a roar. I was only in line for an ice cream for a moment, and you already dared to touch my sister. The thug, seeing me over 1.8 meters tall, with a cool buzz cut, clearly began to feel afraid in his heart, but for the sake of petty pride, he still dared to jokingly call me brother-in-law. He's truly seeking death. The flames of anger in my heart flared up instantly, my fists clenched. If I didn't give him a lesson he'd never forget today, that I truly wouldn't be able to suppress this hot temper of mine. Despite Ye Qingyan's panic cries behind me for me to stop hitting people, this punch of mine, fueled by murderous intent, was already beyond the point of no return. Oppa! That trembling cry rang out, striking my chest like a heavy hammer blow. My entire body suddenly jolted for a moment, and the punch, carrying a powerful gust of wind, came to a halt right next to the thug's cheek. In my previous life, I struggled as a lone wolf in the world, but at this very moment, I have a home. Ya Qingyan's words, "Whether you win or lose, it's not good," completely suppressed the killing intent in my eyes. So I slowly released my iron-like grip and spat out a single word: "Get out." To my surprise, the thug scrambled and crawled a few steps back, fixed his eyes on my face, and hesitantly called out, "Mugo." I couldn't remember where I had met this guy, coldly lowering my head. "I don't care who the hell you are. If you don't beat it, I'll dislocate your joints today." At this time, the summer cicadas were still noisy, but seeing the back of that thug fleeing for his life, I felt an unprecedented sense of self-healing. I took a cone of ice cream from Ya Qingyan's hand, delayed for a while so the ice cream had already started to melt. While walking toward the market, I hurriedly stuck out my tongue to lick the ice cream. Ya Qingyan carried the bags and followed behind me. I felt that compared to before, I seemed to have changed a bit. In my previous life, Menestat, I wasn't someone who couldn't control my temper, Menestat, let alone someone who would casually get physical with others. Menestat, perhaps after transmigrating here, Menestat, I've been influenced a bit by this body. I thought back to Ya Qingyan calling me brother just now. You should know that since her parents passed away, she had never called me that, and at that moment, Ya Qingyan's voice interrupted my thoughts. "I'm sorry, Oppa, I've caused trouble for you again." I immediately let out a cold chuckle. The one who caused trouble was that guy looking for a fight. What does it have to do with you? Don't take the blame for everything like that. She gave a soft reply, then timidly said, "Oppa, could you please not hit people so casually in the future?" I remained silent for a long time, until she nervously clenched her fingers. "Less than greater than." Then I indifferently replied, "I know." "Less than greater than." Ya Qingyan's eyes suddenly lit up. "Less than greater than." And she hurriedly stepped closer to walk right beside me. Then, a breeze blew past, and I smelled the faint scent of jasmine on her. It was clearly the cheapest shampoo and body wash. In the bathroom, low-quality fragrance couldn't even mask the smell of sweat on me. But when used on her, this scent made my heart itch in a strange way. Unconsciously quickened my pace, and Ya Qingyan hurried to keep up. Looking at my broad back, her heart was churning with 1,000 thoughts. Why is he being so good to me? That person wasn't wrong. I am a star of misfortune. My birth father doesn't want me. My birth mother is gone, and my foster parents have passed away too. Am I really worthy of him treating me like this? She thought about when she was 9, when she was returned to her birth mother, who later hanged herself. Her eyes suddenly turned red. She was lost in thought when I suddenly stopped. With a thud, she bumped into my back, she rubbed her sore nose, and looked up in confusion. "Oppa," I explained with a bit of a scolding tone. "An electric scooter just passed by. Why aren't you watching where you're going?" The next second, I leaned over, signaling her to walk on the inside of the sidewalk, while I walked on the outside. "Idiot, walk on this side." Ya Qingyan quietly looked at my profile, with only one thought in her mind. He really is a very good person. Passing by a pharmacy, I suddenly stopped. "Let's check the pharmacy." Ya Qingyan said nothing and followed me obediently. Who would have thought I'd buy a tube of scar cream and a bottle of multivitamins? Although I spent more than planned, I thought to myself, I'll earn it back tomorrow by doing a few more deliveries. I handed the plastic bag straight to Ya Qingyan. She took the bag with a bewildered look. "For me?" I replied as if it were obvious. "I don't need them, so of course they're for you." Ya Qingyan opened it to look. She took it out of the bag and looked at it. Ya Qingyan opened it to look. She understood the scar cream. But what was this bottle of medicine? I saw her questioning gaze and explained directly. "Those are vitamins. Studying takes a lot of brain power. And you're at the age where you're growing, so you need more nutrition. Taking these to supplement yourself is the right thing to do. I glanced at her dry, slightly yellow hair. This stuff should be helpful. Ya Qingyan timidly asked again, "Is this very expensive, Appa?" I said casually. "It's all right, it's over 100 yuan, but it lasts a long time." Over 100 yuan. Ya Qingyan was startled. "Maybe we should return it, Appa. It's too expensive." But I blocked her hand. "Don't overthink it. I gave it to you, so just take it."
I looked her straight in the eyes. "Yet," pronouncing every single word clearly. "Yet, your top priority now is to study. Yet, don't worry about anything else. Wait until you've finished your studies and become successful. Pay me back 1,000,000 yuan, and then you'll be free." "Free?" Ya Qingyan froze on the spot. "That's right. I can let you go then, and we can each live our own lives." For Ya Qingyan, these two words were a distant, unattainable wish. But now she looked down at the items in her hands, and a voice echoed in her heart. "Actually, right now it seems like I don't want that kind of freedom anymore." Then the two went to the market, buying pork ribs, fresh fish, and eggs until both hands were full. Returning home, I chased Ya Qingyan out of the kitchen, telling her to go study while I prepared the ingredients myself. I made an eye-catching dish of sweet and sour ribs, and Ya Qingyan couldn't help but eat non-stop.
Looking at the pile of bones forming a small mountain in front of her, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Oh no, I ate so much in front of him again. He'll never get rid of this foodie label. I looked up blankly, gazing at her blushing face. "It's just a meal. Why is your face so red?" A straight guy like me could never understand what she was thinking. I put down my bowl and stood up. "I'm finished, and going out for a walk, you clean up when you're done eating." At this moment, Ya Qingyan's cheeks were still puffed out, looking exactly like a little grey hamster. She blinked and nodded. In reality, I went because I wanted to go to a street stall and buy myself a decent outfit. I really couldn't stand capris and loafers the original owner left behind. Everywhere I went, I felt the most eccentric person in the crowd. So I went to the night market. I once bought slippers for Ya Qingyan, rummaged around for a long time, and spent 60 yuan on a tracksuit, a knockoff, and a pair of running shoes. And I exchanged 200 yuan for cash from the shopkeeper, and while walking back, I calculated how to get Ya Qingyan back to school. I hit on a plan. If the standard process didn't work, I would go find Ya Qingyan's music teacher. I vaguely remember that the music teacher really appreciated the girl's talent. When the girl first dropped out, the teacher even came to the apartment, but back then, the original owner had offended her in an unforgettable way. That young teacher had just graduated and stood at the door full of enthusiasm, trying her best to persuade him. Qingyan is a very intelligent child. Dropping out now would truly be a pity. Who would have thought the original owner, who was drunk as a lord at the time, would glare and yell, "She's my sister. What's it to you?" Even her homeroom teacher hasn't said anything. So why are you here blabbering? Besides, girls are just a losing investment. Sooner or later, she'll have to get married. She might as well start working early to earn some money for me. Miss Xu held back her anger. How can you think like that? Everyone has equal rights. The original owner laughed mockingly. So what if I think like that? If this little wretch hadn't jinxed our parents to death, would my life be as miserable as it is now? When she gets married, I'll demand a huge dowry, so I won't have to worry about starving for the rest of my life. Miss Xu finally snapped. How can you be irresponsible and manipulate someone else's life like that? That lunatic's face was full of indifference. You busybody, quite the meddler, aren't you? Nothing better to do than worry about others' business. At that moment, he suddenly turned around, grabbing a handful of hair of Ya Qingyan, who was trembling in the shadows. He brutally dragged the girl to the door, right in front of Ms. Xu, landed a powerful slap on the girl's face. Slap. The sharp sound echoed through the corridor. Ms. Xu was so angry that her whole body shook. How can you be so cruel? If you hit her again, I will. You will what? The original owner shrugged defiantly and casually slapped her again, right on Ya Qingyan's other cheek. Ms. Xu immediately took out her phone. I'm calling the police. The original owner opened his arms and laughed loudly. Go ahead, I'm not afraid. This doesn't even count as a minor injury. He suddenly leaned close to Ms. Xu, breathing a strong stench of alcohol. Even if I did injure her, so what? What will throwing me in detention for a few days do? When I get out, whatever suffering I endured in there, I will vent it on her tenfold. Don't you forget then, it will be your busybody mature that gets her killed. Miss Xu was so furious she stomped her feet. How can someone like you even exist in this world? The original owner impatiently waved her off. Get lost and stay out of my sight. Then he seemed to suddenly realize something, widened his eyes and asked, Hey, why haven't you left yet? Is it because you've fallen for me since I'm so handsome? What followed was a string of offensive and vulgar language. Su Yan had lived in luxury since she was a child, less than greater than. She had never endured such insults before, less than greater than, and she burst into tears right there. Less than greater than. As she ran downstairs, less than greater than.
Even one of her YSL heels snapped off. Less than greater. The memory ended and I couldn't help but curse inwardly. This original owner was truly the scum of the earth. Now I definitely didn't want to go find that music teacher. Having offended her so severely before, trying to beg her now would be like trying to reach the sky. I was busy contemplating when I had just passed a hotel entrance and was suddenly bumped into from the side. The cheap clothes I just bought scattered everywhere, covered in dust. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. A clear female voice rang out. I was too busy on the phone. I wasn't watching the road. I'm very sorry. I smiled. It's all right. I was a bit distracted just now, too. The woman saw that I was tall and sturdy and had a messy buzz cut. She thought I was someone difficult to deal with. Seeing my friendly attitude, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the dirty clothes on the ground, feeling very guilty. How much did these clothes cost? Let me compensate you. But I just dusted them off casually and stuffed them back into the bag and waved her off. There's no need. It's just street stall stuff, not worth much. I'd have to wash them when I get home anyway. The woman was dressed very elegantly, clearly someone who didn't lack money. But I didn't want to take advantage of her. She was about to say more, but I waved. It's really fine, bye. Saying that, quickly walked away. Little did I know. The woman withdrew her gaze and said into the phone, Hello. Yen, I'm okay. I accidentally ran into someone right after leaving the hotel. Actually, it was mostly my fault. He was easygoing and didn't make a fuss. If I were still standing there, I would have realized that the person on the other end was the music teacher I was stressing over. Shu Yan. Shu Yan on the other end asked worriedly, Zhang Ran, are you okay? Zhang Ran laughed. I'm fine, my dear auntie. I've made up my mind. I'll start over and join Zhui Feng Media. Shu Yan looked worried again. But you've offended them. They want to blacklist you. If you join Zhui Feng Media now, will you still be blacklisted? Zhang Ran laughed confidently. Don't worry, Yan. Do you know who is backing Zhui Feng Media? Shu Yan shook her head. I only know their short films are very popular. They're so addictive that you can't stop watching. Zhang Ran chuckled. You really are corrupted as soon as summer break started. Immediately after, she changed her tone and said to her best friend very confidently, Let me tell you, Zhui Feng Media's parent company is the Qingshan Group. On the other end of the line, Zhu Yan instinctively drew in a sharp breath. Qingshan Group. Their background is that big. Then there's truly no need to worry anymore. One must know that Donghai has 4 top families, and the owner of the Qingshan Group complex overlapping relationships with 3 of those 4 families. The head of the Qingshan Group is Lu Shizu, who is not only a newcomer in the business, world-creating stock market legends, but his wife is none other than the head of the Su family, Su Qingshan, who is known as the beautiful poisonous snake for personally putting her grandfather in jail. Furthermore, Lu Zizao himself is also a close friend of the head of the Cheng family, the leading family in Donghai. With such a massive background, who would dare touch someone from Zhui Feng Media? But Su Yan still felt uneasy because the person Zhang Ran had offended years ago was not simple at all. It turned out Zhang Ran used to be an actress. Her strength was being beautiful, but her weakness was also being too beautiful. One time in a hotel, a powerful guy from the investment side tried to use the casting couch on her. Who would have thought that in the moment of danger she grabbed a windproof lighter and with a flick, she set fire to the tycoon's plumage. The man screamed in agony, and although she managed to escape successfully, the price was being completely blacklisted by the entire entertainment industry. The more Su Yan thought about it, the more scared she became. Ran, what if they don't accept you? Zhang Ran laughed and scolded. Bite your tongue. Don't say such unlucky things. Under the streetlights, her eyes were radiant. Just you wait and see, with my stunning beauty. Unless the interviewer is blind, there's no way they won't hire me. Having said that, the two teased each other for a few more sentences, then hung up. The next morning, I slept in until 10 o'clock, deciding to enjoy this last lie-in. Because from today on, I'll sign up for tech delivery, riding my rickety motorcycle to fulfill orders. I had just finished breakfast when Ya Qingyin took the initiative to clean up the dishes. She took out her phone. Oppa, I just signed up for WeChat, add me as a friend. I scanned her code and casually renamed her in my contact. Then I pulled 200 yuan in cash from my pocket and put it on the table. I'm going out to work today. I won't be back for lunch, so find something to eat yourself. Tell me if you need money. Ya Qingyin bowed her head, softly promising, I'll stay home and study hard. I nodded in satisfaction and opened the door. However, just as I rolled my motorcycle out, a phone call came in, immediately giving me a headache. Hello? Mugi, what's up? You haven't contacted me at all lately. It was Sun Jian, the adopted son of the underworld boss Sun Hao. He and I shared a life and death bond. Although Sun Jian wasn't Sun Hao's biological son, Sun Hao needed an heir to stabilize his followers' loyalty. Back then, both of them were just street thugs. Sun Jian was playing pool and accidentally offended someone, so he was called out to a quiet alley to talk with fists.
As a result, his fair-weather friends saw the opponents were all beefy men covered in tattoos and immediately vanished, just as Sun Jian was being ganged up on until he was crying for help, less than greater than. I, who had been called to help, arrived just in time, less than greater. Others saw the situation was too intense and fled, less than greater than. Only I was shouting as I charged straight into the crowd, less than greater than. I thought I was possessed by Ip Man, less than greater than. But instead, I immediately attracted half of the enemy's fire, so Sun Jian and I were beaten black and blue. At that moment, the brotherhood between the two witnessed by the bosses threw their fists. After that, the two sat by a sewage ditch. Sun Jian wiped his bloody nose and gritted his teeth. This won't do, less than greater than. We absolutely must find a boss to back us up, less than greater than. I gave him a look back then, less than greater than. Which boss would bother with small fries like us? Unexpectedly, Sun Jian suddenly remembered. His mother once gave him the phone number of a distant relative who was influential, telling him to call if he was ever at a dead end. And that relative turned out to be Sun Hao. What was even more shocking was that year after watching the movie The Knockout, I felt inspired to suggest a plan to him. As a result, Sun Jian actually took a big risk, kneeling straight down in front of Sun Hao. Uncle Hao, I want to be your son. They'll take care of you in your old age. Never in a million years would I have guessed that this would actually work. From then on, Sun Jian rose rapidly, becoming a crown prince in name and in fact. Supposedly, when Sun Jian's life changed, I should have enjoyed wealth and prosperity along with him. Thanks to Sun Jian's influence, the underworld boss. Sun Hao once heavily favored me. After all, my debt-collecting skills were top tier. But the problem was, I was a true gambling addict, and a chronic drunk too. Whenever I was drunk, I'd cause all sorts of trouble, ruining countless important matters. Because of that, Sun Hao gradually distanced himself from me, treating me as just a low-level lackey, less than greater than. Only giving me minor jobs occasionally out of respect for Sun Jian, less than greater than. But Sun Jian never abandoned me, less than greater than, even taking me to the party of his younger sister Sun Yu, hoping to help me expand my connections. The result was that time, Sun Yu, who also found the party boring, snuck out together to race cars and cause mayhem. Since then, an ill-fated connection blossomed that couldn't be undone. After transmigrating here, I only want to live a peaceful life, less than greater than. I have no desire to be involved with them anymore, less than greater than. So I remained silent for a long time, less than greater than, before answering sluggishly, oh, less than greater than. Lately I've drunk so much I've ruined my health. I'm at home resting. To my surprise, Sun Jian didn't believe it at all. He yelled on the other end, "Stop bullshitting! I'm right at the entrance of your alley. Get out here now!" My heart tightened, knowing I couldn't escape today. So I had to put the helmet I just took out back into the trunk. I stepped out of the alley, and in front was a shiny Mercedes. With a gleaming finish, even the rims were sparkling. A Chang Sun Jian's bodyguard immediately got it and respectfully opened the car door for me. I leaned in and stepped inside, only to find Song Siyuan sitting in the passenger seat, turning his head and winking at me. Sun Jian was in the back seat, dressed all in black, radiating a powerful aura. If it weren't for the scar on his face, he would have looked like a successful businessman. Sun Jian didn't ask much, just fiddled with the silver lighter in his hand, getting straight to the point. "Mugo, it's almost my sister's birthday. She's looking forward to a gift from you." I shrugged and threw up my hands. All my money was blown on gambling. Sun Jian gave me a sideways glance in annoyance. "My sister knows you're broke, so she specifically told me to pay for it. Let's go to the mall and pick something out." He seemed a bit troubled, adding, "Pick something nice, treat my sister a bit better." I sighed. "I'm busy today. Can I decline?" Sun Jian immediately glared and yelled, "No. If she finds out I didn't bring you along, she'll probably scold me to death. I find it strange too. I don't know what she sees in you." I leaned back lazily on the leather seat. Maybe it's because I'm just too handsome. Sun Jian gave a snort. Strangely, he didn't refute it. Just seeing my reluctant expression, his gaze became increasingly complex. Then he suddenly spoke. "After picking the gift, I'll give you something." I was immediately curious. "What's that?" Sun Jian acted mysterious. "It's a secret. I'll tell you once we're done shopping." Car sped down the road, stopping in front of a high-end shopping mall. I looked at the knockoff outfit I was wearing, inwardly sighing, "Oh, original owner, if you had gambled a bit less, would I be in this pathetic state?" Unexpectedly, Sun Jian was already very familiar with this place, leading me straight into a YSL boutique. "My sister only likes this brand. Feel free to choose. I'll pay when you're done. Then we'll go take care of the main business." I randomly pointed to a pair of heels nearby. "How about these?" Sun Jian immediately showed his dissatisfaction. "My friend, it's my sister's birthday. Can you please put some thought into it? Otherwise, it'll be hard for me to explain it to her." You might as well tell me to just give it to her myself. I shrugged with a sly grin. That's not impossible. Sun Jian was so angry he was speechless. I'm an educated person now, so I won't bother swearing at you. I added, actually today, I had some main business to attend to. Sun Jian immediately asked, what main business? I casually dropped 4 words, donning the golden robes. Sun Jian was bewildered. What the hell? Just understand it simply as a job. Sun Jian's eyes immediately bugged out, his expression just like Song Siyuan's at first, as if he had just seen an alien going to work. Uji, were you kidnapped? Seeing I didn't reply, he turned to ask Song Siyuan, Mengzi, what's wrong with your boss? Surprisingly, Song Siyuan only gave a small smile. I'm only Muj lackey. As long as the boss hasn't spoken yet, it's easy to discuss. Sun Jian exclaimed in shock, holy crap. Are you possessed by someone too? Since when did you become so loyal and devoted to him? Song Siyuan started talking nonsense with a dead serious face. This isn't called possession. This is called bestowing a lifetime of experience and cultivation upon you. The price to pay is that memories will gradually fade away. Sun Jian clutched his head in frustration. You're talking so much that I think I'm growing a second brain. Just then, a graceful light chuck echoed from beside us. The few of us turned our heads at the same time. For a moment, everyone was stunned where they stood. Song Siyuan blurted out, this girl looks way classier, and the girls at the bars. I saw a woman wearing a black silk shirt, revealing a dazzlingly white collarbone. But the outfit was just the backdrop. The one who truly stole the show was the woman herself. That beauty actually smiled at me. Hello, it's such a coincidence. I replied with a smile. Indeed, what a coincidence. Sun Jian immediately sidled up. May I ask how to address this lady? The beauty reached out her hand and lightly shook his. I am Zhang Ran, pleased to meet you. Sun Jian pulled his hand back. Looking at it, he definitely won't be washing that hand for the next few days. Right after, Zhang Ran's gaze shifted back to me. She smiled gently. How should I address this gentleman? Muga. Upon hearing my name, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, her red lips parting slightly. Dogs bark by the clear water. Peach blossoms are heavy with dew. Deep in the woods, a deer is seen. No bell is heard. Mr. Mu, you have a beautiful name. Zhang Ran's gaze swept over me. Are you here to pick a birthday gift for your girlfriend? I nodded. That's right. She suddenly said softly, I'm sorry. Last night was my fault. How about I help you choose something? These words sent Sun Jian and Song Siyuan's minds racing with dark thoughts. But I remained calm as if it were nothing. I'm indeed not very good at picking gifts, and I'll leave it to you. Zhang Ran immediately looked around. She pointed at a bag. This one, the Manhattan series, this year's bestseller. In black and gold, there's nothing better to gift a girl. All right, let's take this one, I told the shop manager without even blinking. After all, I wasn't the one paying. When Sun Jian paid, his face twisted as if he'd been pinched. He was clearly pained by the expense. Zhang Ran couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Your friend seems quite distressed about the money. Did I forget to consider the price? I responded nonchalantly. It's fine. A higher price shows more sincerity. Thank you, Miss Zhang. Then, Zhang Ran used her slender finger to pull a business card from her bag. May I ask which company you work for, Mr. Mu? We could exchange more ideas in the future. Just as I received the card, her phone rang. She smiled in apology and stepped aside to take the call. Everyone overheard a few fragments. Don't worry, I bought you another pair, same style. Our yen will surely look beautiful in them. After hanging up, Zhang Ran nodded to me. Sorry, Mr. Mu. My friend is waiting. Let's talk again when we have the chance. Once she was gone, Sun Jian immediately couldn't help but press. Spit it out. When did you meet that beauty? Where were you last night? Which hotel? Sun Jian immediately made an earth-shattering face. His expression was truly hard to deal with. A one-night stand and she even helps you pick a bag. Are you really that good? He slapped his thigh hard. Damn it. In the end, it's my wallet that took the hit. That bag cost over 40,000 yuan. I spoke leisurely. You said you pay. Sun Jian suddenly remembered. Wait, that's not right. What about my sister? Is my sister going to end up heartbroken? Is my money just wasted like this? He pointed at me and shouted, Muji, you're such a scumbag. I just smiled. For men, being a bit of a jerk is quite common. Why don't you go back and tell Sun Yu so she can see my true colors? Sun Jian slapped his thigh in indignation. You're finished. I'm definitely telling my sister. I can't just stand by and watch her get fooled by you. However, after an intense internal struggle, he cleared his throat. Forget it. Let's talk business. I've got a job for you. I watched the city streets flash by outside the window and asked casually, What job? Sun Jian leaned back and said resentfully, Of all people to flirt with, you had to pick my sister. Now the old man doesn't even want to use you anymore. I had to beg for a long time to get this job for you. It took so much effort. Sun Jian pointed at Song Cun to take credit. I even brought your underling Meng Zi along. Loyal enough for you? Seeing him avoid the question, I leaned back in the seat, pretending to be an exhausted playboy with a listless gaze. Loyal enough, but I couldn't feel happy inside. Because today was supposed to be my big day. Sun Jian immediately noticed my abnormality, frowned and asked, Muji, what kind of reaction is that? Don't you usually call me your foster father? Seeing my gloomy face, he was suddenly shocked. No way. Did you overexert yourself that much last night? He even poked my hip. A few days ago, I invested in a project selling traditional medicinal wine. Should I get you a few bottles to recover? No need. My voice dropped. Jian, I don't want to do this kind of work anymore. I pretended to have new plans for the future. I just want to work a stable job and live a normal life. Sun Jian immediately frowned. Because of that woman. I took the opportunity to nod, a trace of longing in my eyes. Actually, I don't know what she thinks, but I am truly moved. You're taking a one-night stand seriously. Sun Jian scolded me directly, but then he changed his tone. But that girl really is top tier. If it were me, I'd be blinded too. He coughed a few times. Hey, but without money, your true feelings won't put food on the table. I stubbornly retorted. Who knows? Maybe she has some real feelings for me too. Sun Jian looked completely disappointed. That woman screams luxury from every strand of hair. That luxury is watered with money, understand. Even if you offer your heart, you still need money first, right? I just let out a sigh. Seeing my reaction, Sun Jian immediately concluded. I don't even have to think to know you gambled all your money away again. I begged my old man for a long time. He agreed to give you this job, easy work and pays well. But I shook my head. It's not about the money, brother Jian. Have you ever suddenly felt disgusted by everything? No. Sun Jian stated firmly. I have money and status now. Am happy as can be. He slapped the leather seat. I don't care. I secured this deal. You must do it. He even started playing the emotional card. I haven't been in this position for long. All the underlings are watching. If you don't give me face, how can I keep my reputation? At this point, he issued a threat. If you don't do it, don't blame his brother for turning on you. Seeing this, I knew I couldn't refuse any longer. I pretended to pull myself together. Fine, let's call this the last one. I even found an excuse. I'm going to wash my hands of this later. If she finds out I do this for a living, what if she refuses to date me again? Sun Jian stared at me for a long time. Finally, he sighed. Well, see. Then he changed his tone. Actually, there's a reason you absolutely must do this. I frowned. What reason? Sun Jian pondered for a moment and suddenly asked. Some time ago, didn't you lose 20,000 yuan gambling? To Lao Feng, right? I nodded. That did happen. Sun Jian immediately looked annoyed. How many times have I told you? That guy wins every time. He's definitely cheating. You were like a man possessed. You burned through your parents' inheritance and you still haven't learned. Is losing 20,000 not enough? But I suddenly spoke. I understand now. I was set up. I calmly analyzed. They let me win a little first, less than greater than. Then they made me lose everything. Less than greater than. While I was desperate to win it back. Less than greater than. They let me win a bit more and then clean me out. The money just vanished into thin air. Sun Jian let out a cry of surprise. You've gotten smart all of a sudden. It's good that you figured it out. But I immediately followed up. You still haven't said why I must do this job. Sun Jian's face darkened. When you lost that 20,000, do you remember what else you gambled away? I shook my head. I was drinking too much then. I don't have much of an impression. The next second, Sun Jian yelled, You're a real genius. You even gambled your sister away. I was stunned as if struck by lightning. Ye Qingyan. Sun Jian pointed right at my nose. Otherwise, why do you think my old man doesn't dare use you anymore? My mind was a complete mess. You've gambled away your own money-making tool. Who's going to make money for you in the future? I immediately pressed. Brother Jian, how do you know all this so clearly? Sun Jian's face finally showed some guilt. We're brothers who've been through life and death. Now that I've made it, I feel too restricted to help you much. I haven't been able to do much for you. That's not right, is it? I, Sun Jian, am the most loyal person there is. I immediately nodded in agreement. Brother Jian, Meng Zi and I both know how loyal you are. Song Cun, standing beside us, also gave a thumbs up in admiration. Sun Jian thumped his chest. Of course, I thought to myself. Damn it, who would dare touch my brother? So I investigated him a bit. Who knew that guy had no backing at all? So I set him up in return. I asked curiously, what kind of trap? I found a gambling expert from Macau. He won until that guy didn't even have his underwear left. Sun Jian was proud. This is called getting a taste of his own medicine, using his own tricks against him. He clicked his tongue a few times. He couldn't believe he was losing, so he had to borrow money to win it back. That guy was so fired up then. He borrowed quite a lot. I suddenly realized, I see. You gave him a high-interest loan. Sun Jian spread his hands. There was no other way. I'm a kind person. How could I say no when he asked for money? The contract has interest on interest. His eyes turned cruel. This job is to collect that money from him. Brothers, don't hold back. Vent all your anger on him. I was silent for a while, then asked the most important question. Where is the contract where I gambled my sister away? Sun Jian immediately assured. Of course, it was gambled into my hands as well. Don't worry, once we're done, I'll give it back to you. The debt has been transferred to me now. Ha ha. You don't think I'm going to come after you for it, do you? I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, thank you. Sun Jian laughed loudly. Thank my ass. We're brothers who trade lives. As soon as he finished, the Mercedes sped along and stopped firmly in front of a bar. The stone steps were as bright as jade, exactly 9 steps. From the end of the steps to the door, exactly 5 paces. Truly the layout of a supreme ruler. 2 artificial streams at the entrance flowed slowly. The atmosphere was truly extraordinary. This bar was once Sun Hao's headquarters. Now it was given to Sun Jian as a gift for his new position. The underlings lined up and bowed. Brother Jian. Sun Jian gave a casual grunt. I followed him into a private elevator. Straight down to the second basement level. I immediately became alert. Sun Jian was definitely not as simple as he looked. I suddenly couldn't think straight. If he really wanted to protect me, he could have just said a word. How would the casino dare to cheat me then? So today's matter might not be as easy as he claimed. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Sun Jian asked the black-clad bodyguard at the door, "Where is he?" The guard replied respectfully, "He's hanging inside." Sun Jian frowned. "Hanging? Don't worry, we're being careful with him." To my surprise, Sun Jian's face suddenly darkened. "Who told you to touch him first? This man belongs to my brother Mu Ji. If you've done everything already, where is my brother supposed to vent his anger?" The guard was immediately terrified. "Sorry, Brother Jian. We were just following the usual procedure." Sun Jian gave a cold laugh. "You used to follow Manager Jiang, so now you don't respect me, right?" The guard's face turned pale. "Brother Jian, I didn't mean that. If there's a next time, then get the hell out. We are to Southeast Asia and find Manager Jiang." I shuddered. That Manager Jiang once plotted to rise up and was sent to Southeast Asia by Sun Hao, only to die mysteriously. Sun Jian's words clearly meant he wanted him dead. The guard was so scared that cold sweat poured down. Yes. At that moment, Sun Jian suddenly put his arm around my shoulder, his face instantly shifting into a helpless smile. "The underlings are ignorant. Don't take it to heart, brother." He pushed the door open and entered. In the middle of the room, a stark, naked man was hanging in the air. Beneath his feet was a massive block of ice. The air conditioner was set to the lowest, with the cold air blowing directly onto his head. The man was shivering violently from the cold, his face purple, and the soles of his feet were a terrifyingly pale white. Even more horrific was that his mouth was stuffed with a large bunch of smoldering items. With his nose blocked, he could only breathe through his mouth. But with every breath, pungent hot smoke lunged straight into his lungs. He wanted to cough but was afraid of dropping the things in his mouth. His entire face was swollen to a gruesome reddish purple. Tears and snot were streaming down his face. The next second, he couldn't hold it anymore and accidentally dropped the items from his mouth. As soon as one fell, it was replaced with a new one. But if he could endure it, he'd get a small moment to breathe. My heart went cold. This was his specialty torture method of the gang, leaving no wounds on the body. Sun Jian suddenly smiled at the door. "Even though that brat acted on his own, consider it helping you vent some steam." Luckily, Lao Fang's mouth is still tight. He hasn't confessed yet, so there's still room for you to perform. He pulled out a cigarette and flicked his silver lighter. The scent of mint smoke immediately spread. He pointed with the hand holding the cigarette. "Get that guy down for me." Chang Zi immediately stepped forward to untie him. The man's legs have long gone numb, and he collapsed onto the carpet. He curled up and shivered like a shrimp. On the pitch-black carpet, he looked like an ugly white flower in bloom. Sun Jian's voice was ice-cold. For a cheater, no method is too much. He brought it on himself. "Mugi, don't hold back later." I clenched my fists. "Brother Jian, ingrateful to you. But after this job is done, I just want to live a good life." To my surprise, Sun Jian cheerfully patted my shoulder. "To each his own. I understand, no problem. Go ahead. How much money do I need to demand from him?" Sun Jian blew his smoke ring. "See how much he can give. Anyway, he owes me 5 million yuan. I was stunned. That much? This figure was 50 times larger than the biggest debt I'd ever collected before. Sun Jian shrugged. There was no other way. Gamblers, they'd even bet their lives when they're fired up, let alone money. I asked again, "Aren't you afraid of trouble for setting him up like this?" He waved it off dismissively. "What's there to fear? He won't dare call the police. Otherwise, his wife and kids would be finished." Seeing me hesitate, Sun Jian laughed. "What, is it because it's your first big job that you're getting cold feet?" He suddenly got excited. Since it's a big order anyway, I'll give you another choice. Sun Jian tilted his head toward Qiangzi. Go pull his wife out. Qiangzi nodded. He actually dragged a woman out from the next room and threw her onto the carpet without a shred of mercy. She was a woman in her 30s. To my shock, it was actually Chi Sume, the woman who had tried to cheat me out of my wages. When Chi Sume saw me, a flicker of hope suddenly ignited in her eyes that were as dead as ashes. She crawled toward me, grabbing the hem of my pants and sobbing. Xiao Mu. You know them, don't you? It was my fault before. I was just driven to madness by debts. I beg of you, please put in a good word with the bosses. Well, definitely pay the money. Sun Jian raised an eyebrow with a meaningful smile. Oh, so you're acquainted. Chi Sume, like catching a lifeline, nodded frantically. We are. Buju worked at my place for a few days. To my surprise, Sun Jian's smile grew even deeper. That's even better. Dealing with strangers doesn't feel like much. Acquaintances are different. Knowing the history makes it more real, more flavorful.
There's no other way, lady. Don't look at me like that. Who told your husband to cheat at gambling and owe me money? He squatted down and patted her face. If you must blame someone, blame your husband for owing money. He stood up and gave me a hard push. You understand she's quite a beauty, isn't she? Don't worry, we'll all step out in a bit. But then he changed his tone, pointing at the man on the carpet. Leave him here to watch, so he knows what our methods are like. My gaze swept over the camera, in the corner, and my heart suddenly tightened. I only realized then that the original owner of this body was too stupid. How could someone like Sun Jian let me walk away so easily? Not a chance in hell. That video would be exactly what he'd use to control me later. So I suddenly put on a lewd smile and asked, Brother Jian, where's that contract I signed back then? Sun Jian waved at Qiangzi. Qiangzi immediately brought a contract over. Sun Jian tapped the contract lightly, emphasizing every word. This is the contract between you and Lao Fang. You owe him 20,000 yuan and one sister. You really should thank me for this. I managed to force a smile. Brother Jian, thank you so much. In a rule of law society, gambling away your sister like this is something the law won't recognize, right? Sun Jian looked at me as if he were looking at an idiot. The law forbids gambling too. Do you think Lao Fang gives a damn about the law? If I hadn't gotten this contract back, your sister would have been sold into the jungle long ago. And you still want to talk about the law with him? He seemed to have lost his patience. Muge, what the hell is wrong with you? You're too slow. Once this is done, the contract is yours. Just then, Song Siyuan suddenly spoke up. Jian, Muge probably doesn't have the heart. How about I do it for him instead? Sun Jian replied coldly. We're helping your boss vent his anger. Why are you meddling? Get lost. Mugi, hurry up. At this moment, I couldn't hesitate any longer. I understood that today I was forced to choose between Lao Fang, Chi Sume, and that contract. I composed my expression and spoke coldly. Jian, every debt has its debtor. Let me have a heart-to-heart with Lao Fang. When I first started this job, I made an oath to never bully women and children. Sun Jian clapped his hands a few times. If you'd been like that from the start, we'd be done by now. But then he sneered and stared at me. What about your sister? Does she not count as a woman or a child? A reckless smile remained on my face. She's just a tool for making money and venting anger, so she doesn't count. After saying that, I looked down at my fist. However, in my mind, the image of a boudoir sticker suddenly appeared, along with the face of the girl who bravely faced me. The girl who insisted on giving that item to me. The wound that was supposed to be healing seemed to be reminding me of something. Then I suddenly spoke up. Jian, can you give me a pair of gloves? Sun Jian looked suspicious. Gloves? You really aren't acting normal today. I just looked at Lao Fang, my tone full of arrogance. I see he's on the verge of breaking. I'm afraid he'll spill everything after a few hits, and the fun will be over. How can I fully vent my anger then? Put on gloves so I can beat him many more times. Damn it, this brat dared to cheat. We have to teach him a lesson he'll never forget. Sun Jian narrowed his eyes at me for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Even my dad said you have a natural talent for this. It's a pity you can't control yourself. Qiangzi, bring the gloves over here. I put on the gloves, then immediately crouched down. My left hand pinned Lao Fang down, aligning the target. The other hand delivered a heavy, powerful punch, striking hard into the soft tissue connected to the last rib. Even through the gloves, this sensation of violence still made me extremely uncomfortable. My scalp went numb in waves, and even my soul was trembling. However, at that very moment, I seemed to hear a voice that wasn't my own. The feeling of these hands, it's truly nostalgic. In an instant, my head felt like it exploded. Lao Fang shuddered in agony, but I pinned him down, my mouth curled into an eerie smirk, and my voice sounded cruel. Lao Fang, don't rush. Take your time to get used to it. We're going to play this out slowly. Chi Yume stood nearby, crying in despair. Seeing he was still breathing, I delivered another 1,000-pound punch. Lao Fang's body felt like an electric current passed through. shaking violently while I seemed to have become a completely different person, my expression one of intense excitement. Oh my, Lao Feng, why so careless? I glanced over at Chi Shumei. Look, Sister Mei is crying her heart out. Is there really not a single cent left? Chi Shumei completely broke down. I still have a little dowry, and my parents still have a house. Lao Feng pleaded in a raspy voice. Please, I beg you, spare us. Our whole family is only relying on my father-in-law's last house. But I just tilted my head, my voice icy. Sorry, I'm just a hired debt collector. I changed my tone, staring intently at him. But then again, I know the feeling of having to rent a house all too well. But that house, which was originally mine, seems to have been tricked away by your cheating. I hissed every word. Where's my house? Did you sell it? I laughed wildly and manically. Then what right do you have to beg me? Today, there's only one way out. Pay up. That's it. Try to endure a little more. If you faint right now, where will I vent my anger then? I turned to look at Chi Shumei with a cruel smile. I wonder how many punches your wife can take. Another punch, and Lao Feng clutched his stomach and screamed. The one who did it should be the one to pay. I looked at him, clicking my tongue sarcastically. Now you're speaking as if you have morals. What about when you took advantage of my drunkenness to trick me into selling my sister? Do you know she's the person I love most? Family, brothers, sister. My voice suddenly changed. I don't think I have the right to say those words either. Lao Feng was completely hopeless, kowtowing and pleading. Less than greater than. I'm sorry, it's really my fault. Less than greater than. I beg you, please spare me. Less than greater than. I tilted my head and looked at him with contempt. Less than greater than. If you had taken my sister away, less than greater than. Then who would make money for my drinks? Less than greater than. Immediately after, my gaze shifted to the side, at the trembling Chi Shumei. Oh, right, your wife looks quite all right, but she looks a bit frail. I wonder how many of my punches she can handle. Lao Feng's voice immediately turned hoarse. You said you don't hit women and children. Hearing that, I threw my head back and laughed. You actually believe that? I'm in this line of work, and what I love most is the sound of their miserable scream. Meanwhile, in the break room next door, Sun Jian was leisurely smoking a cigarette, listening to the occasional agonizing screams. The bodyguard Chang Zi couldn't help but ask, Jian, why go to all this trouble just to let him vent? Sun Jian puffed out a cloud of smoke, his eyes calm. You're overthinking it. I just want Lao Feng's money. Whether he's here or not, I would have trapped Lao Feng anyway. Having leverage over Mugi is just a convenient bonus. Chang Zi became even more confused. He's trash, what's the use of having leverage over him? Sun Jian tapped the ash off his cigarette, a cold smile on his lips. It's just convenient. If we have it and don't use it, it's no loss. But if there comes a day when we need it, wouldn't that be a huge profit? He even mentioned with an admiring tone. My dad said he respects President Su of the Su family most. A woman like Su Qingqian always has a purpose when sponsoring many poor students. If only a few of them turn out useful, it already provides her with immense assistance. Chang Zi partially understood and asked another question. So, will he go to the police station to report us? Sun Jian smiled, a smile full of confidence. I know exactly what kind of person he is. Fierce on the outside, cowardly and afraid of trouble on the inside. He wouldn't dare, and he wouldn't even realize that I have leverage over him. Believe it or not, when this is done, he'll even thank me. Changzi immediately nodded. I believe you. Just as Sun Jian finished watching a movie out of boredom, a sudden knock sounded at the door. I stood at the door, my face showing a clean mocking excitement, holding a piece of paper in my left hand. Sun Jian raised an eyebrow. Done? I patted my chest smugly and said, If I'm the one doing it, of course it's done. Sun Jian opened the paper, and it was covered in tears and snot. He tossed it to Chang Zi in disgust. What is this? I immediately explained. The address at the top is the digital lock code for Lao Feng's parents' house. The numbers below are the code for the home safe. It contains the land title and all the dowry that Chi Shumei hid away. Sun Jian laughed loudly after hearing that. See, Lao Feng has a shop in such a prime location on the food street. He even bought the shop, yet he didn't even bother to take care of the business. He must be too rich to care. Look, quite a big catch. But then I suddenly asked, is his debt fully paid off? Sun Jian looked at me with disappointment. You brat, why did you suddenly lose your brain? How can we let him pay off his entire debt? A rich person like this must be kept to be squeezed slowly. He stared intently at my expression as if trying to see through my heart. This is your first time doing something so bold. Do you find me cruel? I sneered. Cruel my foot. I wish I could have beaten him to death. If you don't believe me, go in and see for yourself. Sun Jian nodded appreciatively. Never forget how we looked with our face beaten up by that stinking sewer years ago. If you want to stand above others, your heart must be wicked. He nudged me with his shoulder, then suddenly lowered his voice. Brother, tell me the truth. You don't blame me, do you? I laughed of Sun Jian and said, he tricked me out of so many things.
Why would I blame you? Brother, you're overthinking it. Sun Jian immediately understood and winked at Kang's very quickly. Right after that, I spoke up directly. Jian, give me the contract. Sun Jian handed the contract to me. He pointed toward the table over there. The paper shredder is over there. I glanced at the contract and without a second thought fed it directly into the shredder, turning it into tiny pieces. Hearing the ear-piercing whir of the shredder, my entire body suddenly trembled. When I turned my head back, my expression seemed to have changed slightly. Jian, thank you. If there is nothing else, I'll take Siwon home first. But Sun Jian called out, wait. I turned around. You have any other instructions? Surprisingly, he handed me a thick envelope. I told you the payment for this job is very generous. 30,000 yuan. Is that generous enough? I pointed toward the paper shredder. No need. You already paid the fee. Never mind the money. Sun Jian directly shoved the money into my arms, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Are you not going to show your brother respect? I immediately changed to a grinning expression. Not at all. It's just that the bag I bought this morning was a bit expensive. I was afraid you'd feel the pinch. Sun Jian pointed at me and laughed loudly. At least you have a conscience, but my sister has been difficult to please since she was grounded. She insisted that I pay you. How could I dare to disobey her orders? Just take this money. I stopped being polite and accepted the envelope. Fine, I'll take it then. I led Song Siwon and turned to leave. As we walked deeper into the long corridor, the surrounding noise gradually faded away. At that moment, I suddenly fell silent. Song Siwon looked at my back. The lights in the passage shone down on me one by one, then passed by, making me look incredibly lonely. In the elevator, I stared silently at my fist. Right after that first punch landed earlier, the demon inside my body seemed to wake up immediately. I even lost control over my body for a moment. By the time I regained my senses, I was standing in front of the shredder. Was it the lingering desires of the original owner, wreaking havoc inside my body, or was it something else? I didn't dare to think about it further, but one thing was for sure, this body really knew how to hit someone where it hurts most. Even Lao Feng couldn't take it. Images of Ya Qingyan suddenly flashed through my mind, hiding behind the refrigerator, trembling with fear. Flashed through the scene of her cleaning up wine bottles, accidentally having a large clump of hair pulled out, yet she didn't even dare to let out a single whimper. It turns out she had to endure such pain countless times. A cold chill crept deep into my body through my fingertips. My heart seemed to be shattering, rotting away. A sharp, icy pain spread through my entire body. I whispered, "I'm sorry, I'm late." Stepping out of the bar, I felt as if I had just stepped into another life. Just a few hours ago, I was in a bright shopping mall. A few hours later, I became an abuser in a dark basement. At that moment, Song Siwon suddenly spoke. "Muji, you're acting very strange today." I asked, "How so?" Song Siwon said, "In the past, after a job like this, you'd usually light a cigarette, and then laughingly ask where we were going to party." I just grunted and conveniently made an excuse, and just a bit tired from wearing gloves while hitting someone today. Song Siwon stared at me for a long time before speaking. "I thought you weren't happy." I laughed. "If the debt is collected, of course I'm happy." He shook his head, a meaningful smile on his face. "But Muga, you will always be my boss." I nodded and pulled 30,000 yuan directly from the envelope, took out 20,000 and gave it to Song Siwon. "Take it." Song Siwon was shocked and quickly took half a step back. "Brother, this isn't right. I didn't do anything today. Honestly, I don't even know why AGN insisted on calling me along today." I sneered and exposed the truth. He's newly promoted. Many people are only loyal on the surface. He doesn't have many people under him he can really use. You're currently down on your luck. He wanted to show you how easy it is to make money, so that later you'd be willing to work for him. I continued pointing at Song Siwon, emphasizing every word. "Kid, remember what I just said. I am your boss." Song Siwon immediately affirmed. "Don't worry, brother. I'll never be a traitor. But I can't accept this money." Surprisingly, I said, 10,000 of that is for you to give to Kizumi's parents so they have money to rent a room. Lao Fang is despicable, but the elderly are innocent. Song Siwon nodded after hearing that. "Okay." I continued. "The other 10,000 is for you to keep. What kind of boss doesn't reward his men? Go rent yourself a place to stay too. Sleeping in net cafes and under bridges all day looks like crap." Song Siwon looked at me for a long time, so long that I thought he was about to refuse. But in the end, he only said one word. I looked at the envelope in my hand and walked forward alone in silence. Song Siwon watched my back and felt that I was like a lone wolf. I walked aimlessly. It was clearly lunchtime, but I couldn't swallow anything, and I didn't even have any interest in making deliveries anymore. Suddenly, I really wanted to drink, to gulp down cold beers, to numb my brain, and forget everything that had just happened. But as I hovered in front of a convenience store, I suddenly remembered that I was currently quitting alcohol.
I let out a sigh and forced myself to turn away. So, avoiding the crowded streets, less than greater than. I specifically sought out quiet places to walk, less than greater than. Accidentally reaching a riverbank, less than greater than. I saw two people sitting under an umbrella, less than greater than. Fishing and sat down on the ground nearby. I watched them and tried to empty my mind. Time slowly passed until sunset began to fall. One of them packed up his fishing rod, stood up and stretched, then took a bottle of Evian, mineral water from his bag and threw it to me. "Hey kid, you've been sitting in the sun all afternoon. What's troubling you so much?" I caught the water bottle, but didn't drink it. The man was tall and had an extraordinary aura. Even wearing a simple white t-shirt and shorts, he couldn't hide his noble, otherworldly air. Seeing I didn't drink, he smiled slightly. "Not a drop of water all afternoon. Aren't you thirsty?" That I finally spoke. "This is my first time seeing this kind of mineral water. I want to take it back for my sister to drink." The man asked again, "Is there anyone else at home? Aren't you saving some for the adults?" I shook my head. "There are no adults, just me and her." After hearing that, he bent down and took another bottle from his bag and tossed it over. I caught it accurately. "Thank you." As the man packed up his fishing gear, he said to me, "Kid, if you have a problem, go solve it. Sitting under the scorching sun like this to torture yourself won't help at all in this summer heat." I was stunned for a moment. You can tell?" He smiled gently. "Yes, I can tell." Then he gave me some advice. "Man, life will present you with many high mountains. If you cross one mountain, you are already standing one step higher." I couldn't help but ask, "What if the mountain is too high and cannot be crossed?" To my surprise, the man looked up, his gaze firm. "Then you have to use your brain to cross it. If it's truly impossible, then better to die on the road to conquering that mountain than to sit here in the sun and do nothing. Isn't that right?" I looked at his handsome face, and those eyes that looked even at a dog with affection, and my heart was deeply shaken. A second later, I twisted the cap of the Evian, drank it all in one gulp, and only said 2 words. I slowly stood up and turned to walk away. But I never in a million years expected that right after I turned away, the man would speak to his companion, who had been silent this whole time. "All right, Xiao Hu, take your hand off your belt. He's just a young man who was on the verge of a breakdown." It turns out that the companion named Xiao Hu hadn't moved because he was focusing all of his attention on me. His hand had actually been resting on the hilt of the knife at his waist, ready to respond to me at any moment. Xiao Hu removed his hand, stood up and folded the umbrella, suddenly looking embarrassed. "Sir, there's something I forgot to tell you. I want to ask for a few days off for my wedding." Lu Shizhou slapped his thigh excitedly. "You've finally seen the light. The two of you gossip together every day. I was getting anxious for you." He scolded with disappointment. "Look at old Niu's child. Already knows how to steal money for ice cream." Xiao Hu scratched his head. "It's just that Xiao Wan is so excellent. I felt that I wasn't worthy of her." Lu Shizhou didn't agree. "A few years ago when we went to the hot springs, I already knew the two of you had feelings for each other. Those stories about Wu Chuan's wife having an affair must have been leaked by you." Xiao Hu chuckled. "Why couldn't it be Niu Zhanshan, Zhang Shixie, or the others? They aren't as talkative as you." Lu Shizhou waved his hand. "Let's go home and have dinner with the wives." Xiao Hu was puzzled. "Aren't you going to tutor Xiao Bu Tao anymore?" Lu Shizhou's face immediately fell. "You really have a knack for bringing up things that shouldn't be said." "Sai, I can't help it. I can't teach him anything. That brat is way too mischievous, a real little demon king. I don't even know how many feather dusters we've broken on him." Xiao Hu winked and imitated his tone from before. "If you cross one mountain, you are already standing one step higher. Yet some people, even the mountain of teaching their kid, less than greater than, they can't seem to cross it. Less than greater than." Lu Shizhou waved his hand. "Less than greater than. Oh, those empty philosophical words, less than greater than, always have a little discrepancy with reality. Less than greater than." He rolled his eyes. "Less than greater than. How about letting your Xiao Wan try to teach him, less than greater than, as a bit of practice? Less than greater than." Xiao Hu was startled. "No way, my Xiao Wan is busy gossiping with me." Lu Shizhou sighed. "Never mind, from tomorrow, I'll send him to the Cheng family and let Brother Hua's daughter teach him properly, and I can enjoy some private time with my wife." Unexpectedly, Xiao Hu craftily suggested, "How about you and President Su start a second account?" Lu Shizhou shook his head in terror. "If we have another child and it turns out exactly like Xiao Bu Tao, it would surely shorten the lives of Qingqian and me." Xiao Hu laughed out loud when he heard that. Lu Shizhou pretended to be angry. "Stop laughing." I immediately went to the main road and found an ATM to deposit that 10,000 yuan into my card. Next, I took out my phone and paid off the 6,000 yuan online loan. Although the origin of this money wasn't clean, it was useful, and that's what mattered. Now there's 4,000 yuan left on the card, plus what's at home. Finally, Ya Qingyan's tuition and boarding fees for the start of school are covered. My heart felt completely relieved. Registering for food delivery can be put on hold for now. I decided to go buy some gifts to meet the school's education director to ask clearly about Qingyan's re-enrollment. In case anything unexpected happens, I still have my final trump card. The background of music teacher Zhu Yan seems quite formidable. There are indeed many mountains ahead, so I'll just cross them one by one. I called a grab and got home after 7 p.m. The weather changed in an instant. Gray clouds covered the entire sky, and a terrible storm was slowly approaching. I climbed to the second floor and pushed the door open, seeing 2 savory dishes and 1 vegetable dish already on the table. Ya Qingyan, with her hair tied and wearing an apron, poked her head out of the kitchen, her voice unable to hide her joy. "Brother, you're home. There's one last dish. It'll be ready in a second. Wait for me for a bit." I put the bottle of Evian on the table and then plopped myself down on the sofa, simply replying with, "Okay." But at that very moment, I looked down at my hand. It seemed as if the feeling of hitting someone still lingered there. A feeling of sickening disgust suddenly rose in my heart. I felt something violent deep within my body. Waking up, creeping out from between my bones. It instantly spreads throughout my entire body, dragging me down deep into the abyss. Even though my stomach is growling with hunger, I suddenly lost all my appetite. I abruptly stand up, intending to go straight to the bedroom. Ya Qingyan hurriedly runs over, carrying the final dish. She reaches out, carefully clutching the hem of my shirt. She looks up at me. "Oppa, the food is all ready. Can we please eat now?" I shake my head. "I don't want to eat. You go ahead." Ya Qingyan continues to plead softly. "Wonmun, you look so tired. Please just eat a little." Wonmun. Strangely, a surge of violent energy suddenly wells up within my eyes. I reach out and grab Ya Qingyan's wrist tightly, then roughly throw it off. I roar, "I already told you I don't want to eat. Didn't you hear me?" The force is so strong that it makes the fragile one, Ya Qingyan, stumble back 2 steps. She stands frozen in place, saying hurtfully, "Oppa, you've been working so hard lately. I just wanted to cook a meal to thank you. I put my whole heart into preparing this. Can't you just try one bite?" I feel my fists gradually tightening. A terrifying voice suddenly echoes in my head. Her cries and misery when she's beaten. It's truly a wonderful melody, the best way to relieve stress. I shudder. What kind of hellish thought is that? I grip my teeth and bite down hard on the tip of my tongue. The stinging pain helps me struggle back to my senses. But at that very moment, Ya Qingyan steps forward once more, grabbing the hem of my shirt again. I suddenly feel something is very wrong. I shove her away and roar, "Get away." My voice is also stained with murderous intent. "Who the hell do you think you are? Just because you cooked, am I obligated to eat?" Then I turn around and grab Ya Qingyan by the collar, growling like a wild beast. I'll say it again. Don't bother me. I give her a hard shove, trying my best to suppress the urge to throw a punch and stomp quickly toward the bedroom. Unexpectedly, Ya Qingyan stumbles but rushes forward again, clinging tightly to my arm from behind. Her voice is choked with sobs. "Oppa, did I do something wrong? Is it because of me that you're under so much pressure? I'm sorry, I won't go to school anymore. Hope you'll find a job tomorrow." I stand there silently without saying a word, but her tears keep streaming down. "Do you hate me that much? Please don't be like this. Don't abandon me." Hot tears fall drop by drop onto my arm, flowing along my skin. That warm sensation snaps me awake, and the murderous intent in my eyes gradually fades. I say in a low voice, "Sorry, I was just being short-tempered. Let's eat." Ya Qingyan frantically wipes away her tears, and yet she manages to smile. "Yes, let me get the chopsticks for you," she says coaxingly while testing the waters. "Should I go cook some noodles?" I feel a pang of pity and just nod silently. 10 minutes later, as I am holding the bowl of noodles, I hear Ya Qingyan ask softly with her head down, "Can you please not hate me?" I swallow a mouthful of noodles. "You're my money tree, you know. How could I possibly hate you? No matter what, you have to go to school. Without a college degree to open doors, it'll be hard for you to earn 1,000,000 yuan from me. Don't mention quitting school to work ever again." Ya Qingyan seems to have a weight lifted off her, clenching her small fist. "Yes, I will definitely study very hard so I can earn money for you to spend." She uses her chopsticks to pick up a piece of braised rib and puts it into my bowl. "Oppa, don't just eat plain noodles. Have some meat." I suddenly daze out. This is the second time someone has served me food. The first time was back in my previous life. I had always been a lonely child, always smelling bad with no family and no friends. In the cafeteria, I would always just order a bowl of white rice with a bowl of free soup, sitting alone in the corner eating rice soaked in soup. Until the 11th grade, I got a new desk mate. That girl with a ponytail, who always carried the scent of gardenias. She took a piece of braised pork from her stainless steel tray. "Hey, you can't just eat plain rice. Have some meat." That night, my dreams were filled with the scent of gardenias. I felt like I had developed a secret crush on her. Unfortunately, she was too good at studying, and soon she was transferred to the honors class. I never saw her again after that.
Later in college, taking out student loan, living a life of working while studying, I often thought about that girl from years ago. But the heartless years passed, and her face in my memories became nothing but a faded shadow. But at this very moment, that shadow suddenly becomes vivid. That face transforms into the face of Ya Qingyan. I am so startled by this outrageous thought that I begin to tremble, and the noodle soup in my hand immediately spills out. Ya Qingyan sees me dazing out and suddenly shivering, so she asks worriedly, "Oppa, are you okay? You're acting really strange today." I force an unnatural smile. It's nothing. I just remembered some old things. I hurriedly lower my head to eat the noodle, cursing myself in my head for being such a scoundrel. This is my sister, for God's sake, what kind of nonsense am I thinking? This meal feels very cozy to Ya Qingyan. She asks expectantly, "Appa, my cooking today isn't bad, right?" I nod. It's really not bad. This wasn't flattery. The dishes she put her heart into have indeed improved a lot. I stand up. "You cooked, so I'll do the dishes." But Ya Qingyan hurriedly snatches the dishes. "Appa, you're tired, let me do." With that, she carries the dishes into the kitchen. At the same time, the wind outside grows louder and louder. The howling sounds bone-chilling. After washing, I lie in bed but can't fall asleep. Perhaps because the wind is too mournful, or perhaps because the miserable screams of old boss Fang keep echoing in my ears. I'm clearly very sleepy, yet I still can't close my eyes. Not until I use the 4-7-8 breathing method from my previous life do I finally drift off. However, in my drowsy state, I suddenly hear a knock at the door. I roll out of bed. The room is pitch black. The darkness is as thick as a stone wall. I fumble for the light switch, but when I flip it, the light doesn't come on. Did the strong wind snap the power lines? Right then, the knocking becomes more violent, carrying a strange sense of madness. I shout, "Qingyan, is that you?" No one answers from outside, only the whistling wind, sharp as if tens of thousands of monsters are howling together. Bang, bang, bang. It's no longer knocking now. Someone is pounding on the door with their fists. Suddenly, a flash of lightning tears through the night sky, brightening the whole bedroom like daylight. Immediately after, the rumbling thunder follows, making the door panels rattle violently. But right after the thunder, that frantic pounding abruptly stops. I've just breathed a sigh of relief when a second later, the banging starts up again. Bam, bam, bam. I frown. Something isn't right. This isn't Ya Qingyan. She's only 1.65 meters tall. She wouldn't be pounding on the door this high up. I raise my fist to measure against the door. The person outside must be at least 1.85 meters. Then comes more crashing. The pounding turns into rapid kicking at the door. This wooden door won't hold much longer. My gaze turns cold. Timing the break between kicks, I quietly turn the lock, then suddenly yank the door open, punching a punch straight at the person standing outside. Since it's not yet Qingyan, there's no need to be polite to an illegal intruder. Even if I injure them, it's justifiable self-defense. The dark figure outside gives a cold snort, then lunges forward even more aggressively, knocking me to the ground in a blink. The two of us immediately start brawling, and just then another flash of lightning flares, illuminating the person's face for a split second. I freeze right on the spot. That person looks exactly like me. When he sees my appearance, he also seems startled and shocked, his movements pausing for a moment. "Who are you?" We both speak in unison. "I am Muji." The two of us speak simultaneously again. I mutter to myself, "I see, am dreaming, and a bizarre dream at that." But the other Muji has a vicious look in his eyes. Why did everything turn out like this the moment I woke up? I remember now. That brat cooked me a bowl of porridge. I knew something was wrong when I ate it. I'm still analyzing. Perhaps this is the body's subconscious. Unexpectedly, my twin version suddenly laughs maniacally. "I get it now. You've possessed my body." "Ha ha ha, didn't expect that, did you? And not fully dead yet." He suddenly exerts force, pinning me to the ground and delivers a powerful punch to my stomach. I react instantly. After being pinned down, I use my forehead to slam hard into his nose, both of us taking a stinging hit at the same time. Two identical faces both reveal an expression of extreme agony. A miserable scream escapes from our throats. Boom! Another clap of thunder roars. At the same time, Ya Qingyan is startled away by the violent thunder, and she slowly opens her eyes. The room is pitch black, and she has always been afraid of the dark. She always feels like countless monsters are hiding in the shadows. Ya Qingyan's body uncontrollably shudders from fear. Just as she is about to cover her head with a blanket, she suddenly hears a strange, painful cry coming from the room next door. Oppa! Her sleepiness vanishes without a trace. Ya Qingyan tremblingly fumbles for her phone under the pillow, using her fingers to dim the flashlight, only letting a faint light flicker through the gaps. She thinks that if an intruder is in the next room, less than greater than, they probably won't notice such a tiny bit of light. Less than greater than. She immediately presses her ear against the wall. Less than greater than. And listens intently for a while. Another miserable scream rings out from the other side. It is indeed my voice.
She hurries to turn on the light but finds that the power is out. Ya Qingyan grits her teeth and suddenly flings open her bedroom door. In the darkness, it seems like tens of thousands of eyes are stalking her. She takes a deep breath and removes her hand from the flashlight. The light immediately spreads. She then quickly checks. The lock is still intact. But at that very moment, another agonizing scream echoes from my bedroom. Is it not an intruder, but rather that I'm sick?
Ya Qingyan immediately rushes to my door and bangs on it frantically. Oppa, what's wrong? Open the door right now.
In the room, the two figures have separated and are both getting up from the floor. Facing off in the dark, the twin version speaks first. Kid, where did you come from? I gasp for air. None of your business. He takes a step forward, closing in. Less than greater than. Give up. Don't make me work for it. Less than greater than. I've been roaming the streets since I was a teenager. Less than greater than. I can't even count how many people I've taken down. Less than greater than. You're no match for me. Less than greater than. I smirk. Less than greater than. I was only 7 when I dared to fight the bullies at the orphanage. Less than greater than. I've faced countless hardships in my life, but I've never known the meaning of backing down. If you don't believe me, come and try. Before the words are even finished, the two of us dive into another struggle. Every move is brutal, with absolutely no mercy. Not until another miserable cry rings do we separate again.
Each of us is panting heavily and rapidly. The other Mu-Ji, thanks to his more experienced combat skills, has gradually gained the upper hand. He laughs coldly. I told you, you're no match for me. You have no ties to this world. Why be so stubborn? Is it because of that brat? I don't answer. Only the sound of heavy breathing remains. But he laughs, a very bizarre laugh. Both of our consciousnesses are now in this body, so our minds are connected. Even if you don't say it, I know exactly what you're thinking. I finally speak. So what? Unexpectedly, he breaks into a maniacal laughter. That brat is a murderer. She put poison in my bowl. Murderer, born with a cursed fate, that brings death to everyone around her. And you're still defending her. You've truly lost your mind. My eyes are icy. She's a good person. She only turned to murder because you forced her. The other Mu-Ji mutters. I was originally planning to negotiate with you. The two of us could take turns controlling this body. At most, it would just be like having multiple personalities. I spit on the ground. Scum like you doesn't deserve to exist in this world. He clenches his fists, his killing intent clear. It seems we have nothing more to talk about. I will definitely eliminate you today. My eyes are firm without a hint of flinching. I always felt there was something wrong with this body. It turns out it's because you weren't fully dead. In that case, allow me to invite you to die once more. Just then, Ya Qingyan from outside the door curls her fingers and knocks loudly, but there is still no answer from within. All she can do is press her ear against the door, to listen intently to the sounds inside. Surprisingly, 2 different versions of my voice are coming from inside. The maniacal laughter of the other Mu-Ji. Ha ha ha. Admit defeat, Mu-Ji. Look at yourself, see how much longer you can hold on. Meanwhile, the other version is screaming in pain. You want to reclaim control of this body? In your dreams. This body was originally mine. We're the same age with identical faces. This is just me from a parallel world. I gasp. I will absolutely not give up. Absolutely not. A series of miserable screams follows. A chill immediately runs down Ya Qingyan's spine. She shivers and goosebumps cover her entire body. She thinks for a moment, then grabs her phone and rushes into the kitchen, pulling a Chinese cleaver from the knife rack. She tests the blade with her hand. It's still very sharp. A second later, her right hand grips the handle tightly. Holding her phone in her left hand, she rushes to my door and slams her shoulder into it. The old wooden door isn't very sturdy, but because she's so frail, it takes a lot of effort to break in. She sees me collapse by the wardrobe, clutching my head and groaning in agony, with veins bulging on my forehead like writhing worms. From my mouth, I keep muttering phrases with 2 completely different tones. One moment calm, the next violent. Especially that latter voice. Ya Qingyan would never mistake it for as long as she lived. It is definitely him. Is it his ghost returning on the 7th day? She places her phone on the headboard to illuminate the whole bedroom, then lifts my sweat-drenched head and pulls me into her lap. My body is burning like fire and I am still shaking violently. Qingyan. She uses her left hand to massage my throbbing temple, rubbing them gently bit by bit, but her right hand holds that cold cleaver, slowly bringing it close to my neck. If I lose the battle, she won't hesitate to use that knife to slit my carotid artery. At that very moment, another flash of lightning strikes the blade, instantly sparking a cold, dazzling light. Rain begins to pour down in torrents, and the thunder rumbles continuously. Half of Ya Qingyan's face is lit by the light, the other half submerged in gloomy shadows. She mutters, I heard everything you two said. It's so good to know that your name is also Mu-Ji. I finally know your name. With that, she hugs me even tighter, her voice becoming extremely gentle. Oppa. It's so dark outside, and the thunder is so loud. Are you afraid? How about I sing for you? My body suddenly twitches, but she doesn't mind at all. Her left hand continues to massage my temples. With the knife still in her right hand, she begins to sing. I pray to have a heart within me, and eyes that can shed tears. Give me the courage to keep believing, to bypass all the lies and hold you close. My consciousness is now gradually fading, and everything in the room seems to dissolve into nothingness. Am I really no match for him? Just as I think, the other Mugi grabs me by the collar, lifting me off the ground and laughing wildly. Ha ha ha! I told you you're just wasting your time. It's only been a few days, yet that brat has already made you this infatuated. You care about her so much. Then both of you can go to hell together. In this critical moment, hanging by a thread, I gather the last of my remaining strength, suddenly throw my arm out and punch him squarely in the face. But the opponent just gives a scornful sneer. Is this all you've got? Your spirit is commendable. But unfortunately, this is my home turf. Then he leans close to my ear and whispers, don't worry. As long as this body doesn't end up in a vegetative state, less than greater than, I'll definitely enjoy a taste of that girl on your behalf. Less than greater than. And then I'll take her up to the roof and throw her off the building so she can join you down there. I immediately glare at him with fury and shout back, you are absolute scum. If you dare touch her, I'll kill you. When Ya Qingyan hears these words, tears suddenly stream down her face. Oppa, thank you. But the other Mu Ji laughs out loud. So what if I'm scum? There are no good people in this era anyway. You're already in this state, yet you think you can threaten someone. In the next second, his hand suddenly chokes my neck and he exerts force. You look down on scum like me, yet aren't you still losing to this very scum? I feel myself in free fall, plunging straight into a bottomless abyss. Countless monsters are howling, waiting to tear me apart. Is it over? I begin to give up my resist and my image starts to gradually fade away. The other Mu Ji laughs triumphantly. I'm about to return. But in the midst of that falling sensation, countless memories pass through my mind like a revolving lantern. My promise to the orphanage director, I'll definitely get into university, and after I graduate, I'll send money back to you. My assurance to the boss at the company, I will definitely finish this project. And my vow to myself, I must send her to university. I will surely overcome this burden. If I couldn't in my previous life, that means I can't in this life either. Overcoming one mountain only leads to a higher one. If I truly cannot cross it, then I would rather die on the path of conquest. A surge of burning energy explodes from the depths of my soul, transforming into a resounding roar. I will definitely do it. Do what exactly? The other version says dismissively, look how resilient you are, not even vanishing yet. But this is just the final flicker of light before it's extinguished forever. Just give up. Unexpectedly exhausting the last of my strength, less than greater than, I suddenly lunged and embraced him tightly, less than greater than, and bit hard into his neck. Less than greater than. The opponent let out a scream of pain and rage. Streams of matter emitting a faint light began to flow from that bite wound and were absorbed by me. Let go. You're a lunatic. He repeatedly threw wild punches, each one carrying a bone deep pain aimed at destroying my will. My consciousness began to fade and fall once more. At a moment, a melodious voice suddenly echoed from the shadows. It was the voice of Ya Qingyan. Why are the days so short? A century of sorrow floods the vast universe, an eternity of Taiji stretching on forever. If I die, she won't survive either. I snapped my eyes wide open, and my fading gaze regained its focus once more. I gritted my teeth even harder, refusing to let go no matter what. The transparent energy from him constantly flowed out and surged into my mouth. My body gradually became solid, while his body began to fade away. Damn it! Let go already. He desperately swung his fists wildly, each blow aimed straight for my most painful spots, just the way he used to treat Ya Qingyan. I will definitely win. Sure enough, his fists were still falling, but their force had clearly weakened. His body began to turn faint and transparent, and terror finally showed on his face. No. It's impossible. It shouldn't be like this. I suddenly let go and grabbed his collar, raising my fist with a cold sneer. Your home turf, you say? I delivered a powerful blow, to his body and then another. He immediately collapsed and began to beg. Spare me. Please spare my life. You can keep me around and let me handle the fighting from now on. My gaze was cold as ice. Losing to a piece of trash like you. Then came another punch. You really love hitting people, don't you? I don't know how many punches I threw, but his form flickered uncontrollably, like a glitchy TV screen. I let go of his collar and used all the strength I had left to deliver the final blow. Now, scumbag, go ahead and die one more time. I beg you, spare me. With a loud sound, his form shattered like a soap bubble. I let out a long sigh of relief. Little sister, I won. After saying that, I panted a few times and then drifted right off to sleep. Go to sleep. Ya Qingyan dropped the knife from her hand, held my head, and her tears wouldn't stop falling. Good night, brother. When I woke up, I was lying in bed, a throbbing pain echoing through my head, like I had just come off a heavy drinking binge. However, that oppressive weight in my chest was completely gone. I pressed hard on my throbbing temples, trying to pull myself together before getting out of bed. Walking out of the bedroom, I wondered, why is the door broken like this? Could those kicks in my dream really have an impact on reality? Ya Qingyan was sitting at the table reading. She used to study in her room all the time. This was the first time she was studying in the living room. Hearing the noise from the bedroom, she turned her head, paused for a second, and said, "Brother, you're awake?" Before I could even speak, Ya Qingyan continued, "I've been studying very hard lately, and I'll definitely catch up on everything I miss before school starts." I was stunned for a moment, then snapped back. I slammed my hand on the table. "You better, because if I catch you being lazy, less than greater than, I'll definitely give you a beating. Less than greater than." To my surprise, she tilted her head and blinked. "Less than greater than. Okay then, if I'm lazy, less than greater than. You can go ahead and punish me. Less than greater than." I look at her, feeling weird. What was this? Was I still dreaming? That coquettish tone made my skin crawl, yet my heart felt like it was melting. Ya Qingyan continued with a worried expression, "Brother, you don't look well. Maybe you shouldn't go out today. I'll cook lunch for you." I immediately rubbed my temples, mimicking the old scumbag's tone. Like I care. But she played along perfectly, putting on a very aggrieved face. I suddenly found it hard to resist, so I quickly snatched the English book from her hand. "Let me check how much you've actually learned." The result was that Ya Qingyan answered fluently without missing a word. She had clearly put in a lot of effort. I nodded, but kept my tone harsh. "Not bad, but remember, if you dare to be lazy, I'll beat you." She pretended to be scared, shrinking her shoulders and whispering, "I understand." Seeing her reaction, I sighed in relief and went back to my room. But the moment I closed the door, the smile on Ya Qingyan's lips could no longer be hidden. "Brother, do you know that your act has completely fallen apart, and yet you're still trying to play the part? Do you know what his English level was before? He couldn't even understand a single complete sentence." She rested her chin on her hand, smiling instinctively. "Life is getting more and more interesting." I took another short nap, finished the lunch she prepared, and then headed out. "Stay home and study. I'm going out for a bit." Ya Qingyan just nodded. "Yes, so please be safe." Something is definitely off with her, my suspicion grew. But she had already turned back to the kitchen to wash dishes, until the sound of the motorcycle downstairs completely faded. Ya Qingyan knelt down and reached under the bed. The next second, she pulled out a lipstick. This lipstick turned out to be one she had scavenged from a trash bag. For some reason, she really wanted to try it today. Even though she was clearly alone in the house, she still nervously checked every corner. Once she was sure I was really gone, she closed the bedroom door and drew the curtains. Then she sat down at her desk and took a cracked mirror out of the drawer. She carefully applied the lipstick, a reddish-pink hue appearing in the mirror. Her lips suddenly looked like petals touched by morning dew. She couldn't help but smile softly. So beautiful, just like Mom. But the very next second, her mother's warmth from her deathbed echoed in her ears. "My child, don't believe in true love because when you realize it's all a lie, it will kill you." In an instant, the memory of her mother's suicide flooded back. The carefully styled hair, the rope around her neck, and the tongue sticking out like a demon's. Her foster mother covered her eyes. "Qingyan, don't look." But how could it possibly not look? That was her biological mother who had raised her for 9 years. Thinking of this, Ya Qingyan wiped the lipstick off her lips with force. The bright red smear looked terrifying, just like fresh blood. She looked in the mirror and said each word clearly. He's not like them. I want to believe just once, only this one time." At the same time, I was out filling my gas tank, then bought a pack of Huang Halu cigarettes and sped straight to Donghai High School No. 3. I knew School No. 3 was a prestigious, long-standing institution. The college entrance rate was high, but the pressure was immense. Back then, Ya Qingyan could have chosen the easier School No. 1, less than greater than. Yet she proactively chose this most difficult path. Less than greater than. She really was ruthless with herself. Less than greater than. I couldn't help but marvel. Less than greater than. Considering her books and homework were constantly ripped apart. It truly was a miracle that she even got in. I parked my bike and was about to head inside, when the security guard stopped me. Without a word, I shoved the cigarettes into his hand. "Boss, I'm not going in. I just need to ask for the home teacher's number. Do you have it?" The guard took the cigarettes and then asked what was going on. I quickly explained. My sister was out sick for over 3 months, and including summer break, she's been out for nearly 4 months. I want to see the homeroom teacher to ask what the re-enrollment procedure is. I had already looked up information online, so I knew that at School No. 3, this was handled by the homeroom teacher. The guard didn't think it was a big deal, gave me the contact number. But when I cautiously made the call, I was, as expected, flatly rejected. The teacher's reasoning was sound. A semester is only 4 or 5 months long. Ya Qingyan has been absent for way too long, and our curriculum moves very fast. Returning now, she definitely wouldn't be able to catch up. Furthermore, it would lower our school's graduation rate. I repeatedly assured him that she was working hard at home and would definitely catch up. Surprisingly, the teacher changed his mind. All right, I'll give you a chance. Come see me now to talk in person. Hearing that, I knew there was hope, so I immediately sped to the Lowan apartment complex, found the address, and knocked on the door. The man who opened the door was a middle-aged guy with a potbelly, Tuong Siu himself. I quickly held out 2 bottles of Ba Vuong Tui. Mr. Tuong, please accept this small gift from my hometown. But Tuong Siu didn't even look at them, nor did he have any intention of inviting me in. Instead, he just gave me a sidelong glance. Is there something stuffed inside those? I could only give a sheepish smile. Well, it's just a little something from home, nothing much. Unexpectedly, Tuong Siu took the box, glanced at it, gave a cold laugh, and shoved it back into my arms. I'm an upright man. I don't play these games. Take it back. So about my sister's schooling, go home and wait for news. Tuong Siu impatiently tried to slam the door, but I quickly wedged half my body inside. Mr. Tuong, is my hometown gift not to your liking? What is it that you prefer? Tell me and I'll go prepare it for you. Only then did Tuong Siu slowly speak. Processing your sister's re-enrollment takes a lot of effort. It's quite exhausting work. Having some fresh vegetables to ease the stress isn't too much to ask, is it? I nodded vigorously. Not at all. We have plenty of wild vegetables back home. I'll bring some over for you. But he simply held up 2 fingers. Ours is a top-tier school. It's not a place where people can just come and go. Come back to see me once you've thought it through. Bam! The door slammed shut in my face. I cursed under my breath. What a greedy bastard. Where am I going to find 20,000 yuan for him? The path to the homeroom teacher was officially blocked. I had no choice but to ride back to the school. With another pack of Huang Halu, I got the number for Ya Qingyan's music teacher. This Ms. Su came from a very impressive family. If she was willing to help, returning the school would be a guaranteed success. However, if I had any other choice, I really wouldn't want to contact her at all, as the previous owner of this body had offended her deeply. But right now I have no other choice but to grit my teeth and give her a call. At the same time, Xu Yan was feeling frustrated. With the groceries she just bought from the supermarket, the kitchen counter was cluttered, and as she washed vegetables, her long, silky hair kept falling. She had just brushed it back, only for it to fall down again a second later. At this moment, I had no idea that on the other end of the line, Ms. Xu Yan was joking around in the kitchen with her friend Zhang Ran. Zhang Ran, stop watching movies and come here to give me a hand. Zhang Ran, wearing a black silk nightgown, gibbled as she approached, even making a mock courtly bow. As you command, my great turtle lord. Xu Yan's eyes lit up. Let me check you tonight. That spot of yours seems even more developed. Unexpectedly, Zhang Ran immediately switched in overbearing CEO mode, tilting Xu Yan's chin. You want to climb into my bed tonight? A woman like you isn't even qualified yet. She even took off the hair tie from her wrist and stuffed it into Xu Yan's hand. There's 2 million in this card. Take the money and drop those thoughts. Xu Yan immediately played along, hugging Zhang Ran's neck and pouting. CEO Zhang, you're the only one in my heart. Zhang Ran put on a devilish, obsessive look. Your heart is too cheap. It's not worth my attention. The two played around for a bit, then Zhang Ran started washing vegetables while Su Yan prepared to chop the food. Just then, the phone sitting nearby rang. Su Yan casually answered on speaker. Hello, who is this? Hearing her voice, I spoke quickly. Hello, Ms. Su, I'm Ya Qingyan's brother, and calling to ask about her returning to school, and dared to call for your help. The moment I finished, she flew into a rage on the other end. Su Yan's furious voice echoed out, her face turning red with anger as she shouted with pure resentment. You actually know you're shameless. Goodbye. Click. The call was cut off instantly. Before I could even react, I found myself blacklisted when I tried calling back. What I couldn't have known was that, after hanging up, Su Yan didn't just block my number. She also set her phone to automatically reject all unknown calls. Zhang Ran stood nearby and asked curiously, Who's that? Who could make our well-mannered Ngan this absolutely livid? Xu Yan irritably chopped vegetables while venting. Don't even mention it. It's the bastard brother of one of my students. He's incredibly shameless. She started listing all the terrible things I had done, exaggerating the details for her best friend. But from beginning to end, she never once mentioned what that bastard's name actually was. And Zhang Ren let out a sigh and looked at Xu Yan. Gan, that guy might have an agenda, but Ya Qingyan is innocent. Getting an education is never a waste for a girl, so maybe you should have a word with the principal. After all, your father is the most powerful person at the Education Bureau. If he speaks up, it's a done deal. Xu Yan simply sighed. You're just too soft-hearted. Being the time will make it hard for you to survive in showbiz. Suddenly, Zhang Ran changed her tone. At worst, I'll just be an overbearing CEO. I'll let you sleep in my bed tonight. Satisfied now, beautiful. Xu Yan feigned surprise. Ran, what a huge sacrifice. But Zhang Ran just snickered. It's not like you can do anything to me. At most, we'll just see whose is bigger, and you'll ask me for my secrets. Xu Yan's face turned bright red, and she quickly changed the subject. Actually, there's no need to ask anyone. The next second, the secret Xu Yan revealed was something I never expected. She had already filed for sick leave for the girl long ago. Now she just needed a health recovery certificate to return to school after the break. Zhang Ran pointed at her. See? And you called me soft-hearted. Yet you've already quietly taken care of everything for her. Xu Yan gritted her teeth. I'm not trying to help that bastard. I just don't want to see a child lose their chance at an education. Who knows what that bastard is plotting? And definitely not answering his calls. I'll let him sweat until right before school starts before I reach out to Qingyan. And at this moment, I was completely unaware of all that. I tried calling a few more times, but only heard the long, steady dial tones. By then, I was certain I had been blocked. Refusing to give up, I opened WeChat to search for Ms. Hua's account using her number. The profile picture was of a beautiful woman in an evening gown sitting at a piano. That was definitely her. But her account was set to block friend requests from strangers, which really gave me a headache. Fortunately, it was only July 28th, with over a month left before the September Ember semester started. I decided I had to prepare two plans. Either bribe the homeroom teacher with 20,000 yuan, or find a way to convince Ms. Xu. But given the current situation, I had offended Ms. Xu far too deeply. So targeting the old homeroom teacher seemed more feasible. I couldn't waste any more time. So I decided to immediately don my royal robes, the delivery uniform, and start making deliveries to earn money. I was all too familiar with this. Download the app, register, and upload my ID photo. Everything went very smoothly. After that, like a tireless machine, worked non-stop from 8 p.m. until 11:30 p.m. Just as I was about to call it a night, my phone pinged with a new order. The pickup location was all the way in East Town, over 20 kilometers away, at a place called Tiu Huang BBQ. Not only that, the delivery time was limited to just 1 hour, and the route included passing through a damned construction zone. Yet I accepted the order that nobody else would take. The construction area was mostly fenced off, leaving only a narrow, bumpy path full of potholes. No wonder no one wanted it. I gunned the engine and sped off, barely making it there. I discovered the BBQ shop was in a very hidden spot. They only did takeout and had no dine-in service. I even had to call the owner to find the address. Unexpectedly, as soon as I stepped inside, the owner pulled a bottle of water from the counter. You look new here, brother. Have some water. But being naturally cautious, I held the bottle up to the light to inspect it, and seeing nothing wrong, chugged it down. The owner raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, so you're a sharp one, aren't you? I just smiled back, took the food, and left immediately. It was late, and having not used a restroom all afternoon, the bumpy ride made it impossible for me to hold it any longer. Seeing that the area was deserted, I pulled over into the roadside bushes to relieve myself. Just then, the bushes nearby shook violently, as if a pair of eyes were staring right at me. A chill ran down my spine. But since I had already started, I couldn't stop midway. After finishing as quickly as I could, I zipped up and dashed back toward my bike. But a black shadow suddenly lunged out, blocking my path. I was startled, but looking closer, I realized it was a dog covered in blood. Its muzzle was tightly bound with wire, and it could only let out faint whimpers from its throat. Its eyes looked at me with a pleading gaze. I immediately understood the situation. This poor creature had almost certainly escaped from a nearby dog meat shop. But since I wasn't quite finished yet, I went to a different spot to complete what I had started. Sau khi xong xuôi, tôi lên xe máy và ngoái lại nhìn một cái, only to see the dog dragging itself toward me, lying on the ground and whimpering continuously. I couldn't help but curse. Damn it, what bad luck today. I haven't even sorted my sister's schooling yet, and now I run into you. I let out a sigh, feeling a conflict in my heart. The shop owner was kind enough to give me water earlier, but there was a living being right before my eyes. After a moment of hesitation, I finally approached and patted the dog's head. It'll take the wire off for you, but you'd better not bite me. Unexpectedly, the dog seemed to understand me. It nodded vigorously, and its intelligence absolutely amazed me. So smart. I ruffled its head a few more times and said, "All right, little guy, hurry up and go home." Just as I released the intelligent sheepdog, on the other side of the city, a storm was beginning to brew. Just moments ago, Ngan was singing with her best friend Zhang Ran, enjoying some happy, carefree moments. Yet the next second, a phone call left her feeling as if she'd been plunged into ice. My mom lost Leifu. Leifu wasn't just any ordinary dog. He was a 2-year-old collie, as intelligent as a true family member, whom Su Yan herself had chosen to keep her mother company. Hearing that her loved one was missing, Su Yan immediately panicked and rushed to change her clothes to go search.
Jong Ran didn't hesitate to go with her, and even planned to use her social media accounts to post a missing dog alert across the entire web. The two sped home, and upon entering, had to comfort her nearly broken mother, Ma Thuk Dao. Soon after, an emergency missing dog notice was posted online, with a reward of exactly 10,000 yuan. To them, their family member Leifu was worth every penny. However, after searching everywhere the dog could have gone, they still found no trace of him. The more time passed, the more dangerous Leifu's situation became. Su Yan shouted in worry. If this keeps up, Leifu might end up being slaughtered. I have to ask my cousin for help. Her cousin held a significant position in the police force, which finally provided a glimmer of hope. However, at that very moment, her father, Tu Nia, who had just returned from work, suddenly shouted in anger and firmly objected. I forbid you from contacting Ma Jianfeng. Do you have any idea how limited police resources are? It's just a lost dog. Do you really intend to waste police manpower on this? That single sentence made the atmosphere in the house turn cold. Ma Thuk Dao felt incredibly guilty, and only now dared to tell the truth. It turned out that while walking the dog, she was distracted by a phone call. Because she talked for too long, she accidentally lost Leifu. However, there was still a chance. Leifu's collar had a GPS tracker that could be monitored directly via phone. But when the whole family followed the signal to the location, they were all stunned. The GPS signal ended right at the edge of a lake. Someone had clearly removed the collar and thrown it straight into the water. Every single clue had completely vanished. Ma Thuk Dao burst into tears. It's all my fault. What if Leifu has slaughtered? What are we going to do? Zhang Ran quickly reassured. Leifu is a purebred collie. It's highly likely he was just taken to the pet market. The probability of him being slaughtered for meat is very low. But Su Yan's anger could no longer be contained. She screamed at her father, Su Yi. I only asked my cousin to help a little after work. Why must you label it as a waste of public resources? You always blow things out of proportion. Su Yi slammed his hand on the table with a loud thud. I said no, and I mean no. Seeing the father and daughter about to have a major argument, Zhang Ran quickly pulled Su Yan away. She understood that Uncle Su was at a critical stage for promotion, and absolutely no mistakes could be allowed to happen. For the sake of his future career, the life of a dog suddenly seemed very small and insignificant. As night fell, the whole family sank deep into extreme anxiety and despair. However, just as Su Yan's family was at their wits' end, they happened to encounter the lost collie dog again, as if ordained by fate. I was just about to start my motorcycle and leave, when suddenly that dog bit down hard on my pant leg. I immediately panicked. Don't bite. Don't bite. If you tear it, I'll have to spend money on a new pair. I already lost 2 packs of yellow Crane Tower cigarettes today. Unexpectedly, the dog actually let go and kept bowing his head as if he were pleading with me. This animal is way too sensible. I hesitated for a moment, then for some inexplicable reason, opened Taobao to check the price of dog food. The next second, I stood up to leave immediately. Sorry, we're not a good match. Farewell, I still have a sister to raise. I got on my motorcycle and heartlessly sped away for a bit. But in the end, I couldn't help myself and glanced at the rearview mirror. That single glance alone made my heart wrench. That dog was using the last of his strength, limping after my bike, his eyes filled with a pleading look, looking utterly pitiful. Sorry, I don't have money, nor the strength to raise you. I said to myself, raising a dog takes time for walks, takes effort. And what if it goes crazy and bites my sister? I kept finding dozens of reasons to refuse while continuing to drive forward. But after only 10 meters, I suddenly slammed on the brakes. Then I turned my head and shouted toward the dog, Hey pup, come here, I'll take you with me. The dog clearly understood, his spirits immediately lifted, and he ran quickly to the side of my bike. I patted the back seat. Get on, I'll go slowly. Unexpectedly, the dog rubbed his head against the front seat first, as if he were thanking me for saving his life, before steadily climbing onto the back seat. What amazed me more was that when the bike started, he even knew to use his front legs to hold on my shoulders to keep his balance. I couldn't help but mutter, it's truly a clever spirit. But because I was carrying this newly recruited little brother, I didn't dare to go fast. Seeing this order was about to be late, I parked the bike and gave serious instructions. Don't move, I'll be back in a flash. Who would have thought this dog would actually nod? I ran like crazy all the way, finally managing to deliver the goods at the last second, finishing the late-night food delivery. But as I breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the bike, the scene before me left me stunned. Turned out my new little brother was facing off against a security guard. The guard was about to lock my bike, so the dog boss bared his teeth and glared at him, growling from his throat with a face full of ferocity. The guard immediately backed down. I quickly stepped forward to apologize, and the guard muttered a threat before vanishing. I patted the dog's head. Not bad, brother. You're quite useful. The dog immediately showed an extremely smug expression. Then I decided to give him a name. From now on, just follow me. Your name will be Gudan. A bad name makes for an easy life. Gudan seemed to want to protest, but I finalized it.
Protest denied. It's decided. Gudan barked loudly in anger. Then I drove to find a convenience store, bought sausages and mineral water. I ate a bite and fed him a bite. I drank half and left the other half for him. After eating and drinking his fill, Gudan's spirits visibly improved. I checked his wounds carefully. Fortunately, they were only superficial. Immediately after, I found a 24-hour pharmacy to buy alcohol and disinfectant, less than greater than, and manually treated his wounds under a street lamp. Less than greater than. The wound was filled with mud and sand. Gudan was in such pain he bared his teeth but still lay perfectly still. He knew I was saving him. Only then did I realize that although he had lost a lot of fur, the remaining fur was very shiny and smooth. This breed was certainly not ordinary. How did such a noble breed end up in this state? When I got home, it was already 1 a.m. The porch light was still on, waiting for me. The water on the table was freezing cold, and though I wasn't thirsty, I drained it in one gulp. Gently patted Gudan's head, pointed to my bedroom, and softly reminded him, "Go inside and sleep. Tomorrow, I'll introduce my sister to you. But you must remember well, if you dare to bite her, less than greater than, they'll turn you into meat immediately. Less than greater than, if you dare to bite her, they'll stew you for dinner." Gudan nodded. He stood up straight and pawed at the lock. The cheap lock was already broken. Gudan gave a suspicious look and found a corner of the room to lie down. I showered stealthily and quickly drifted into a deep sleep. Waking up the next morning, I suddenly touched something hairy, making me jump in fright. It turned out that when I opened my eyes, Gudan was already staring at me with saliva dripping down, the look in his eyes clearly saying, "I'm hungry." I shooed him off the bed and walked into the living room. Yi Qingyan had been sitting on the sofa reading for some time, less than greater than. Her complexion looked much healthier, less than greater than. Seeing a dog emerge from my room, she less than greater than. Only slightly raised an eyebrow, asking no questions. Less than greater than. I took the initiative to explain.
I picked him up by the roadside. He's very smart. "Come here, Gudan, say hello." Gudan immediately obeyed, sitting down in an extremely polite manner. Hearing the name Gudan, the corners of Yi Qingyan's mouth couldn't help but smile. "Brother, let me cook some noodles for him." However, when a bowl of plain water-cooked noodles was placed before him, Gudan stared at the bowl of noodles, his face full of boredom and despair. Only then did I learn that back at his home, his breakfast always consisted of 60 meatballs, chicken breast, and minced carrots. I spread my hands with an expression of helplessness. "Nothing I can do, our family's situation is just like this." Gudan had to reluctantly, resignedly use the plastic vegetable washing basin to swallow the first bowl of noodles in his life as a dog. After eating, I prepared to go out for delivery, but this little tail Gudan insisted on following. No matter what I said, he wouldn't listen. Having no other choice, I had to bring him along. Unexpectedly, as soon as we got downstairs, he happily ran to a utility pole, excitedly lifted his leg to mark his territory, refusing to move no matter how much I called. The strange looks from passers made my face flush with embarrassment. After waiting with difficulty for him to finish, I hurriedly drove to the delivery station. The station manager, in the middle of a meeting, heaped praise on me in front of everyone, saying that for a newcomer, the number of orders I delivered yesterday was simply unbelievable. I had just modestly said it was because the bike was fast, when the manager immediately changed his tone. "Our station is currently in an evaluation period, less than greater than. We need to unify our image, less than greater than." As soon as the manager finished speaking, less than greater than, a helmet with a bamboo dragonfly attached, less than greater than, was handed directly to me. I had to put my own helmet away, change into a short-sleeved shirt with a kangaroo print, put on that bizarre helmet, and begin my workday. Gudan was strangely sensible, each time obediently waiting by the bike for me. However, while passing a 10-yuan store, Gudan suddenly rolled on the ground in a tantrum, refusing to leave. Looking in the direction of his paw, it turned out he was pointing at a pair of sunglasses on the shelf. Helplessly, I had to go in and buy them for him, but the shopkeeper said the second one was half price, so I bought one for myself as well. Thus, a truly epic scene appeared on the street. I drove the motorcycle, Gudan sat behind holding my shoulders, less than greater than. Both wearing identical sunglasses, less than greater than. Looking incredibly cool and stylish, less than greater than. The bamboo dragonfly on my head whirled around, less than greater than. And he occasionally reached out a paw to play with it, less than greater than, playing with great excitement. Sure enough, this scene was filmed by someone and posted online with the title, "The Life of a Delivery Man and His Dog." Watching that video, an idea suddenly flashed through my mind. If I turned Gudan into a dog influencer, wouldn't making money be much easier? At lunch, while munching on a bun, less than greater than, I patted the dog's head and solemnly declared, "Less than greater than. Brother dog, I'll have to rely entirely on you from now on. Less than greater than." With that, I immediately registered an account and filmed his first forced acting cute video.
But as soon as I finished uploading that video, the algorithm suddenly suggested a lost dog notice to me. I squinted to look closely and my heart skipped a beat. Found lost dog, reward 10,000 yuan. I looked at the photo, then at Gudan beside me, and tried calling Laifu. Unexpectedly, Gudan barked excitedly. My heart gladdened, but I didn't give up and called out again. Godan. He still barked just as enthusiastically. I picked up the photo to compare carefully. Less than greater than. The Laifu in the photo had shiny, smooth fur. Less than greater than. And was even wearing a small shirt. Less than greater than. While the Godan before me had patchy fur, a large scar on his muzzle, and eyes full of sleep crust. I gave a sigh. The more I looked, the less they seemed alike. I suffer from dog-face blindness, so I couldn't tell they were one and the same. Thus, the 10,000 yuan reward and Godan's chance to go home were brushed aside by my own hands. At the same time, Godan's real owner, Zuyan, was about to go crazy with worry. She could no longer sit still, grabbed the lost dog flyers and rushed straight to the park, vowing to find Laifu no matter what. Zhang Ran and Ma Shudao immediately followed as well, and the three of them began asking around everywhere in the park. Finally, after 2 hours, an old man practicing Tai Chi provided them with a crucial lead, saying he saw a dog lying flat on the ground yesterday, which was then picked up by a man wearing a peaked cap and taken into a small van. Xu Yan's heart tightened. This must be the dog thieves, but the old man hadn't seen the license plate clearly, and the surveillance cameras nearby were just for show. The lead was cut short, and Xu Yan's heart immediately sank to the bottom. If Laifu is sold to a slaughterhouse, it's all over. Meanwhile, I had just finished an order when I noticed that beside my motorcycle, 4 strangers had suddenly appeared and were standing there. I still had no idea that my force-acting cute video had become quite popular online, with over 20,000 likes. By chance, these 4 people happened to be Zhang Ran's fans. One of the girls among them scrolled past my video and immediately recognized that Godan was the Laifu that Zhang Ran was searching for. She immediately messaged the account owner, determined my area of activity, and quickly called for more people to come. They consulted and decided to use the strategy of waiting for the prey, and unexpectedly, this simplest method actually worked. In the afternoon, when I appeared again driving with Gudan, they immediately intercepted a taxi. Driver, follow them. The driver floored the gas to follow the motorcycle ahead. The BYD's electric motor whirred at high speed, and after a series of skillful swerves and maneuvers, the taxi slammed on the brakes, blocking my path. The driver even bragged smugly. How was that? Top tier, right? I was left bewildered by this sudden situation, and before I could regain my composure, those 2 men and 2 women jumped out of the car aggressively, surrounding me in the center. By then, those 4 people had finished paying and got out, standing in a line beside my motorcycle. A young man immediately took out his phone to call the police, reporting that they had caught a dog thief. Another girl was dry heaving, while excitedly messaging Zhang Ran. Dog found. He's right on the motorcycle. I've already surrounded and caught the person. Zhang Ran was overjoyed upon receiving the news and immediately called Xu Yan. Hearing this, Xu Yan couldn't wait to meet everyone, rushing straight into her Wenji M7, flooring the gas and speeding toward me like a bird. But none of them knew that at this moment, I was being tormented by a bizarre customer. I had just finished delivering a meal when a fat woman insisted that I spilled her lunchbox and threatened to complain if I didn't pay. I was truly speechless. I have always been very careful with deliveries. That lunchbox didn't even have a drop of oil on the outside. So I took out my phone to take a photo as evidence, preparing to counter-complain to the system. But unexpectedly, that woman bravely tore the seal right in front of me, personally dumped the rice into a plastic bag, and then took a photo herself. Look, isn't it spilled? Otherwise, where did the rice in this bag come from? Then she picked up her phone and pretended to make a call. Hello, is this Director Zhang? The shop I told you about the other day. I laughed to myself. You didn't even dial the number. Who are you trying to perform for? I didn't bother wasting more time with her and turned to leave immediately. Unexpectedly, she suddenly grabbed my arm, her sweaty, sticky hand making me feel utterly disgusted. She refused to let go all the way, dragging me into the elevator. In the elevator, a strong smell of body odor wafted up, making me want to suffocate. She also wouldn't stop rambling in my ear. Do you know how much my house is worth? Do you think someone like me would care about getting a cheap thrill from you and telling you I only need one word to put you out of business? I desperately held my breath, not daring to say a single word, fearing that the moment I opened my mouth I would vomit. The elevator reached the first floor and I bolted out like I was escaping, gasping for air repeatedly. But as I was about to jump on my motorcycle, 4 figures suddenly blocked my path, shouting in unison, "Don't you dare leave." My head immediately began to throb. Where did this group come from now? Before I could even understand what was happening, that nauseating body odor from behind struck me again like a nightmare, chasing after me once more. The fat woman grabbed my arm tightly once again. Less than greater than. Is today just bad luck?
running into a den of played gods. Less than greater than. Suppressing my anger, I roared at the 4 people before me. Less than greater than. What are you doing blocking my bike?
A girl immediately stepped out, pointing her finger right at my face. Thief, you stole someone else's dog. We've already called the police. Before the police arrive, you're not going anywhere. The other young man chimed in. That's right, we've already taken a photo of your license plate. You won't get away. I was just about to open my mouth to explain, but that fat woman was one step ahead, angrily shouting at the 4. Don't you people know how to wait your turn? I don't care what your problem is. My business with him must be settled first. I didn't bother with her, but looked directly at the students. Do you know who this dog belongs to? The girl nodded. I looked down and asked Godan. Godan, do you know her? Godan gave a definitive shake of his head. At this moment, the fat woman pushed between me and the 4 others, blocking the entire path. A breeze blew past, causing that body odor from her to immediately spread everywhere. The 4 who had just regained their senses simultaneously turned away, continuing to vomit violently. But that fat woman was completely unaware, continuing to point at my nose and curse me out. Seeing this, Godan leaped down from the seat, baring his teeth and growling at her. Unexpectedly, the fat woman wasn't afraid at all, swinging her leg and kicking Godan right in the body. Godan let out a cry of pain, whined and hid behind my back. Such a big body, yet so useless. Seeing that, the girl became flustered, pressing her nausea to scream at the fat woman. How could you treat Laifu like that? Do you even know whose dog Laifu is? The fat woman put her hands on her hips and yelled, It's just a dog. I kicked it, so what? Since you care about him so much, is he your boyfriend or something? Those words were just spoken, making the girl so angry her lips were trembling. The other 3, seeing their friend being insulted, also turned to join the verbal sparring. Unfortunately, 4 educated students could not possibly be a match for this shrewish woman, immediately being scolded until their faces were red, unable to talk back at all. Just as the fat woman was winning 4-on-1 and looking triumphant, less than greater than, a police car rushed in with sirens wailing. Less than greater than. In an instant, everyone felt like they had found their savior. Less than greater than. Officer, this guy spilled my food and want pay. Sir, she spilled it herself. She's framing me. Officer, we've caught a dog thief. Sir, this woman is insulting our dignity. I'm not a dog thief. I picked up this dog. The scene was now a cacophony of 6 mouths arguing like a broken market, and Godan was also barking excitedly along. The situation momentarily spiraled out of control. The police officers were annoyed to the point of a headache, completely unable to mediate. At that moment, the Wenji slammed on its brakes by the roadside. The car door burst open and a figure with tear-filled eyes rushed down, running straight toward Godan, who's in my arms. Laifu, I've finally found you. Laifu turned his head and rushed towards Su Yan, excitedly jumping onto her, licking her face over and over with his tongue. Looking at this behavior, it was definitely the real owner. But in the next second, those students glared at me with pure hatred. A dog is an important family member. Don't you feel any guilt for stealing it like that? Right then, the police turned to the fat woman. As for your food issue, the evidence is complete. The truth is clear. The food wasn't spilled. Now go home. The fat woman still tried to argue stubbornly, saying she knew Director Cheng. To her surprise, the officer remained expressionless. Apologies, but our director's surname is Ma. Only then did the fat woman skulk away in humiliation. Now the scene was left with just the issue between me and the dog. The 4 students kept chatting noisily, making it impossible for me to hear clearly what they were saying. I didn't want to waste any more time, so I spoke up. Listen, just pick one representative to talk. They indeed chose a girl as their representative, and then recounted the entire process of finding the dog in detail. Meanwhile, Su Yan looked at Laifu, who was covered in injuries, aching to the depths of her soul. He hadn't just lost a lot of fur, with large bald spots appearing on his body, but his muzzle even had a visible swelling from being strangled by a wire. Old and new pain and hatred surged in her heart at once. She glared intensely at me, the alcoholic who had once humiliated her, a gambling scumbag. She decided that today she must teach me a lesson. Su Yan looked at me with hostility. Speak, how did you steal this dog? I knew the current situation was unfavorable for me, but I still calmly explained. While I was out for deliveries, I encountered him near a dog meat restaurant. I even treated his wounds myself. Zhu Yan would never believe it and sneered. Such a coincidence exists. Do you think you're writing a novel? Even readers wouldn't believe a coincidence like that. I still insisted, but that's exactly how it happened. If you don't believe me, watch. Go Dan, come here to me. Unexpectedly, just as the collie was about to move, Zhu Yan shouted, Laifu, don't go. Laifu opened his innocent dog eyes wide, looking at me and then at her, and just kept running in circles between the two of us. Don't just stand here. Go to the station to settle this. Under the officer's orders, everyone got into the vehicles and headed toward the police station. Even my motorcycle was taken away by the police assistant. Upon hearing the owner of the dog was Su Yan, The police station immediately gave it great importance. It turns out Su Yan's cousin is Ma Jianfeng, a criminal investigation captain known as the Desperate San Lang. What's more, Ma Jianfeng's father is the chief of this very station, and their family also has an uncle who was a martyr for the country. Whether by law or emotion, this case became an object of special attention. Even the station's most veteran officer, Wang, had to handle it personally. Su Yan said directly to Officer Wang, "Officer Wang, must severely punish this dog thief, otherwise he will never learn his lesson." Officer Wang nodded and asked a key question. "How much is this dog worth?" Su Yan provided a figure. "It cost over 10,000 yuan when I bought it, and it has a pedigree certificate." Hearing this, Officer Wang's eyes immediately sharpened. Rest assured, this amount is enough to open a criminal case, enough to let him taste true suffering. Zhu Yan dropped one last line. "If anything happens, call me," then left, leading Lei Fu with her. Officer Wang immediately turned and called Ma Jianfeng, narrating the beginning and end of the matter clearly. Soon after, he approached me, gave a sigh, and spoke. "Kid, you really have no foresight. Of all the dogs to steal, you dared to steal the dog of Officer Ma's sister." I immediately tried to explain. "I really didn't steal this dog. You officers have to work based on actual evidence." Officer Wang didn't say another word. He just told me to give my statement first. Who would have thought that after I finished the report, Officer Wang read it carefully twice, and his gaze suddenly shifted. He poured me a glass of water and said, "Ms. Xu gave instructions. She wanted to teach you a lesson. Just go sit in the lobby for a while before leave, so I have something to tell Ms. Xu." I took the water and had just sat down on the plastic bench. The next second, a man stormed inside with fury, his eyes sharp as blades, exuding an incredibly powerful aura. He went straight to Officer Wang. "Lao Wang, where is he?" Officer Wang pointed towards me. Ma Jianfeng strode over quickly and sat down right next to me. He threw an arm around my shoulder. "Kid, you're really out of luck today. Put that glass of water down." Just as I set the glass on the chair beside me, a surge of immense force suddenly struck. Ma Jianfeng grabbed my collar tight, growling fiercely. "You brat, you dare steal my sister's dog? You've got guts. I'll make sure you pay for this today." But I just looked him straight in the eyes calmly and uttered 3 short words. "I didn't steal it." Officer Wang hurriedly ran over to intervene. "Team Leader Ma, the case hasn't been fully investigated yet. Don't be so hot-headed." However, Ma Jianfeng suddenly let go and laughed. "Trupped. Relax, I was just scaring him a bit. Trupped, to see how he would react." "Trupped." He turned to Officer Wang and said, "Trupped, there's an 80% chance he's not lying." Only then did Officer Wang breathe a sigh of relief. Truly worthy of being the tiger of the Major Crimes Unit. I also felt like he didn't do it, but your sister was absolutely insistent that I teach him a lesson. Ma Jianfeng rubbed the stubble on his chin, falling into deep thought. Right then I suddenly spoke up. "Is this gentleman the leader of the Major Crimes Unit?" Ma Jianfeng nodded. I looked straight at him, speaking clearly word for word. "Sir, I have something to report to you. Can we find a private place to talk?" I glanced at Officer Wang. "It's about that dog." Ma Jianfeng immediately grew interested. "All right, get in my car. Let's talk privately." At the same time, Xu Yan rushed Lei Fu straight to the veterinary hospital. The doctor was shocked to see Lei Fu's wretched condition. Crying, Xu Yan explained it was the work of a dog thief. But right before the examination began, Lei Fu adamantly refused to move forward. He kept turning his head as if he were looking for me. Only after much coaxing from Xu Yan did Lei Fu sadly allow the doctor to examine him. Meanwhile, she sat outside and opened TikTok, leaving a comment right under my fine dog video. "Thank you, everyone. I have found Lei Fu now." And she posted a photo of Lei Fu covered in wounds. The comment section exploded instantly. Everyone took turns cursing the dog thief. Someone pressed to know who the thief was, and Xu Yan named me directly. The dog thief is a delivery guy. The power of netizens is truly beyond imagination. Only a few minutes later, someone tagged my account in the comments. "Look at this person's account." Xu Yan clicked to take a look. Her eyes suddenly widened in shock. The delivery guy in the video wearing a mask and sunglasses. She'd recognize him even if he turned to ash. Less than greater than. It was me and no one else. Less than greater than. And in that video, less than greater than. Lei Fu was reluctantly acting cute. Less than greater than. And the title was plain as day. Less than greater than. Recording my time delivering goods with Go Dan. This time, Xu Yan was absolutely livid. "Not only did you steal the dog, but you even dared to post videos to show off. You even gave Lei Fu such a crude country name." Immediately, my comment section was fiercely attacked. That single video was flooded with vulgar language. Less than greater than. One person after another calling me a dog thief. Less than greater than. But at that very moment, less than greater than. Someone actually spoke up for me. Less than greater than. They tagged another video creator, less than greater than, telling everyone to go watch that person's latest video. In the video, I was riding my motorcycle to deliver goods, while Laifu had his tongue out enjoying the cool breeze, his paw even pressing on the bamboo propeller on my helmet. Less than greater than. He was as happy as a child. Less than greater than. This person and dog look so harmonious together. How could he possibly be a dog thief? This guy is really handsome. He absolutely can't be a dog thief. However, those explanations, compared to the wounds on Laifu that Shuyan posted, became incredibly fragile and hopeless. Enraged netizens shot back, defending a dog thief. Doesn't your conscience bother you? In the blink of an eye, the voices defending me were completely drowned out, and I still had no idea about any of this. Not until over half an hour later did the car door finally open. Ma Jianfeng and I stepped out one after the other, his expression looking extremely grave. He directly ordered Officer Wang. "Lao Wang, let's go, it's time to solve the case." Although Officer Wang grumbled, his body was very obedient. He immediately drove up in a brand new police car. I sat in the car watching Officer Wang and Ma Jianfeng lead their subordinates as they stormed right into that dog meat restaurant. Officer Wang got straight to the point. "Where did you get these dogs?" The shop owner appeared fearless, even trying to lecture the police on the law. "Officer, there's no law against eating dog meat. All my paperwork is in order here." Officer Wang cut him off. "Don't get flustered. I'm just asking you. Lately, have you met anyone suspicious coming to sell dogs?" The owner was about to argue stubbornly, but Ma Jianfeng's gaze was so sharp, it seemed like he could see through everything. Feeling guilty, he slapped his forehead. Actually there was someone. 2 days ago, some people in a van came to sell dogs. Since the price was cheap, I bought them." The shop owner swallowed hard and continued. "At that time, one of their cages wasn't locked properly, so a few dogs escaped." He suddenly remembered something, less than greater than. One of them shouted that there was a rare breed in there less than greater than, and they had to chase it, but the other said forget it, don't cause any more trouble. Officer Wang pressed. "Do you remember what those people looked like?" The owner shook his head repeatedly. They were all wearing baseball caps and masks. I couldn't see their faces clearly. Ma Jianfeng asked further, "What about the license plate? What kind of accent did they have?" The owner's answer caused the trail to go cold again. "I don't remember, they just spoke normal Mandarin." Just when everyone thought the lead and ended there, the owner suddenly blurted out, "Since people often dump trash in front of my shop, I installed a security camera right at the door. Not only do I have footage, but it's sharp 1080p HD quality." This was truly a light at the end of the tunnel. Officer Wang quickly recorded the license plate with this. Tracking down the dog traffickers was only a matter of time. Then Ma Jianfeng returned to the car and gave my shoulder a firm pat. "Your statement and the owner's story match perfectly. My sister really did wrongly accuse you." I smiled and said, "It's fine, and just glad everything has been cleared up." But Ma Jianfeng appeared very determined. "Oh, she's an adult now. She must take responsibility for her own actions." At the same time, Zhu Yan was happily feeding Laifu treats when her phone suddenly rang. She picked up, her tone relaxed. "Brother, what's up?" On the other end, Ma Jianfeng's voice was extremely serious. "I've fully investigated Laifu's disappearance. It was done by 2 dog traffickers. We found their information in the files. They're both repeat offenders." On the other side of the phone, Ma Jianfeng's voice was expressionless. "That young man who brought the dog back, he didn't steal the dog, nor was he an accomplice." Shu Yan's head suddenly throbbed. Her brother never lied. Once he said it, it was definitely the truth. She had truly wrongly accused a good person. Ma Jianfeng's voice rang out again. He wasn't lying, it was indeed he who rescued Laifu. A terrible sense of guilt immediately overwhelmed Shu Yan, less than greater than. She remembered the harsh words she had uttered, less than greater than. And she thought of Zhang Ran too, less than greater than. In the comments section, less than greater than. That young man had been miserably attacked by netizens. She couldn't sit still any longer, hurriedly grabbing her keys to head out. Laifu seemed to know where she was going and insisted on following her. Ma Jianfeng felt uneasy, so he let Zhang Ran go along as well. The 2 women and the dog rushed to the police station, where Ma Jianfeng was already waiting at the door. Shu Yan jumped out of the car breathlessly. "Brother, where is he?" Ma Jianfeng smiled. "You said you wanted to teach him a lesson." The police station didn't dare be lax. He's been handcuffed over there by the stairs, handcuffed for several hours already. Hearing that, Shu Yan frantically rushed straight inside. Once inside, she indeed saw him handcuffed to the staircase railing, in a position so uncomfortable I couldn't stand straight nor sit down, only able to remain doubled over. As soon as Laifu saw me, he excitedly rushed over, joyfully jumping up on me with great affection. My face had grown pale from being tormented for such a long period of time. Officer Wang stepped forward to unlock the cuffs, giving a strained smile. "Ms. Shu, I did exactly as you asked to teach him a lesson. Now I'm handing him back over to you." I slowly straightened my aching back and reached out to pet Leifu's head.
Shu Yan's face was full of remorse, her voice trembling. I'm so sorry, it's because I misunderstood you. I just tiredly shook my head. It's okay, I'm just glad it's all cleared up. At that moment, Officer Wang, Ma Jianfeng discreetly exchanged a meaningful look. This scene was witnessed entirely by Zhang Ran, who was standing behind Su Yan. Suspicion immediately arose in her. Could these people be cooperating with each other to put on a play for Su Yan? That wouldn't make any sense at all. The more she looked, the more she felt that everything about me was radiating contradiction. Everything seemed bizarre and incomprehensible. Ma Jianfeng broke the silence and said, "All right." Ma Jianfeng looked down with a superior air. My sister has already apologized to you, kid. Know when to be satisfied. Officer Wang grew even more impatient and urged, "You can leave now." What is it? Do you want us to personally escort you out too? I could only smile bitterly and say, I'm leaving right now. Su Yan suddenly flared up. Brother, Uncle Wang, he wasn't the dog thief. How can the two of you have such an attitude? Immediately after, she lowered her voice and turned to me. I posted a reward notice earlier, stating 10,000 yuan if the dog was found. Since you saved Laifu, I will give you 15,000 yuan. Thinking of the slanders directed at me online, her eyes were full of regret. This is all my fault. I even damaged your reputation. That 15,000 is for saving the dog. Compensation for wrongly accusing you will be separate. Or is there anything else you need help with? Just say it, as long as it's within my power. I will definitely help you. I was silent for a long while before finally speaking up. Then about my sister returning to school. Shu Yan decided immediately. Simple. Back then, I asked the homeroom teacher to file a sick leave for her. Now we just need a medical certificate. To finish it, I'll handle everything for you. I smiled. All right, thank you, Ms. Su. Please look after my sister more in the future. Zhang Ran stood nearby, watching with great interest. Given the chance to make a request, and the first thing he thinks of is his sister. On one hand, a scumbag who forced his sister out of school, according to my friend, less than greater than. On the other, a real-life brother constantly worrying about her every move. Less than greater than. My goodness, this huge contrast is just too interesting. But Su Yan felt that still wasn't enough. That request is way too simple. Choose something else, or I'll give you more money. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep a wink tonight. I thought for a moment, then spoke up again. Then, Ms. Su, could you recommend a job to me? Su Yan paused for a moment. You want to find a job? I explained honestly. I want to find a job that's a bit more relaxed. Since my education level is low, I want to work while also having time to pursue further education. As soon as the words were out, Officer Wang, who just had a look of disdain, along with Ma Jianfeng, were both stunned. Ma Jianfeng even let out a loud laugh. Well done, kid. You've really got ambition. Don't you worry, my sister is a real softie. She'll definitely get this sorted out for you. Shu Yan nodded immediately and then took out her phone to make a WeChat call. Sister Kuling, I have a small favor to ask. I have a friend. The woman on the other end didn't hesitate. Sure, over at the port, the logistics company just happens to need a warehouse manager. After hanging up, contact information was immediately sent over. Shu Yan turned her phone screen toward me. It's done. You can go report for work in a few days. I'll add you on WeChat. Immediately after, Shu Yan sent me a phone number. For everything related to work, just call this number. If you run into any trouble at all, you can also contact me anytime. I didn't expect her to have such great influence, settling everything for me in just a heartbeat. I could only keep saying thank you. My sister's schooling is sorted, the job is settled, even my degree issues have hope now. Even though Su Yan had wrongly blamed me, she truly admitted her mistake and helped me wholeheartedly. In my eyes, Su Yan's image immediately became far more noble. The very next second, a WeChat notification sounded. Su Yan sent me exactly 15,000 yuan, and the note was even more thoughtful. Voluntary reward for saving the dog. I politely declined for a moment, but seeing how persistent she was, I simply accepted it to be done with it. This way, even my financial difficulties were temporarily resolved. In my heart, there were only two words. Thank you, Lei Fu. But what I didn't expect was that Ma Jianfeng, that fierce tiger of the major crimes unit who was just so imposing, now rushed to Su Yan's side with excitement. Just like a crazed fanboy. He looked on expectantly and asked, that Sister Kuling you just mentioned, is it Chen Kuling? Su Yan nodded in confirmation. Ma Jianfeng was instantly so excited he kept rubbing his eyes, usually so sharp, now a bit of awkwardness, just like a teenage boy. I happened to meet her once during a mission. Oh man. The impression she left is truly unforgettable. Good sister, please arrange a meeting for us so I can get to know her. He clasped his hands in supplication, his tones suddenly becoming gentle. Look, I'm already 31, yet I'm still single. Our mom nags me every single day. Whether it works out or not, I'll pay for your meals for a month. Su Yan couldn't help but pour cold water on him. Brother, her older brother is Lu Shizhou, her father is Su Qingxian, and she herself is from the Cheng family. Compared to them, our family worlds apart.
You don't stand a chance. But Ma Jianfeng still refused to give up. Just help me out a bit. Who knows, maybe we'll actually hit it off. Zhu Yan thought about how, even though he was on break, he still eagerly handled everything for Laifu, so she felt a bit soft-hearted. On the other side, Laifu was still constantly jumping on me. I crouched down and held him tight, rubbing his head with all my might, pressing my face against his. Laifu, as there are meetings, there must be partings. Our fate probably ends here. Listen to Ms. Zhu from now on and live a good life, okay? Goodbye. I gently unhooked the claws that were clinging tightly to my pant leg, climbed onto the motorcycle that a police assistant had just brought over. Right then, Zhu Yan suddenly spoke up. Let's have dinner together tonight. My treat. Please bring Ye Qingyan along as well. I originally planned to refuse, as going out to eat like that would be very time-consuming, better spent making a few more deliveries. But then I had a second thought. This wouldn't just give my sister Ye Qingyan a chance to have a grand meal, but also create the chance for her to build a good relationship with Ms. Su, so I immediately nodded in agreement. After agreeing on the time and place, I started the engine and sped off on my motorcycle. The bamboo propeller on my helmet was still spinning, but the little dog who used to paw at it from behind was now nowhere to be seen. At the same time, Su Yan and Zhang Ran also drove away, finally able to delete the fine dog post that was being attacked by netizens. However, as soon as they left, Officer Wang nudged Ma Jianfeng with his elbow. Hey, acting like this, using those words to trap your own sister. I'm afraid it's not very good, is it? To his surprise, Ma Jianfeng just gave a long stretch, revealing a knife scar right on his waist, and his words were even more shocking. There's nothing wrong with it. If she weren't my sister, I wouldn't have even bothered to trap her. Officer Wang immediately felt very curious. Why do you say that? Ma Jianfeng's gaze became steadfast. She and Mu Ge were never on the same level. With just one casual word, she could label someone else a dog thief. If the one handling the case wanted to flatter power, that young boy would have been finished. He sighed. Look at him. He wears nothing but cheap clothes. Delayed for an entire afternoon like this. Do you know how much income he's lost? One person's casual remark can be a source of immense suffering for another. Officer Wang suddenly understood everything. So you wanted to help that young man get justice and compensation. However, Ma Jianfeng shook his head slightly. That's true, but it's not enough. I must make her feel truly remorseful. Only then, when facing similar situations in the future, less than greater than. Will she not act as arbitrarily as she did this time? Less than greater than. That way, neither she nor others will have to suffer. After hearing this, Officer Wang couldn't help but sigh. You really are full of schemes, kid. No wonder you solved so many major cases. He glanced at the old wounds on Ma Jianfeng's waist and legs, and couldn't help but advise, when solving cases, don't risk your life like that. Unexpectedly, Ma Jianfeng just waved his hand, and turned to walk away. I finally managed to get a day off, going home to catch up on some sleep. With that, he got into his BYD car, and vanished in an instant into the crowded street. On the other side, I pushed myself to deliver 2 more orders before finally heading back home. What I didn't know was that my sister Ye Qingyan had been sitting by the window for a long time. If she used to dread the day it'd return, now she only feared that I might never come back at all. Suddenly, the familiar roar of the motorcycle sounded outside. She quickly leaned out to look down, seeing me just as I was putting my helmet into the trunk. She glanced briefly at the clock. 4:30 in the afternoon. This is the first time I've seen him come home this early. Right after, thumping footsteps echoed from the hallway, and the next second I pushed the door open and softly called out, Qingyan. From inside the room, my sister's gentle voice immediately responded, I'm here. With just those 2 simple words, all the exhaustion weighing down my body suddenly vanished without a trace. I cleared my throat slightly, trying to keep my tone natural. I have 2 pieces of good news for you. Ye Qingyan suddenly snapped her head up. Your return to school has been completely settled. Your teacher, Ms. Xu, said she'll personally handle it, so when the time comes, you just need to go and enroll. Shock filled her large, teary eyes. Really? Thank you so much, brother. Seeing her look at me that way suddenly made me feel a bit bashful, and I immediately turned my face away. It's all thanks to Ms. Hua's efforts. It didn't have much to do with me. Her eyes were still sparkling with light, as she asserted firmly, No, that's not it. I know my brother must have worked incredibly hard for this. I didn't want to linger on that subject any longer, so I immediately dropped the second bombshell. The dog you rescued actually belongs to Ms. Xu Yan. I've already returned it to her. To celebrate this, Ms. Xu Yan wants to treat us both to a feast. She specifically mentioned that she hasn't seen you in a long time, so she insisted that I bring you along no matter what. You're taking me with you too, Oppa. Ye Qingyan murmured softly to herself, an invitation that would seem so ordinary to anyone else. Yet for her, it was so foreign she could hardly believe it was real. Seeing the radiance and joy on her face, my heart suddenly filled with a matching sense of exhilaration. But I purposely put on a look of mock disdain. Look at that naive, inexperienced face of yours. Don't go out there and make me lose face later, okay?
Unexpectedly, Ya Qingyan only gave a shy smile, then replied softly with a lingering tone. I know, Oppa. That gentle, drawn-out voice was like a soft feather, instantly making my heart skip a beat with emotion. However, right at this very moment, less than greater than, inside a luxurious private room of a bar bathed in dim, hazy lights, less than greater than, Sun Jian was slowly swirling a glass of wine in his hand, less than greater than. His eyes were glued to a video on his phone, less than greater than. His expression shifting into something incredibly strange.
A dog thief, Chanzi immediately nodded frantically. That's right. He was caught stealing a dog on the internet. I'd rather steal dogs and deliver food than to get rich with you, brother Sun Jian. Sun Jian stared intensely at me in the video. He let out a cold sneer, but a flicker of cruelty flashed through his eyes. Changzi instantly got the message and asked, should I use some measures? But Sun Jian shook his head. No need. He drained his glass and muttered to himself, less than greater than. I don't believe someone who's tasted fast money less than greater than can ever truly be content with being poor. Less than greater than. Changzi, find someone to watch him. I want to see exactly what this brother of mine is up to. Meanwhile, I was completely oblivious to all of this. Seeing that the time was approaching, I called out to the inner room. Ya Qingyan, let's go. The next second, Ya Qingyan stepped out of the room. She had applied some light makeup. She playfully twirled around in front of me, less than greater than, showing off her mischievous side and asked, less than greater than. Wearing this won't embarrass you, right, Appa? Less than greater than. I looked her up and down once, less than greater than, then gave a grunt that went against my true feelings. Less than greater than. It's all right, I suppose. Less than greater than. Right after, I purposely put on a fierce look and reminded her, behave yourself properly later. Otherwise, I'll deal with you when we get home. To my surprise, she just bowed her head, feigning fear, but she was laughing secretly in her heart. Really, Appa, he really thinks he's a world-class actor. The two of us continued our little acting battle as we headed downstairs. I took a helmet from the bike's trunk and handed it to her while I put on my delivery rider's helmet. The motorcycle engine roared to life and I drove her toward the restaurant. Just as we were passing through a set of traffic lights, a pedestrian crossed the street and I slammed on the brakes. Ya Qingyan let out a soft cry as momentum sent her crashing into my back. At that moment, both our bodies instantly stiffened. My spine went rigid and my hands tightened their grip on the handlebars. Ya Qingyan quickly pulled back, her cheeks burning hot. For the rest of the trip, I drove with extreme caution, until we reached the restaurant entrance, where we saw Su Yan and her friend Zhang Ren. Su Yan was elegantly dressed, while Zhang Ren looked trendy and beautiful. The stark contrast, Ya Qingyan subconsciously clutched the hem of her skirt. A flicker of self-doubt crossed her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and stepped forward to greet them. That Ms. Su left, Su Yan stunned. She could hardly believe this rosy-cheeked girl before her, with eyes sparkling so full of life, was the same Ya Qingyan who used to always keep her head down and was so timid and withdrawn. She couldn't help but glance at me. Could this dog thief really have turned over a new leaf? Xu Yan suppressed her surprise and nodded with a smile. Qingyan, has your brother told you about going back to school? Ya Qingyan smiled and said, thank you, Ms. Xu. Xu Yan shook her head. The person you should thank most is your brother. It's wonderful that he could finally see reason. At the same time, Zhang Ren stood by, observing me with an interested, scrutinizing gaze. The first time we met, she saw me as polite but distant, with a trace of noble spirit between my brows. The second time, I was lazy and weary, less than greater than, radiating a sense of total impatience. Less than greater. Then I became the dog thief in everyone's rumors. Less than greater than. But today, the hostility in my eyes had completely vanished. Less than greater than, leaving only a calm indifference and a hint of melancholy. Less than greater than, as if everything around me had nothing to do with me. Less than greater than. What a truly peculiar man. And everyone followed Su Yan into the restaurant. The prices at this restaurant were incredibly high. Ya Qingyan took one look at the price list and was silently shocked. Everyone followed the server, through a corridor decorated with ink-wash paintings, into an ancient and elegant private room. One wall was entirely a carved rosewood screen, looking straight out onto the stage outside the window. Right after everyone was seated, a person in a traditional long robe suddenly pulled open the window. With a resonant and meaningful voice, he announced, guests, please begin the feast. As the ceremonial music began before the notes faded, he took a small mallet and lightly struck a bronze bell, letting out a clear ringing sound. The lingering sound of the bell spread out like ripples on water. Then, stage lights flared up on all sides. A dancer in classical attire silently appeared on stage, looking like a beauty from a painting, as if she had stepped out from a distant memory. The moment the echoes of the bell vanished, drums and bells rang out together. Barefoot dancers stood atop large drums, moving as gracefully as soaring swans, less than greater than. As the beads beneath their feet struck the drum heads, less than greater than, creating a series of crisp rhythms, less than greater than. A distant, gentle song began to drift in. Green is your robe and restless is my heart. I am a man who has lived 2 lives. Watching such a performance up close for the first time, less than greater than. I was instantly overwhelmed by the sheer Chinese aesthetic, less than greater than. No wonder history is full of such infatuated, foolish kings. Who could possibly resist such a scene? At that moment, Zhang Ren picked up a piece of candied fruit and smiled, the plate and drum dance. Shu Yan, you really spent a fortune this time. Shu Yan only smiled. It really wasn't cheap at all. The performers' fees here have skyrocketed lately. Then she changed the subject, continuing. I heard that even trainee performers earn a salary of up to 10,000 yuan now. 10,000 yuan. Ya Qingyan was immediately startled. Thinking back, she used to work herself to the bone, all day at a restaurant just to earn 100 yuan. Shu Yan looked at Ya Qingyan and said clearly, Qingyan, your vocal quality is excellent. Once you get into university and further your studies, you'll surely be able to stand on stages like this one. By then, earning 10,000 a month will be effortless. I suddenly smiled. So that's how it is. Shu Yan had so many places she could have chosen, yet she insisted on this one. It was all to lead up to this very point. She was afraid I'd force Ya Qingyan to quit school and work, so she used the example of higher income to persuade me. She really put a lot of thought into this. Thinking of that, I raised my teacup, an enigmatic smile playing on my lips. Ms. Shu Yan, you've really gone to great lengths. Let me toast to you that I made a promise right in front of her. Don't worry, once I've agreed to let my sister study, I will never interfere with it again. If she develops an interest or passion for this field, I will definitely support her. As soon as I said that, Su Yan's expression immediately became very interesting. Su Yan didn't feel awkward either. She raised her glass in return. It's great that you can think that way. I suddenly noticed Ya Qingyan, silently observing me from the side. Her gaze was strange, her natural insecurity seemed to have completely vanished, replaced by a hint of pride that I couldn't quite understand. But Su Yan wasn't done yet. She then pointed to Zhang Ren sitting next to her and said to Ya Qingyan, look at this beauty. She graduated from the drama academy and became a star. Earning several 100,000 a month is normal for her. However, Zhang Ren waved her hand and advised, little sister, it's really best to focus on your studies. At this, Zhu Yan dropped a bombshell. That's right. If Ren Ren hadn't been blacklisted for offending someone less than greater than, she would be even more dazzling than she is now. Less than greater than. Zhang Ren seemed very optimistic, treating it as water under the bridge. Less than greater than. She shared a story about a big investor who tried to proposition her. She didn't recount her heroic deeds in detail, only mentioning she used a lighter to burn that guy's hair off and managed to escape amidst the chaos. Though her words were simple, one could imagine the danger she faced back then. While we were chatting, the staff began serving the dishes. I thought that at a place with performances like this, the food would be mediocre. But when a lavish feast was laid out, I realized that I truly knew nothing about the lives of the wealthy. Spanish Iberico ham, Alaskan king crab. I immediately started eating like a madman, making a Qingyan stifle a laugh next to me, less than greater than, as if she were seeing a hungry ghost reincarnated, less than greater than. The atmosphere at the table occasionally grew quiet. Luckily, Zhang Ren began telling interesting stories, which livened up the mood again. As the dinner was winding down, the door opened, and an owner in his 50s, with graying temples, personally came in to greet us. He greeted Su Yan, gave Zhang Ren a slightly surprised glance, but when his gaze fell on Ya Qingyan, he suddenly froze. His eyes were full of amazement. This young lady is so beautiful. She looks just like a star. I used to be a huge fan of. He stared unblinkingly at Ya Qingyan, less than greater than, his voice growing more and more excited. Less than greater than. Especially that look between her brows, it's uncanny. Less than greater than. May I have the honor of asking for an autograph? Less than greater than. Su Yan laughed, thinking the owner was talking about Zhang Ren, less than greater than, and confidently promised she would help get it. To her surprise, the owner kept waving his hand, pointing straight at Ya Qingyan sitting next to me. Ms. Shu Yan, you've misunderstood. The one I mean is this young lady here. As soon as he said it, the private room fell dead silent. The owner immediately realized his slip of the tongue and quickly tried to smooth things over with Zhang Ren, less than greater than, saying that getting her autograph was also his lifelong wish, less than greater than. But everyone knew perfectly well less than greater than, that his initial target was the quiet Ya Qingyan sitting right there. I also found it incredibly hard to understand. While Ya Qingyan was indeed pretty, no matter how you looked at it, she was still miles behind a superstar, like Zhang Ren. At that moment, the owner returned with 2 posters and a marker. First one was a photo of Zhang Ren in a period costume. She took the pen and signed her name with a flourish. Then the owner looked at Ya Qingyan and said excitedly, young lady, you really do look like a certain star. I raised an eyebrow. My sister looks like a star.
Sir, you aren't just flattering her for fun, are you? The owner shook his head repeatedly, trying to remember. How could I be? She truly looks like a star from my youth, whom I absolutely idolized. I couldn't help but press him. Then, what was her name? The owner slapped his thigh. That's it. Her name was Yi Shuang Yu. My memory isn't great in my old age, but I'm certain that's the name. Young lady, please sign this name for me. With that, the owner opened the second poster. It was a poster that clearly dated back a long time, less than greater than. With worn edges, in the center of the poster, less than greater than, was a woman in a floor-length evening gown less than greater than, standing on a stage. Under the bright spotlight, the woman wore an exquisite mask, making it impossible to see her face. But just by looking at her silhouette, one could sense a world-class, peerless beauty. The owner kept staring at Ya Qingyan, Hamben, muttering to himself, Hamben. She looks like her, but also not quite. Hamben. Ya Qingyan had never heard this name before. Hamben. So she shot me a questioning look. I felt this was a bit strange and was about to decline when the owner seemed to have read my mind and rushed to explain. He explained how he'd been obsessed with this star in his youth, only to have her retire all too soon. A short-lived blossom indeed. Su Yan also vouched for the owner's character, less than greater than, making it hard for me to say no. Less than greater than. I could only nod to Ya Qingyan to go ahead. Less than greater than. So Ya Qingyan took the pen, less than greater than, and signed the 3 characters Yi Shuang Yu on the poster. The owner immediately broke into a wide grin, thanking her repeatedly, and promised that whenever they visited, they would receive VIP treatment. After leaving the restaurant and returning home, I immediately searched for the name Yi Shuang Yu on my phone. The results showed not a single photo, less than greater than. No creative works, less than greater than. Not even an info page existed, less than greater than. This only confused me further, less than greater than. Could the owner have remembered the name wrong? Or did this short-lived star actually share some blood relation with Ya Qingyan? But I remembered her biological mother's name was Gu Qingying. Even the surnames didn't match. What exactly was going on? Early the next morning, I called the number Su Yan had given me. The other party told me to go for a medical checkup first. I rushed to the hospital before even having breakfast, only to find it packed with people. By the time I finished all the procedures, it was already noon. I gave Ya Qingyan a quick call first. She said lunch was almost ready, and when I got home, she was just bringing out the last dish. With her eyes curving into crescent moons, she urged me to wash up and eat. But as soon as I sat down, I noticed something was wrong. On the table were hot stir-fried pork with green peppers and shredded potatoes. However, Ya Qingyan's bowl only held some thin porridge and leftover buns from the morning. I frowned. Why are you eating leftovers? She lowered her head and whispered, it would be a waste to throw it away. I just made it this morning, less than greater than. Besides, you didn't eat anything this morning, less than greater than. So you need a proper meal for lunch to keep your strength up. I told her I still had deliveries to do this afternoon. To my surprise, she twiddled her chopsticks and suddenly blurted out a sentence. Actually, you don't have to work so hard, Oppa. I don't mind eating a bit less. That one sentence made me realize everything instantly. I finally woke up to the truth. No wonder that lately, the food in the fridge had been disappearing so slowly. I tapped my fingers on the table and issued a very strange command. The remaining food must be finished within 3 days. Only then will we buy new groceries. Ya Qingyan's mouth dropped open in surprise. But there's still so much left in the fridge. How could I possibly finish it all? I cut her off stubbornly. I don't care. You must finish it. I even added, otherwise, with that frail body of yours, how will you handle the pressure of studying? If you don't study hard, when will you ever earn 1,000,000 yuan for your Oppa? She was about to protest, but I immediately shut her down. Look at you, as thin as a toothpick. People will look at you and think I'm abusing you at home. I have a reputation to maintain, you know. Ya Qingyan finally lowered her head and whispered a response. Honestly, how can someone have such a bizarre request? She peeked down at herself. It was true she was a bit thin, but it wasn't that bad. Her slightly puffed-out dumpling cheeks still betrayed a hint of a small pout. But on second thought, the feeling of being treated like a child who needs looking after actually didn't feel bad at all. I looked away, finished my meal quickly, and left the house. It was just afternoon, still the peak mealtime, the golden hour for making money. The house became quiet once more. By early afternoon the following day, my medical checkup results were finally ready. The report showed I was very healthy, with only a slightly elevated visceral fat index, less than greater than, likely due to the original owner's excessive drinking. Less than greater than. On the scheduled first day of work, less than greater than. I woke up early, double-checked all my documents, less than greater than, and drove straight to the eastern suburbs. This port logistics company named Songda was massive in scale. I had just finished parking and looked up to observe less than greater than. Instantly overwhelmed by the scene before me. Less than greater than. Giant steel gantry cranes. Less than greater than.
move slowly like mechanical giants, less than greater than, their long arms lifting containers with ease. In the distance was the vast ocean, less than greater than, where a cargo ship was preparing to set sail. Less than greater than, the ship's horn sounded deep and majestic. Less than greater than, I stood there watching for a long time. Less than greater than. Then I suddenly remembered and officially called the number Zhu Yan had provided. Not long after, a middle-aged man in his 30s approached. He had a straight posture and sharp eyes. Wang Yang, the warehouse manager here. I proactively reached out to shake his hand. Hello, Imugi. Surprisingly, Wang Yang just tilted his head slightly, with no intention of shaking hands, simply gesturing for me to follow. Wang Yang glanced at me and opened with a probing question. You're quite something, kid. Just for a warehouse job. Even General Manager Cheng personally spoke up to recommend you. You must have some powerful backing? I smiled. I suppose you could say that, sir. However, Wang Yang's face immediately darkened. Having backing is a good thing, but our company doesn't operate on connections. We only value competence. If mistakes are made on the job, then no matter who your backing is, it won't help you. I immediately nodded. I understand, sir. Seeing my earnest attitude, Wang Yang finally softened his tone a little. Then he began introducing the company to me. Once I heard it, I was truly stunned. What I heard gave me quite a shock. This company actually belonged to the three local giants, Lu Shizou's King Shan Group, Su Qingqian's Taiyan Group, and the Cheng family's Heng Yuan Daily Chemicals, had partnered to build this specialized logistics supply chain. Not only that, the person heading the company was none other than the Cheng family's eldest daughter, Cheng Qiuling. Listening to Wang Yang mention investments reaching tens of billions of yuan or integrated supply chain models, I couldn't help but give a wry smile. Brother Wang Yang, this place handles 100 billion yuan investments. With my measly monthly salary, am I even qualified to stand here and listen to such grand matters? Wang Yang burst into a loud laugh at my remark. Haha. He patted my shoulder and said, telling you these things is to show you that the foundation here is rock solid, and the opportunities for your promotion are wide open. Immediately after, his tone shifted. Of course, the rules will be stricter, so make sure to do a good job. After completing the onboarding, I learned that for this entry-level warehouse position, after deducting insurance and benefits, the actual take-home pay was only about 5,000 yuan. In a city with a high cost of living like Donghai, this salary was barely enough to get by. However, Wang Yang revealed an important piece of information. The shifts and work assignments here were organized such that, if you worked efficiently, then every day, you could manage 2 or 3 hours of free time. The warehouse always needed someone on duty, but you can sit there monitoring the cameras, less than greater than, while organizing the documents and logs, less than greater than, or less than greater than. Wang Yang gave me a meaningful look, less than greater than. You could take the time to read, less than greater than, as long as you don't violate safety regulations. No one will interfere with your personal business. At this point, I felt incredibly satisfied. I understand clearly, Brother Wang Yang. I'll do my best to get used to the work as quickly as possible. Do your best. This job seemed like it was made just for me. I even opened a recruitment app to check. The requirement for a warehouse manager was at least a college degree. If it wasn't for Su Yan's recommendation, I certainly wouldn't have even stood a chance at an interview. Right then, Wang Yang led me to a large warehouse labeled as Bing. Bing 3 was right in front of us, and I looked up. Inside were rows of high-rise shelves over 10 meters tall, less than greater than, stretching out endlessly into the distance. Less than greater than. Several electric forklifts were busily scurrying through the aisles. Less than greater than. Then, Wang Yang handed me over to Lao Li. From today on, you'll follow Lao Li. The two of you will be on the same shift from now on. Start learning from the basics. I changed into the black work safety uniform. Lao Li appeared very gentle and simple-hearted, yet his professional competence was surprisingly impressive. And more importantly than anything else, he was incredibly patient with a newcomer like me, and I was a fast learner. By the time I returned home, I saw Ya Qingyan putting in all her effort once again. I told her to go to bed early, but she waved the book in her hand at me. My knowledge has so many gaps, less than greater than, so I have to work hard to catch up. Less than greater than. Seeing her serious expression, less than greater than. I didn't say anything more, but new plans were already starting to form in my mind. Around that time, I opened the video website and found that the comment section had undergone a total reversal. The people who used to insult me were now lining up to apologize. Sorry, I shouldn't have said those things before. Brother, we misunderstood you. The follower count even increased by more than 100 people. Life just went on peacefully. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Going to work in the morning, returning home in the evening to gather around the table. Less than greater than. Checking the schoolwork for Ya Qingyan. Less than greater than. Though I was very strict with myself, less than greater than. I always kept the fridge filled with delicious food for the girl. Yakshingen's face finally regained its rosy glow. However, I knew very well that this was only the beginning. The 15,000 yuan reward for finding the dog that Su Yan gave me. Less than greater than. I kept it aside without touching a single cent. Less than greater than. Until I found an opportunity online.
An opportunity to change my destiny. It was the Chinese literature major at the National Open University. Direct admission without the need for an entrance exam. Less than greater than. In just 2.5 years, I could hold a bachelor's degree. Less than greater than. I didn't hesitate for even a second. Less than greater than. And used that money immediately to pay the tuition. Even my partner Lao Li saw me taking advantage of the time to study online in a corner of the warehouse and couldn't help but praise me. A young man with such ambition as you is truly precious. Just leave the work to me, I'll take care of it. But little did he know. At this knowledge was not difficult for me at all. Not only did I not let him do my share of the work, but on the contrary, I actively took on all the heaviest tasks. Lao Li became increasingly satisfied with me as his partner, eating free meals at the warehouse, combined with lifting heavy goods every day. My body quickly developed firm, lean muscles.
I thought peaceful days had finally arrived. Mentum and power. But just as I finished changing clothes to get off work, mentum and power. A phone call forced me to immediately reveal my true colors. Mentum and power. It was Sun Jian. I went to a quiet spot to answer the phone. On the other end, the moment he spoke, he called me brother. I've washed my hands of that life. But before I could even respond, he laughed out loud. Less than greater than. Muge, this job is very interesting. Less than greater than. I'm sure you'll be interested. Less than greater than. I was silent for a long time and coldly asked one question. How much needs to be collected? From Sun Jian's side came the sound of a woman's coquettish laughter. He lazily stated a figure. Just a small one, a round. Let's say 100,000. 100,000. I considered it for a moment, then finally spoke. Send me the relevant information. The call disconnected. More than 10 minutes later, Sun Jian sent an address and a photo, leaving only a sharp message.
This person isn't easy to find. Use the photo to compare. Once you've collected the 100,000, come find me at the old place. I sat at the harbor looking at the deep blue sea. Still haven't thought of a strategy. Unexpectedly, the phone rang again. It turned out to be Song Siyuan calling. Brother Mu Gi. Brother Jian messaged me saying there's work. He told me to go find you. Where are you? An hour and a half later, I rode the electric bike to pick up Song Siyuan and casually threw him a yellow helmet. Song Siyuan looked at the helmet in a daze. Brother Mu Gi, are you really delivering food? Then he seemed to suddenly remember something. But Mu Gi, I remember you said last time you intended to quit this life. I gave a sigh. It's not that easy. Once Sun Jian has taken the initiative to call me, he hasn't left me any room to refuse. Song Siyuan took a deep drag on his cigarette, exhaling smoke through his nostrils. True, Brother Jian is someone who values face above all, less than greater than. Refusing him would definitely mean no peace. Less than greater. The red spark from the cigarette tip flickered in the dark. He stared intensely at me. Brother Mu Ji, do you have a plan yet? I just spread my hands and said casually, well, cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's work. Saying that, we both put on our helmets, set the navigation on the phones, and sped towards the destination. Unexpectedly, after riding for over an hour, the two of us reached an abandoned coastal village. Under the moonlight, the ruined walls and waist-high weed made Song Siyuan exclaim, Brother Mu Ji, if we filmed a horror movie here, we wouldn't even need a set. Holding the photo, it took a lot of effort for me to find the right spot. My heart tightened. In what day and age is the target still living in a dilapidated tile house like this? The door was a double wooden one about to fall apart in pieces. The image of the door god had faded to a pale white, staring at the two of us with gray, dull eyes. Now I understand. This mission is quite tough, isn't it? I nodded to Song Siyuan, immediately pulled down my mat, banged loudly on the door. There was no response from inside the wooden door. The next second, I increased the force and banged hard again. Finally, a window in the courtyard lit up with a dim yellow light. An impatient man's voice echoed from behind the door. Who's that? It's the middle of the night, can't you let people sleep? Song Siyuan ignored him and continued to bang loudly on the door. Just then, I faintly heard a young child's voice. Daddy, who is it? My heart tightened. It turned out there was a child inside. Shortly after, once the man had finished soothing the child, footsteps approached the door. What are you doing? The man asked warily from behind the door. Song Siyuan casually lied. Water meter inspection. Open the door first. To our surprise, the man behind the door screamed in terror. You're the debt collectors, aren't you? Only people like you would come at this hour. Song Siyuan gave a cold laugh. Since you know, don't waste any more time. The man's voice immediately turned into pleading. Can you come back tomorrow? No. The words had just left his mouth when a crack sounded,
and the wooden door was suddenly pulled open with force. I looked closely. The veins on the man's arm bulged, his eyes filled with fierce determination, and with a suppressed growl, the man threw a punch at Song Si-yuan's face. With a thud, Song Si-yuan's head snapped to the side. Luckily, he hadn't taken off his helmet yet. The punch hit right on the side of the helmet. Otherwise, he would have been knocked out cold right there. But while Song Si-yuan was still dazed, the other man suddenly dashed out through the doorway and fled headlong.
You still dare to run? Song Si-yuan shook his head and immediately gave chase. In the blink of an eye, the man dashed into the abandoned yard ahead. I looked at that familiar back, less than greater than. Worried something might happen to Song Si-yuan, I followed immediately. Less than greater than. The man, relying on his knowledge of the terrain, ran very fast. Less than greater than. Leaping over a wall in an attempt to escape. But Song Si-yuan now unleashed all his strength, decisively jumping over the wall after him, flying down the cement road. The man, being older after all, was quickly caught. Just as Song Si-yuan reached out to grab his collar, the man suddenly turned his head back, emitting a growl like a cornered beast. Don't come over here. Don't push me. He then threw another punch at Song Si-yuan, but it turned out to be a feint. The moment Song Si-yuan ducked to avoid, the man's other punch landed squarely and hit him right in the stomach. Song Si-yuan doubled over in severe pain.
The man seized the opportunity and lunged, using a surge of brute force, to pin Song Si-yuan firmly to the ground, his hands frantically choking the boy's neck, while panting sounds came from his mouth. You push me. I have no money, and truly out of money. Song Si-yuan struggled with all his might, but the man's strength was surprisingly great. His face quickly turned purple from suffocation. It looked like he was about to stop breathing. In that critical moment, I finally arrived. Having spent many years on the street, I didn't hesitate for a second and immediately sped forward. When I was 2 steps away from them, I leaped into the air, my whole body like a cannonball, crashing hard into the man's side, using the massive impact to hurl him to the side. A dull thud sounded. The man was thrown, left dazed and dizzy, groaning in pain on the ground. Song Si-yuan only then seized the chance to scramble to his feet. He coughed uncontrollably, his heart burning with rage. The moment he regained his strength, he lunged and punched the man in the stomach. This old man is pretty strong, huh? That's for choking me. The man let out a wail, hurling up on the ground. Song Si-yuan glared at him in frustration. I was talking nicely to you, and you pull this stunt. Saying so, he raised his leg, intending to stomp on the man. But at that moment, I spoke up to stop him. Engzi, don't use force. Song Si-yuan then retracted his foot and made a welcoming gesture. Brother Mugi, you go ahead and give him a lesson first. However, I didn't strike, I just bent down, looking at the man trembling in despair on the ground, and then slowly raised my helmet visor. The man was panting, but when he saw my face clearly, his whole body froze and he blurted out 2 words in disbelief. Lao Mu? I looked at him and slowly nodded. It's me, Lao Li.
I never expected in a million years that the person before me was the very one at the warehouse who always looked after me, did my share of the work, gave me time to study online, honest Lao Li. And he never expected that the one coming to collect the debt was the sensible young man who pitied his old age, the one who always took on the heavy lifting for him. This certainly wasn't a coincidence. I immediately realized this was all Sun Jian's calculation. Xiao Mu. Lao Li finally spoke, his voice hoarse and trembling. How can it be you? Are you also one of them? One of those lone sharks? I didn't answer, I just stood up, reached out my hand to him, pulled him up, and asked in a low voice, Lao Li, this is a mess. How much money do you owe them? Lao Li lowered his head as if all the energy had been drained from his body. 100,000. Hearing that number, I immediately frowned deeply. This time, it was really big trouble. I knew Lao Li's financial situation better than anyone. He was so poor that at every meal in the canteen, he only dared to secretly take 2 mantou. In the dilapidated house he lived in, he had to use basins to catch rainwater whenever it rained, let alone 100,000. He couldn't even dig up 10,000. Even with 10,000, Lao Li might not be able to gather enough. But at that moment, my phone suddenly rang. The caller was Sun Jian. I immediately signaled the 2 of them to be quiet before answering. Mugi, have you arrived? Sun Jian's voice came through, punctuated by yawns, sounding very tired. I answered casually. I just found the right place, and was about to talk to him. Sun Jian immediately woke up completely. Give him 2 options. Either collect all the money tonight or have him bring more people in. The commission from those people will count as his debt payment. Sun Jian chuckled. It's best to let him choose the second one. As long as people keep paying in, I'll be the one getting rich. I felt a secret shiver down my spine. The money shop he mentioned was an underground casino, a type of business that definitely only gains and never loses. Not only that, Sun Jian also proudly announced he had taken down Old Wang, and now he was in charge of the business in this area. He even wanted me to go there and help him out. I flatly refused. Brother Jian, am good at debt collecting, but I can't handle big things. Let me help you recover the debt for this case first.
Sun Jian yawned, not pushing any further. Right, well, meet tomorrow and talk more. The phone hung up. Lao Li was completely broken, holding his head in agony. Xiao Mu, I don't want to drag anyone into that, but I truly have no money. He suddenly raised his head and shouted, I want to call the police. They all tricked me. Song Siuwen gave a sarcastic laugh. Less than greater than. Call the police? Less than greater than. They'll just find some random lackey to take the fall. Less than greater than. But what about you? They have all your information. Less than greater than. Aren't you worried about your family anymore? Those words were like a cold splash of water, immediately extinguishing all of Lao Li's hope. His whole body trembled. I sighed, looking at the despairing Lao Li, and spoke. For you, paying honestly. And then cutting ties with them is the best choice. Lao Li looked at me for a long time, finally making up his mind. All right, I trust you. Let's go back to my house and talk. I nodded. But when we stepped into his house, seeing the homemade foam lamps and the cup of cold plain water in his hand, my heart grew even heavier. Just then, a little girl's sleepy voice echoed from the room. Daddy, you're back? Who was knocking on the door just now? Lao Li turned toward the room, his voice immediately becoming incredibly gentle. Just a friend of mine, good girl, new. Go back to sleep. Yes, Daddy. You should sleep early too. Don't overwork yourself. The girl's sensible words were like a needle pricking Lao Li's heart, making him choke up inside, to the point that his voice began to tremble. Returning to the yard, he gripped the plastic cup tightly, finally beginning to pour his heart out. It turned out he only had this daughter when he was 37. She was truly the treasure of his heart. But when his daughter was born, the foramen ovale in her heart failed to close. The doctor said she would outgrow it, so he wasn't too worried. To his surprise, by the time she was 3, not only did it not improve, but she also started having headaches and even fainting. The hospital checkup, the results came like a bolt from the blue. It wasn't just the foramen ovale, but possibly accompanied by a congenital heart defect. The only way to live was surgery. The risk was extremely high, but he had no other choice but to sign the papers and go gather the money. As it turned out, luck did not smile upon him, and the surgery failed. Years of treatment had exhausted the strength of this family. Just then, Go from his hometown suddenly became rich, smoking expensive cigarettes, wearing designer clothes, and even bought a car worth over 100,000. Go said he won a lot of money and wanted to take Lao Li to broaden his horizons. It was a very discreet underground casino. Go instigated him. Lao Li, bet a round with me. 1 round, and you'll have medicine money for the girl for half a year. Those words made his heart waver. Seeing Go win over 100,000 in just one night, he finally couldn't restrain himself, trembling as he took out 2,000 yuan to bet on 1 round. Unexpectedly, he actually won. 2,000 instantly turned into 10,000. With money earned so easily, Lao Li was completely exhilarated. Go followed up while the going was good. Bet more, do another round, and you'll have enough for new news next surgery. He was blinded. Right after that, he played another round, this time with 5,000. But this round, he lost. Between winning and losing rounds, Lao Li completely lost control. When winning, he wanted more. When losing, he only wanted to win it back. But in a casino, no one wins forever. The more he lost, the deeper he sank, his eyes turning bloodshot with desperation. In the end, he carried a 60,000 debt of high-interest loans, and by now the interest had ballooned to 100,000. Lao Li painfully slapped his own face, his hoarse voice screaming, and not a human being. My mother is over 70. To afford the care for my daughter, she has to do needlework from morning till night. Her eyes are almost blind. Yet I went gambling, only to end up in such debt. The atmosphere in the yard was dead silent. I finally understood why he had to secretly take Mantu. When it rains, it pours. Misfortune often seeks out the destitute, and now I had to let him make a choice. I reached out and patted Lao Li's trembling shoulder. Come on, luckily you haven't sunk too deep. 100,000 isn't impossible to handle. You must be more alert from now on. Don't let anyone trick you again. Lao Li choked out. I'm so useless. How can I ever earn 100,000? I said solemnly, you find it hard to earn money because the money you earn is clean money. You should feel at peace rather than belittling yourself. Song Siuwen also nodded in agreement. That Go is clearly a shill for the house. He targeted your weakness. That's why you fell into the trap. This trick is simple but strikes at human psychology. It's only natural you slipped up. I thought for a moment, then said, let me call Manager Wang. Ask the workers to pitch in and help, at least to pay off this high-interest debt first. Lao Li said, but. Song Siuwen chuckled. What? Are you afraid of losing face? That's what happens when you're too foolish. Lao Li shook his head and asked, will they be willing to lend it to me? Well, only know if we try. With that, I dialed Wang Yong's number. The phone rang for a long time before someone picked up, and from the other end came Wang Yong's irritable voice. Do you know I only work during office hours? If there's something at night, go find the team leader. I knew Wang Yong was very grumpy when awakened. Knowing that, you call me at 2 in the morning. Mugi, if you don't explain the reason today, and even if you're an acquaintance of Boss Cheng, I'll find a way to make things difficult for you tomorrow. I didn't waste any words and directly told him the whole story about Lao Li. The other end immediately fell silent.
A few seconds later, Wang Yong's shout exploded again. Lao Li is such an idiot. Why didn't he say anything if he was having trouble at home? Would it have killed him to ask his colleagues for help? Bring him to my office now. I'm on my way. I immediately took Lao Li to the company, but as soon as I pushed open the office door, less than greater than, I stood there stunned. Less than greater than. In the cramped office filled with smoke, less than greater than. More than a dozen people were squeezed together. There were warehouse managers, vehicle inspectors, and porters. All of them were the core staff under Wang Yong. Everyone looked sleepy, but their expressions were incredibly serious. Wang Yong stubbed out his cigarette, his voice hoarse. I know all the brothers sitting here are people who sell their labor for a living, all workers from the bottom of society. Brother Yang, just say what you have to say. Wang Yang cursed, then jerked his chin toward me. Xiao Mu, you tell them. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on me. I stood up and took a deep breath, but I didn't mention the truth about Lao Li being tricked into gambling. I looked at everyone and spoke. Because Lao Li wanted to gather money for the medical treatment of his daughter, he owes 100,000 in outside debt, and the creditors are forcing him to pay it all back tomorrow. As soon as the words were out, a porter took a long drag on his cigarette, then suddenly understood. No wonder Lao Li didn't even dare to eat a meat bun. He stubbed out his cigarette forcefully and then bellowed. Lao Li, I'll contribute 20,000 for you. This is the emergency money I saved up. While working at the moving company, send me the account number. I'll transfer it now. Lao Li's eyes immediately rimmed with red and he bent down, about to kowtow in thanks. Next, the forklift driver also stood up, scolding Lao Li even as he joked. Why didn't you treat the brothers as family? The next second, he thumped his chest. My salary is high, and I just received my quarterly bonus. I'll contribute 25,000 for you. He slapped Lao Li's shoulder hard. Be more alert in the future. Don't let people trick you like a fool again. The whole room of brothers had gathered exactly 150,000, less than greater than. 100,000 to pay the debt and 50,000 to treat his daughter, less than greater than. The next day, I had stayed up all night, less than greater than. My hand tightly gripping the bank card with 100,000 yuan. I set out on my motorcycle under the dawn light, but just as I was about to leave, Lao Li with bloodshot eyes chased after and called out, Xiao Mu, thank you. I just replied casually, I'm just a dirt poor guy, not having any money to lend you. The small savings I have must be kept to provide for Ya Qingyan and her school fees. Lao Li parted his lips to smile, but it looked even worse than crying. I know you're helping me. I've quit gambling, really. I looked at him and said slowly, I used to be a gambling ghost too, and because I was afraid people would know, I had to travel far to play, and ended up burning through my entire fortune. Lao Li was stunned, never expecting in a million years that I also had such a past. I told him he didn't need to carry a psychological burden. There are many bastards in this world. Live well, your daughter needs you. Before leaving, I added one more thing. Also, you're quite old now. Don't believe everything people say. I'm off. I pulled down my helmet visor, waved casually, and then started the engine to ride away. After arriving, I stepped through the doors of the Tin Kui bar. The staff at the entrance, upon seeing that it was me, immediately bowed in unison. Brother Mu Ji. The lobby manager even personally ran over to swipe my card. The elevator went straight down to the second basement, and a bodyguard led me straight into Sun Jian's luxurious and magnificent lounge. At this moment, Sun Jian was embracing a woman with a fiery figure, sunk into a leather sofa watching an old movie, less than greater than. God of gamblers, his gaze was cold, less than greater than. And he yawned before greeting me, less than greater than. I said nothing, less than greater than. Directly throwing a bank card, less than greater than, forcefully onto the marble tabletop. The old man paid, there's 100,000 in there. The password is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've already checked it. Sun Jian never expected Lao Li would actually be able to pay. From what I know, how could he have gathered that much money? I directly raised my left fist. As long as my fists are persuasive enough, then the old man will surely find a way to scramble for the money. Sun Jian glanced at my fist, and yet he didn't have the slightest suspicion. His face was clearly filled with regret. I originally planned to force him down the second path anyway. That dilapidated village probably won't yield many coins. To my surprise, in the next second, Sun Jian slapped the thigh of the woman in his arms hard. Do you want to give it a try? Once it's done, just stay here for a nap and get some good rest. That woman was wearing a tight red cheongsam, her long legs wrapped in white lace stockings. Her figure was indeed incredibly hot. She let out a soft gasp, forcing out a strained smile. Young master's son, am I not yours? I've served you with everything I've got these past 2 days. But Sun Jian's face immediately darkened and he squeezed her chin tightly.
I've never considered you a human being, just a toy, yet you dare to take it seriously. Let me tell you, this is my blood brother. If he wants you to serve him, that's your blessing. Right then, I pretended to be exhausted and waved my hand. I've been talking to that guy all night. I'm out of breath. I really don't have the strength to mess around anymore. Forget it. Hearing those words from me, the woman looked as if a heavy weight had been lifted, looking at me with eyes full of gratitude. Seeing this, Sun Jian didn't force it, patting her a few times before telling her to leave. She hurriedly bowed her head and rushed out of the room. Immediately after, Sun Jian turned to look at the bodyguard, Chang Zi, who was standing beside him. You go out first too. I have a few words to say to Mu Gi in private. Chang Zi looked troubled, but the boss ordered, I must protect you. Sun Jian waved his hand with extreme impatience. The secret conspiracy was about to begin. Don't worry, Mu Gi is one of us. And Chang Zi obediently withdrew, and very tactfully locked the door from the outside. As soon as the click was heard, Sun Jian suddenly jumped up, pointing straight at my nose and scolding me relentlessly. I really don't understand what the hell you're thinking. You don't want to enjoy the good life, insisting on delivering goods and then stealing dogs, now dragging yourself to the pier to work as a porter. Faced with these criticisms, I instinctively countered. Brother Jian, I didn't steal any dogs. I was framed. To my surprise, Sun Jian spat on the ground. We're all just rats in the gutter. It's one thing to deceive outsiders, but you dare to deceive even me. Hearing this, I could only give a bitter laugh as a silent admission. Right then, Sun Jian stared at me and threw out a question. Do you know? Why did I insist on giving this debt collection case to you? Before I could even open my mouth, he suddenly swung his fist in excitement. I wanted you to see with your own eyes just how cruel this world really is. That gambling addict has been at the pier longer than you. His salary was higher than yours. And look, isn't he still this miserable in the end? I frowned slightly. That's because his daughter is sick. But Sun Jian didn't back down. Instead, he stepped closer. Can you be sure you won't get sick in your lifetime? Brother, we risk our lives to climb up, just to survive. Only with money can you live. There's only one kind of disease in this world, and that's the disease of being poor. These words struck a chord, and I immediately fell into silence. Then Sun Jian paced back and forth angrily. I understood why you didn't follow me before. Even if I took on a foster father, I only had those crummy debt collection cases in my hands, without any status. Sunhow rose to power back then through debt collection. Now that the bad debts of shark loans are sky high, this marginal business naturally tossed to the foster son as a whetstone, and used to keep the veteran subordinates in check. Suddenly, Sun Jian threw his head back and laughed. But I'm different now. I've taken out Lao Wang and seized several casinos directly into my hands. His bloodshot eyes stared intently at me. I have power now. Do you understand? Looking at his crazed state, I could only nod slightly. Brother Jin, congratulations. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Sun Jian thrust his hand hard against my chest. Just say the word, and I'll let you run a casino. Seeing my bewildered face, Sun Jian slammed his hand down on the marble tabletop. That 100,000 on that bank card isn't even a fraction of the change from one night's turnover at my place. In one night, even just from the commission, at the very least, I pocket $1 million in net profit. He rushed up to me excitedly, holding up one finger. Just come and watch over the place. You don't have to do anything. I'll give you a straight 1% of the commission as a management fee. If anyone causes trouble, just show your face, and you'll have 10,000 yuan in your hand every single night. Faced with this sudden, massive temptation, I lowered my eyes, falling into deep thought. That's 300,000 a month. What the hell are you still hesitating for? Sun Jian pressed hard on my shoulder, his spit almost flying onto my face. Do you know what the job market is like now? People earning 3,000 a month are everywhere. The number of kids earning 5,000 doesn't even reach 40%. His eyes sparkled with a fanatical light, his voice rising 8 octaves. 300,000. Do you know how many years it takes for those ordinary people out there to save that much? I looked at him and calmly replied, probably 5 years if they don't eat or drink. Sun Jian clapped his hands together. Exactly. You earn in 1 month what they earn in 5 years. As long as you have money, you can do anything. Faced with this almost insane temptation, I let out another sigh. But Brother Jian, don't you know what kind of person I am? I laughed bitterly at myself. Someone like me can't even manage myself. I love drinking and gambling. I even pawned off my honorary sister for debt. Then, I added another sentence, feigning worry. What if one day I gamble everything away and lose your entire casino? What then? As soon as those words were spoken, the excited Sun Jian suddenly went silent, like a deflated balloon, sinking listlessly into the genuine leather sofa. You little brat, why can't you just pull yourself together? He looked at me with a face full of disappointment. Last time I tried everything to pull you up, even having to find excuses to stuff money into your pocket. Do you know how many pairs of eyes are lurking in the shadows watching me? Taking that opportunity, I bowed my head in self-reproach, my voice raspy.
I'm sorry, Brother Jian. I know I'm a drunkard. That's why I don't want to drag you down. To my surprise, Sun Jian hadn't given up. Instead, he looked up to comfort me. It's fine. Your family was well off before, so you don't really understand how scary the disease of poverty is, nor do you know what you truly want. He waved his hand, a hint of helplessness in his voice. If you want to go to the pier to be a porter, then go. But keep an eye on the debt collection for me. There will come a day when you'll understand that only I truly have your best interests at heart. I immediately put on a moved, teary-eyed expression, rushing forward to give Sun Jian a tight hug. Brother Jian, you're so good to me. Ugh, two men hugging. Isn't that disgusting? Sun Jian cursed with a laugh as he pushed me away, lifting his wine glass for a sip. Go home first.
Wait until I've climbed high enough, and no one will dare to touch you again. If you still refuse me then, consider our brotherhood over. I chuckled. Don't worry. Just wait until you reach the top. I'll definitely follow you. Immediately after, Sun Jian turned around to open the safe, casually tossing a few thousand in cash toward me. Take it. This is your payment for this job. But I didn't take it. Instead, rubbing my hands together a bit shyly. Brother Jian, could you give me a bit more? My hands are itching again. I want to play a few rounds. I knew you'd be like this. You can't control yourself for your whole life. Sun Jian scolded with his mouth, but his actions were very honest. He threw a thick stack of bills over. Here's 10,000. You're only allowed to play this much today. Understood. As he spoke, he gave stern instructions. I have real power now. Later, I'll tell Kyangzi to put the word out. Anyone who dares to cheat you is going up against me, Sun Jian. Receiving the money, my face beamed. Thank you, Brother Jian. Get lost. Just looking at you annoys me. Just as I reached the door to leave, Sun Jian suddenly called out, Hey! I turned around. At this moment, Sun Jian handed over a glass of wine, a clear look of boasting in his eyes. This is the Romani Conti Special Edition. This glass alone is worth at least 100,000 yuan. I salvaged it from Lao Wang's house. Besides gambling, you only love this stuff. Drain it quickly. Have a taste before you go. I took the glass, staring at the deep red liquid inside. I marveled in my heart that just one sip equals several years of medicine for Lao Li's daughter. Then I closed my eyes, tilting my head back to finish it in one gulp. Excellent wine. Setting the glass down, I didn't hold back, pouring myself another glass. But just as the glass touched my lips, Sun Jian suddenly reached out and snatched it away. If I don't stop you, you'll definitely chug the entire bottle. I still have plenty of brothers under me who haven't tasted it yet. I rubbed my hands and chuckled. This taste is truly premium. Just let me have one more glass. The very last glass, okay? Sun Jian waved his hand full of helplessness. Look at your lack of ambition. Drink it. Drink it. Remember to call Chang Zi in when you leave. As soon as I stepped out the door, Chang Zi immediately entered the office. Brother Jian, what are the next instructions? To my surprise, Sun Jian's eyes suddenly became incredibly deep. There's no need to follow him secretly anymore. The testing ends here as well. He leaned back in the executive chair, his voice carrying an absolute coldness. People eventually change. We have more important things to do now. We don't have time to keep clinging to a drunkard. Immediately after, a cruel glint flashed in his eyes. Next step, find a way to take over that silver ship. At the same time, Ya Qingyin was drowsily waking up from her afternoon nap. She ran into the living room full of expectation, only to find that there was still no one in the large house. A sudden sense of disappointment welled up in her heart,